Welcome back, Night Watchers. Before we dive in, drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is, midnight, 3 a.m., or somewhere stranger. And tell us, do you like the rain visuals or should we change it up? Your feedback shapes the shadows. Let's begin. It started with a broken remote. Nothing dramatic, just one of those small, frustrating malfunctions. My TV remote stopped working late one night while I was flipping through channels. Batteries were fresh, I just replaced them. The buttons still clicked under my thumb, but the TV stopped responding. I shrugged, got up to turn the TV off manually, and that's when the channel changed on its own. Not to anything I recognized. Just static. Black and white snow with a low, hissing sound, soft but steady like the TV was exhaling. I tried flipping to another channel. Nothing. Just static, no matter what number I typed in. Then the screen flickered. A frame. Just for a second. Too fast to register. I froze. Then it happened again. This time a little longer. It looked like a room, dimly lit, walls made of what looked like concrete or stone. No windows. A single hanging bulb swinging slowly, casting jerky shadows. The image cut back to static. And then a figure, standing in the room, facing the camera. Its face was blurred, like bad compression, but its eyes were wide and unblinking. It didn't move, it didn't blink, it just stood there, watching. I reached for the power button. Before I could press it, the figure tilted its head just a fraction of a degree, like it saw me. I turned off the TV. Silence returned to my apartment. But that night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I kept looking at the corners of the room, expecting to see movement. I even unplugged the TV, just in case. At 3:17 a.m., the screen turned back on, by itself. No power, no signal, no input, just static. And the room again. The figure was closer now, filling more of the frame. I yanked the cord from the wall. Nothing happened. The TV kept hissing, flickering. The air in the room grew thick, charged with something I can only describe as pressure. Like 1,000 eyes were looking through the screen. Then, in a voice like rusted metal grinding underwater, it spoke. We're tuning in. I grabbed a blanket and left the apartment. Slept in my car. In the morning, the TV was off, back to normal, but something changed. Every screen I passed, at the gas station, in the cafe, at work, they all flickered as I walked by. Only for a second, but enough. One night, I stayed with a friend trying to avoid going home. He laughed when I told him, assumed it was sleep deprivation or stress. At midnight, his TV turned on. He hadn't touched the remote. He looked at me. We both watched as the same static hissed across the screen. Then the room. Same bulb, same walls. No figure this time, but the camera was moving, slowly panning, as if searching. It settled on a corner, and in the shadows, something crouched. Long limbs. Jittering movement. A low thrum pulsed through the floor, vibrating in our feet. My friend threw a blanket over the TV. The hum stopped. We didn't sleep. The next morning I went home. I couldn't keep running. I figured if it wanted me, it already had me. That was 3 nights ago. Since then, the figure has returned, closer each time. It's outside the room now, in a hallway I don't recognize. I've tried smashing the TV, it still turns on. I've bought new ones. The same static finds its way in. The voice speaks more clearly now. You're almost ready. I don't know what that means. But this morning, the screen didn't show static. It showed me. Sleeping. Same clothes, same sheets, same angle from the corner of the room. Something stood over my bed, watching. And when I blinked, so did it. Now every reflection is off by just a little bit. Mirrors, windows, even puddles, they show me standing still, long after I've moved. And the last thing I hear before the TV turns off is always the same. Shh, you're already tuned in. The wrong number. It started with a voicemail. No ring, no missed call, just a message waiting when I got back from work. My phone showed a timestamp of 2:44 p.m. while I was in a meeting with no cell service. The number? All zeros. No area code, no caller ID, just 0000000. Curious, I played it. The recording was 5 seconds long. Static at first, then a voice. Not loud, not rushed, just a low whisper, close to the mic. Don't pick up next time. I stared at the screen, heartbeat ticking up. I thought it was a prank, some scammer with a creepy sense of humor, until the phone rang the next night. 2:44 a.m. exactly. Same number, 00000. I didn't answer. I watched the screen as it buzzed. Twice. 3 times. It stopped. I exhaled. Then my phone lit up again. Voicemail. Another 5-second recording. This time, there was breathing, slow and heavy, and one word, soon. I deleted it, blocked the number, reported it. But the calls kept coming, always at 2:44, always the same number, and every time the voicemail grew longer. More details. I heard footsteps on tile, a sink dripping, a voice muttering numbers in reverse, and then my name. Whispered, clear as day. Lena. I live alone. I hadn't told anyone about the calls. The next night, I turned my phone off before bed. At 2:44, I woke up anyway. Something was buzzing. Not my phone. My doorbell. 3 short rings. I stayed in bed, heart hammering. Then a 4th ring. I got up, crept to the door, peeked through the peephole. No one. Just empty porch and dark street. But my phone, off and unplugged, buzzed on the counter, lit up with one notification. Voicemail. One new message. I turned it on. The message was 20 seconds this time. Breathing. Whispering. Then the creak of a door, my front door. I checked every lock, still sealed, but I couldn't sleep after that. The next day at work, I told my coworker. He laughed, called it a marketing thing. I wanted to believe him. That night, I took a sleeping pill. Woke up to my phone in bed beside me, unlocked. The most recent photo in my gallery was one I hadn't taken. It showed me, asleep, from the foot of the bed. A tall figure stood in the corner, half shrouded in shadow. The timestamp? I didn't go to work the next day. Didn't leave the house. I covered every camera, turned off every smart device, tried to call the police. They told me no crime had been committed. Block the number, they said. It's probably spoofing. I changed phones, changed carriers, changed my number. It worked for a week. Then one night at 2:44, the phone rang again. No ringtone. Just the vibration waking me. No number, no caller ID, just unknown. I answered. Not on purpose, my hand just moved, like something compelled me. The voice on the other end wasn't whispering this time. It spoke clearly, calmly. We've traced your signal. A pause. Then static exploded through the speaker, so loud it made me drop the phone. My ears rang for hours. The screen turned black, wouldn't respond. When it rebooted, there was a new voicemail waiting. But it wasn't audio, it was video. It showed a stairwell, cement walls, yellow lighting, somewhere underground. A figure walked slowly down the stairs, holding a phone, recording as they descended, step by step, toward a door marked, Lena, room 3. I've never seen that place before, but something tells me it's real, and they're getting closer. I tried to leave the city. My car GPS glitched. Gas station pumps wouldn't read my card. Every time I passed a traffic camera, my radio crackled with static. At one point, I pulled over, checked my phone. There was a voicemail from my own number. This time, it was my voice. Sobbing, whispering over and over, "Don't answer. Please don't answer." But it's too late now. Tonight there are no more calls, no voicemails, no static, just a knock at the door. And I already know what time it is, 2:44. The mirror in apartment 6C. When I moved into apartment 6C, the mirror was already there. Tall, antique, bolted to the wall in the hallway across from the bathroom. The frame was ornate, twisting vines, carved birds, a strange sun motif at the top with too many rays. The glass was aged, slightly fogged at the edges, but clear enough. The landlord told me not to touch it. It's original to the building, he said, eyes lingering on it. Don't try to remove it, just let it be. I shrugged. I wasn't planning to do any redecorating. I was just happy to find a cheap one-bedroom in the city. The first few nights were quiet. I was still settling in. Boxes everywhere, cheap Chinese takeout, Netflix humming in the background. But on the 4th night, I noticed something strange. As I passed the mirror on my way to the bathroom, I saw something off. It was me, sure, but not exactly me. My reflection paused a beat too long. I blinked. It didn't. I stopped. Stepped back, looked again. It was me, perfectly synced. Maybe I was tired, maybe the lighting played tricks on my eyes, but from that moment on, I avoided looking too long. A week later, I saw it smile. I hadn't. I was brushing my teeth, foam in my mouth, half asleep. I looked up, and the reflection grinned. Wide. Too wide. My stomach turned. I spun around, heart racing, nothing there. I looked back. My reflection matched me again, blank-faced, groggy. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I covered the mirror with a towel. When I got home from work, the towel was on the floor. The mirror was clean, cleaner than before, like someone had polished it. I checked my door, still locked. No signs of a break-in. I called the landlord. He answered on the first ring. "You looked too long, didn't you?" he asked. I didn't know what to say. "Whatever you do," he continued, "don't speak to it." He hung up. I didn't call back. That night, I stayed up with all the lights on. At 3:12 a.m., I heard movement, not from outside, from the hallway, from the mirror. I crept out of bed and peeked around the corner. The mirror was dark, black glass. My reflection was gone, but something was on the other side. Not a room, not my hallway, a forest, thick trees, no sky, everything bathed in deep red light, and standing in front of it, my reflection, but not me. Its head twitched in sharp, insect-like jolts. Its mouth hung open, eyes too wide, too bright. It raised its hand and beckoned, slow, mocking. Then it mouthed something. "Let me in." I backed away, shut the door, turned every light on, didn't sleep, didn't move. At sunrise, the mirror was back to normal. But I wasn't. I started catching glimpses during the day, in store windows, phone screens, sunglasses. It would stare, smile, mouth words I couldn't hear. My reflection wasn't mine and it had learned to hide, and I think it was waiting. The next night, I made a mistake. I stood in front of the mirror and whispered, "Who are you?" The surface rippled, like water, and the thing stepped forward. Closer to the glass, it pressed its hand to the surface. I felt a chill on my cheek. It whispered back, "You." I ran, slept in my car. When I returned the next day, the apartment was freezing. The walls were damp, and the mirror had cracked, just slightly, down the middle. Behind the crack, I could see it, waiting. Every night since, it speaks, sometimes in whispers, sometimes in my voice. "It's cold here. Let me out." "You're already halfway in." I tried smashing it. I brought a hammer, swung hard. The glass didn't break. The wall around it did. The frame is now buried deep in broken plaster and splintered wood, but the glass remains, untouched. I covered it again, nailed boards over it. The next morning, the boards were gone. No nails on the floor, no wood, just the mirror, clean, smiling. I tried leaving, packed a bag, booked a hotel, but every reflective surface showed my apartment, even on the road, even miles away. Gas station window, apartment hallway, car side mirror, my bed, phone selfie cam, the thing in the mirror, smiling. Closer. I'm back home now. I don't remember unlocking the door. I don't remember walking inside, but I woke up on the floor in front of the mirror, my reflection watching me, mouth moving, and this time I understood. Almost there. There's a crack in the mirror now, wider, and something inside is pushing through, a hand, gray, wet, flickering like a broken signal. I don't know what happens when it gets out, or if it already has. Sometimes I feel like I'm not on the right side anymore, like the world beyond the glass is more real than this. If you find this note, don't look, don't speak, and whatever you do, don't let it smile first. The man who followed me home. It was raining the night I first saw him. I was walking home from the late shift. Past midnight, streets slick and empty. Just the hush of drizzle on pavement and the buzz of distant neon. I took my usual route through the underpass near 7th Street. It was always quiet there. Too quiet. That's where I saw him. Tall, thin, standing beneath the flickering light at the far end of the tunnel. Perfectly still. No umbrella, no hood. Just a dark coat soaked through. His head was tilted ever so slightly, like he was curious about something far away. I slowed. He didn't move. The light above him blinked once, twice. Then he took one step forward. I turned and walked faster. By the time I reached my street, I couldn't hear footsteps behind me, but I felt something, like eyes pressing into my back. I told myself I was being paranoid. Cities are full of weirdos, people who loiter, watch, move strangely. I locked my door tight and made tea, trying to forget about him. The next night, he was there again. Same spot, same posture, same slow step forward. This time, I didn't slow down. I crossed the street, took the long way home, and yet as I fumbled with my keys under my apartment's awning, I looked down the street and saw him, 3 blocks away, standing beneath a broken street lamp. Closer than he should have been. Watching. I didn't sleep well. My dreams were filled with wet footsteps and endless tunnels. By the 3rd night, I started keeping my blinds closed. I turned every light on the moment I got home. Something about the man's presence lingered long after I'd left the street. I could almost smell the rain on him, hear the soft drip, drip, drip of water hitting the floor. Then came the knocking. It started at 3:03 a.m., just 3 knocks on the front door. Not urgent, not aggressive, measured. I didn't move, didn't breathe. After a full minute, I crept to the peephole. No one, just the quiet hallway beyond. I looked through every room in my apartment. All the windows were locked, no footprints on the floor, but in the bathroom mirror something was off. There was water on the floor, a small puddle, dark, reflective, right behind me in the reflection. I turned. Dry tile, but the reflection still showed the puddle, growing. That night, I slept in my closet with the light on. The next morning, I told my friend Mason. He laughed it off, but agreed to walk me home that night. We took a different route. No sign of the man. We even joked about it. Maybe he was a ghost with poor time management. But just as Mason turned to leave, he froze. I followed his gaze. There, at the end of the street, was the man in the coat, standing beneath a new street lamp. Dry as bone despite the still falling rain, Mason called out to him. No response. The man tilted his head again, as if listening to something only he could hear. Then he took one step forward. We ran. Mason stayed with me that night. We locked every door, pushed furniture in front of the windows. At 3:03 a.m., the knocking returned, but this time it came from the hallway. Inside the apartment. 3 knocks. Mason grabbed a bat. I held my breath. We opened the bedroom door slowly. The apartment was dark. Every light had gone out. Water dripped from the ceiling. The knocking came again. From the bathroom door, we flung it open. No one. But the mirror was fogged, as if someone had just stepped out of the shower, and scrawled across it, written in the condensation, "You're home." We left the apartment, stayed in a hotel. I called the landlord the next day and demanded they check the place for intruders, leaks, anything. They found nothing, but they did mention something strange. "The last tenant in 4B?" the manager said, flipping through a clipboard. "She broke her lease early, said something about a man in a coat watching her sleep." I asked what happened to her. He shrugged, moved out, never gave a forwarding address. That night in the hotel, I dreamed I was underwater. Not swimming, sinking, arms wrapped around me, cold, pulling. And at the bottom, waiting in the darkness, was the man in the coat, smiling. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat and water. My hotel bed was soaked, but the ceiling above me was dry. I left the city the next day. I didn't pack. I didn't say goodbye. I just got in the car and drove. I thought I'd escaped. But last night, in the parking lot of a roadside motel 300 miles away, I passed under a flickering light and saw him. Tall, still, dripping wet, standing at the edge of the trees, waiting. I'm typing this from the motel now. The lights are starting to flicker. The room smells like rain. And it's 3:02 a.m. If he knocks, I won't answer. If he finds a way in, I won't scream, because I think that's what he wants. To know I see him. To know I remember. And worst of all, to know I brought him with me. The library that wasn't there yesterday. I walk the same route to work every day. Same cracked sidewalks, same boarded up shops, same barking dog behind the rusted fence. I know the street like the back of my hand. So when a building appeared halfway down Parkhurst Avenue, one that hadn't been there yesterday, I stopped walking. It was a library. Or at least, that's what the plaque beside the black iron doors claimed. The Parkhurst Public Archives, Est, 1901. Funny thing is, I've lived here 10 years. That lot's always been empty. Just gravel, weeds, and broken glass. But today, brick walls, tall windows stained in red and blue, heavy oak doors with iron handles. I checked my phone. No listing, no website, no reviews, no Wi-Fi signal. And yet the lights were on inside. I was late for work already. I don't know why I opened the door. Maybe it was the smell, that warm, musty paper scent that wraps around you like a childhood blanket. A memory of rainy afternoons and forgotten corners. The interior was bigger than it looked from outside. Much bigger. Cathedral ceilings, endless shelves, spiral staircases that climbed into shadow. Dim, flickering chandeliers hung like molting spiders overhead. Everything was dustless, silent, except for the woman at the front desk. She wore a charcoal gray suit with sharp shoulders and tiny round glasses that reflected too much light. "Welcome," she said, without looking up. "We've been expecting you." "I just saw this place," I muttered. "Wasn't here yesterday." "Few notice it," she said, flipping a page in a leather-bound ledger. "Even fewer enter." She handed me a card. Not a library card, something older. Handwritten in looping black ink. Elias Mercer, temporary patron, section 3. I didn't remember telling her my name. Third row to the left, she said. Only touch what bears your name. I should have left, but something pulled me forward. The shelves were vast. Dusty tomes, yellowed scrolls, books with no titles, books with locks, books wrapped in twine. The deeper I walked, the quieter it became until my footsteps were the only sound. Then I found it. A narrow blue volume, spine cracked with age. No title, just a symbol, a closed eye. I pulled it down. My hands trembled. Inside, pages filled with detailed accounts of my life. Not broad strokes, moments. July 9th, 2011, lied to mother about the phone call. October 3rd, 2014, watched the accident but didn't help. February 12th, 2019, heard the scream in the alley, kept walking. Things I barely remembered, things I tried to forget. On the last page in fresh ink, March 2nd, 2025, enters the archive, begins to remember. I dropped the book. It didn't hit the floor. It just vanished, swallowed by the silence. I turned to leave, and the shelves behind me were gone. No exit, no rows, just more shelves, higher now, angled inward like they were leaning toward me. I started walking, calling out. No answer. Only the sound of a page turning somewhere deep in the stacks. I ran. Took a staircase upward, spiraling into dim red light. At the top, a reading room. Empty, except for a desk and another book. This one was bound in something dark, almost leathery, and my name carved into the cover in jagged letters. It was open to the middle. The page read. He opens the book. He begins to scream. Before I could react, I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, wet. I turned. The librarian stood in the doorway. Only now her glasses were gone, and where her eyes should have been, there were sockets filled with moving ink. Some books, she said softly, write themselves as you read. I backed away. The room began to spin. The walls groaned. The book's pages flipped on their own, faster, louder, then stopped. The final page read, he realizes he never left. I woke up in my bed, or thought I did, until I checked the mirror. My eyes were bleeding ink, and on the table beside me, the blue book, open to today's date. The entry reads, March 3rd, 2025, tells others about the library, brings them closer. If you're reading this, if you ever see the library, don't go in. Don't take the card. Don't touch the book with your name, because once it knows you, it never forgets. The door with no room. When I moved into my new apartment, I noticed the door on the far wall of my bedroom immediately. It wasn't on the tour, wasn't in the floor plan, and when I asked the landlord about it, he frowned. That door doesn't open, he said flatly. It's sealed. Been that way since the 80s. Just ignore it. But it didn't look sealed. The handle was old brass, tarnished but intact. The door itself was plain white, like every other one in the unit. No marks, no warning signs, just a bit of scuffed paint near the bottom, like something had scratched it from the inside. Still, I didn't mess with it. Not at first. For the first week, everything was fine. Quiet building, nice neighbors. The walls were thin, but nothing unbearable. The bedroom was cozy, and aside from the occasional weird creak from that corner, it felt normal. Until the second Friday. I came home from work to find the door slightly open. Just an inch. Just enough to see blackness beyond. I stared at it from across the room for a long time. Had I bumped it? Could it even open? I approached slowly, heart thudding in my ears. I pushed it shut. It clicked. I turned the lock. But that night, I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the door, and around 2:33 a.m. I heard something behind it. Not loud, not violent, just a soft, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Then a voice, muffled like it was speaking through cotton. Are you there? I didn't answer. I couldn't. I pulled the covers over my head like a child and waited until dawn. The next morning, I examined the door again. There was no draft, no gap beneath. When I turned the knob, it didn't move. It was like the night before had never happened. But every night after that, the knocking returned. Always at the same time, always followed by that same voice. Are you there? It never said anything else, never got louder, just the knock, just the whisper. By the fifth night, I started answering. Who are you? I whispered back, standing just inches from the wood. No response. I asked again the next night, and this time, the voice whispered, I was like you once. The next night, I'm not supposed to be here. And then you let me in. I stopped answering, but the door kept opening, just a crack each night, wider and wider. Soon I could see inside, but there wasn't anything to see. It wasn't a room. It wasn't even darkness. It was absence. No depth, no light, no shape. Like staring into a missing part of the world. I shoved furniture in front of it. The next morning, the door was closed, the furniture untouched. But deep gouges had appeared in the wood, long, ragged scratches as if from broken nails. And the knob was warm, like someone had held it tightly all night. I asked the neighbor across the hall if she'd ever noticed anything strange. She just stared at me. "You hear it now?" she said quietly. I nodded. She stepped back into her apartment and closed the door. No one else would speak to me about it. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. All I could think about was the door. One night, I woke to find it fully open, the blackness beyond it, alive. It pulsed, shifted, like breathing fog, and something moved inside. A shape, tall, slender, crooked at the joints. It didn't step through, it only stared, and I stared back. Then it whispered, "Now you're part of it." I tried to move. I couldn't. Tried to scream. Nothing. The shape bent forward, impossibly, its face inches from mine. I couldn't see it, only the feeling of a face. Cold air, pressure, hunger. Then, like a string snapping, the lights came on. Morning. The door was shut again. But my hand, my right hand, was black from the wrist down, like it had been dipped in ink. I scrubbed until my skin turned raw. It didn't come off. That night, I tried to leave. I packed a bag, called a rideshare, booked a hotel. But when I got into the car, the driver turned slowly and said, "Room's waiting." His face was blank, pale, wet. I jumped out, ran back up to the apartment, slammed the door behind me. The door was open, wider than ever. The shape was gone, but I could hear it in the walls now, in the plumbing, in the hum of the refrigerator. Breathing, waiting, waiting. Tonight is different. Tonight I can feel it behind me even now as I write this. The apartment doesn't feel like it exists anymore. The lights flicker in patterns. My reflection doesn't always move with me. And the door? It's closed now, but something is knocking again, softly, rhythmically, from inside the room. Tap, tap, tap. The voices in apartment 4D, they told me the unit was vacant, had been for months. The guy before me skipped town in the middle of the night, left everything behind. Furniture, dishes, even a half-used bar of soap still clinging to the sink. I should have asked more questions, but I needed a place, badly. Cheap rent in a decent neighborhood? I wasn't going to complain. Besides, the apartment seemed fine at first. A little dusty, a little stale, but nothing some open windows and a scented candle couldn't fix. The first night I heard the voices. They started at 1:11 a.m., a soft murmuring in the walls, too muffled to understand, too clear to ignore. It sounded like a conversation. Two people, maybe three, calm, quiet, like they were trying not to wake anyone. I pressed my ear to the wall. Nothing. The voices would only come when I was still, when the room was completely silent. Then, just before 1:30, they stopped. I told myself it was the neighbors, thin walls, old building. The second night, I heard them again, but this time they were louder and closer. I sat up in bed and realized the voices weren't coming from the walls at all. They were coming from inside the apartment, from the living room. I crept out of bed, heart pounding, every board beneath my feet groaning like it knew something I didn't. I peered around the corner. No one there, just the couch. The flickering streetlight through the blinds, my half-finished glass of water on the table. I stood there for a full minute, holding my breath. Then I heard it again, directly behind me. A whisper. He's listening. I turned so fast I lost my balance. Nothing there. The apartment was empty. I left every light on that night. In the morning, I called the landlord. He sighed when I told him, "You're in 4D, right?" I froze. "Yeah." A pause. "Don't answer them," he said. "Answer who?" Another pause. "You'll know when they ask." Then he hung up. I didn't sleep that night. At 1:11 a.m., the voices returned, but this time they weren't murmuring. They were chanting, soft and slow. The same four words over and over, "Let us come in." I backed into the kitchen, grabbing a knife. Not that it would have helped. The air had gone cold, heavy. The lights flickered once, twice, and then the chanting stopped. Silence. Then a knock. 3 soft raps on the inside of the bedroom closet door. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The knob turned slowly, but the door stayed shut. In the morning, the closet was empty. No sign of anyone, no footprints, no open window. But on the inside of the door, scratched deep into the wood, were the words, "We see you now." I started staying out late after that. Coffee shops, all-night diners, anywhere but the apartment. But every night I came back, it was worse. I'd find the fridge open, the faucet running, all the lights off, even when I knew I'd left them on. And always, always that faint whisper, "He's listening." By the 6th night, I'd had enough. I bought sage, salt, an entire shelf of supernatural nonsense. I lined the windows, lit the candles, said the chants, played Gregorian chants off my phone, and for a moment, it worked. No voices, no knocks, just quiet. Until 1:11 a.m., the smoke from the candles twisted midair. The salt lines blew inward, the lights exploded one by one, and then I heard it, clear and sharp. "We're already inside." I ran, didn't pack, didn't lock the door. I slept in my car 3 blocks away, watching the apartment window. At 1:11 a.m., the light turned on, and someone closed the blinds. I never went back. Tried to get out of the lease, but when I called the landlord, the number had been disconnected. I went to the office in person. It was boarded up, vacant for years. I asked the neighbor across the hall, an old woman who always smelled like onions and wore the same pink slippers every day. "You mean 4D?" she said. "That place has been empty since '98. I told her I'd been living there for a week. She looked at me with pale, glassy eyes. "No, dear," she whispered. "They let you think you did." I moved out of state that weekend. New job, new apartment, no shared walls. For a while, things were fine. But a week ago, I woke up to the faintest murmur in the walls. Soft, slow, and at 1:11 a.m., I heard the closet door creak open. The disappearing floor. I moved into the building on a rainy Thursday. It was an old brick place, worn but charming, tucked between a vacant laundromat and a deli that never seemed to be open. 4 floors, 12 units total. I lived on the 2nd floor, Unit 2B, with creaky floors, yellow walls, and a window that faced a rusted fire escape. The first few nights were uneventful. Quiet, almost too quiet. No footsteps above, no voices through the walls. At one point, I even wondered if anyone else lived in the building. Then, on the 5th night, I took the stairs to check the mail and noticed something strange. There was no 3rd floor. The staircase from the 2nd floor led straight to the 4th. The sign that used to read 3 on the landing had been scratched out, and in its place, a freshly painted number 4. But I remembered it differently. When I moved in, the building manager pointed to the stairs above and said, "3rd floor's empty. No one's lived there in years." I was sure of it. I even remembered seeing the faded brass number 3 on the door across the hall when I was carrying boxes upstairs. So where had it gone? I asked the landlord. He chuckled and shook his head. "No 3rd floor here. Never was. Just 1st, 2nd, and 4th. Old buildings are weird like that." But his smile didn't reach his eyes. That night, I stood in the stairwell between floors, staring at the walls. No hidden doors, no seams in the plaster, but I felt it, like pressure, something unseen, pushing back. I climbed from the 2nd floor to the 4th again, counted the steps, 14 stairs up from the 2nd to the 4th, but when I walked from the 1st to the 2nd, there were only 8. Something didn't add up. I took measurements. I knocked on the walls, hollow, as if there was a space between the floors that wasn't supposed to be there. Later that night, around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps above me, slow, heavy, not in the 4th floor hallway, directly above my ceiling, where the 3rd floor should have been. I looked up from my bed and listened. Step, 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 then dragging, like something was being pulled. I recorded it on my phone. The audio was faint but clear, footsteps, scraping, and breathing. In the morning, I played it back for the landlord. He laughed again, but his hand trembled slightly as he handed the phone back. "Old pipes," he muttered. "You'll get used to it." That night, I didn't sleep. The sounds were louder, closer. At one point, my ceiling fan began to spin on its own, even though it wasn't turned on. Then came the whisper, a woman's voice, soft, tired. "Help me! I bolted upright. The ceiling above my bed pulsed, just once, like something had pushed down from inside. I moved my bed to the other side of the room. I started asking neighbors if they'd heard anything. Most avoided me. One guy on the fourth floor shook his head and muttered, "We don't talk about it." That same day, I found a forgotten maintenance closet off the stairwell. Locked. But the frame was warped, like something had kicked it outward. I jimmied it open with a knife and flashlight. Inside, there was a narrow service ladder tucked behind paint cans and rusted tools. It led up into darkness, into the space between the second and fourth floors. I stared at it for a long time. Then I climbed. The air grew cold fast. The flashlight beam barely pierced the darkness. The space was tight, like crawling through an old vent. At the top, a trapdoor. I pushed. It opened. I climbed into the third floor. It existed. Just wrong. Dust coated every surface. The hallway was narrow and off-kilter, the walls slightly slanted. Doors lined both sides, numbered 3A to 3D, but their paint peeled in curling ribbons. The light bulbs flickered dimly, powered by something unseen. And it was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses on your eardrums. I walked toward 3B. The door was open an inch. Inside, a room frozen in time. Old wallpaper, broken furniture, a child's toy on the floor, a radio playing static. I stepped in. The door slammed shut behind me. I turned. It was gone. Not just closed. Gone. Just wall now. No knob, no seam, no door frame. The static got louder. The room grew colder. I turned in place and saw the window. Someone stood on the fire escape outside. A woman in a white dress, long hair hanging limp and wet, her face pressed to the glass. She was mouthing something. I leaned closer. "Help me." The lights cut out. Darkness swallowed everything. I reached for my phone. Dead. The static from the radio deepened into something else. Wet breathing, slow and raspy, moving closer from behind me. I didn't look. I pressed my hand to the wall where the door had been and pushed. Nothing. I whispered, "Please." Something whispered back, "You're too late." Then the floor vanished. I woke up in bed, back in 2B. Morning light poured through the window. The ceiling fan was still spinning. My phone was on the nightstand, battery full, no missed calls, no recording. I ran to the stairwell. No sign of the closet, no ladder, and the landlord? Gone. The building manager told me there was never a guy by that name. No one had lived in 3B for decades. "There is no third floor," he said firmly. "But I was there," I whispered. He stared at me a long time, then said, "That floor only appears for the ones it remembers." I moved out that day, but sometimes when I walk past the old building, I see a woman on the third-story fire escape, staring down, waiting. And now, every night at 2 a.m., I hear footsteps above me, wherever I go. The whistle in the woods. Everyone in Dunridge knows you don't go into the woods after dark. It's not superstition. It's not ghost stories whispered at slumber parties or warnings from old paranoid farmers. It's survival. The rule is simple. When you hear the whistle, you go inside. You don't check the window. You don't open the door. You don't whistle back. Just turn off the lights and wait. I used to think it was nonsense. My family moved here from the city 2 months ago. My dad transferred for work, and the old house near the edge of the forest was cheap. Too cheap. We thought we'd gotten lucky. On our first day, the neighbors brought us casseroles and awkward smiles. They were polite but distant. Everyone said the same thing before they left. "Just remember, if you hear the whistle, stay inside." I laughed about it later with my little brother, Jake. He was 9, a fearless little idiot who loved flashlights and ghost stories. The idea of some forest ghoul whistling in the dark thrilled him. "Maybe it's Bigfoot," he said with a grin. "Or a forest ghost, or a whistling werewolf." We joked, we mocked, we forgot, until the first night it happened. It was just after 2 a.m., I woke up thirsty and went to the kitchen. As I passed the window above the sink, I heard it. A single clear whistle. It cut through the trees like a knife, low and slow, like someone trying to get a dog's attention. My skin went cold. I stood frozen, the glass of water halfway to my lips. Another whistle, closer this time. Then silence. I turned off the kitchen light, crept to the living room. Jake stood there already. He'd heard it too. His eyes were wide, his mouth a thin line. Neither of us said a word. We waited. Nothing else came. The next morning, I asked our neighbor, Mrs. Eldon, about it. She paled. Told me the same thing everyone else had. You hear the whistle, you go inside. But what is it? I asked. She looked toward the woods. Something that remembers who listens. That night I didn't sleep. The whistle came again at exactly 2:03 a.m., closer, longer. It echoed through the trees and rattled something in my bones. Jake wanted to look outside. I stopped him. We stayed in the dark. It left eventually. The next day, there were footprints in the grass behind our house. Not boot prints, not bare feet, long, narrow imprints like hooves, but wrong. As if whatever made them walked upright, they led from the forest to our back door and back again. Jake started asking questions. I told him to drop it. This wasn't a game. This wasn't one of his monster books or late-night YouTube videos. Something was out there, and it knew we were here. But Jake, he was 9. And 9-year-olds don't listen. That night, I woke to the sound of the back door creaking open, then the whistle. Inside the house. I ran down the stairs, my heart trying to climb out of my throat. Jake stood in the kitchen, the door wide open, moonlight pooling at his feet. He was whistling. Just once. Just softly. I grabbed him, pulled him back inside, slammed the door shut. He looked up at me, confused. "I thought it wanted a friend," he said. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. But I locked every door and window in the house. We didn't sleep. The next day, Jake was quiet. He wouldn't eat, wouldn't talk. That night, the whistling started early. 1:57 a.m. It came in 3 bursts. One far away, one closer, one just outside the window. Jake was gone from his bed. I found him in the hallway, his hand pressed to the wall, head tilted like he was listening to a song only he could hear. I called his name. He didn't move, only whispered, "It's so lonely." I pulled him back to bed, held his hand until morning. The next day, he smiled at breakfast, told me he didn't remember anything. But his eyes were wrong. Too wide, too calm, like glass. I told my parents. They said it was just sleepwalking, stress, adjustment. But I knew. Whatever was in the woods, whatever whistled in the dark, it had noticed him. It had touched something inside him. I tried researching. Dunridge wasn't online much. No articles, no forums, no mentions. But I found a single old message board post from 2009. One sentence. "If you hear the whistle, don't answer. It learns your name when you do." I unplugged everything that night, sat by Jake's door with a baseball bat. The whistle came again. 2:03 a.m., low, long, familiar. Jake stood up in bed, walked to the window. I yelled his name. He turned and smiled, but it wasn't his smile. It stretched too wide. The corners cracked. His eyes were pitch black. He opened the window. I ran and slammed it shut just as a shape lunged from the trees. Tall, stretched, faceless. Jake screamed, a sound not made by any child. Then he collapsed. When he woke up, he was crying, sobbing. "I didn't mean to whistle," he said. "It made me." We moved the next day, left Dunridge behind. The house sits empty now. But sometimes at night, I swear I hear it again, that low, lonely whistle, calling, waiting, and I wonder how long it will take for it to find us again. The man in the yellow raincoat. When I was 9 years old, I saw a man standing at the end of our driveway. It was raining hard, and he wasn't holding an umbrella, just standing there, motionless, facing the house. His yellow raincoat was too bright, almost glowing in the storm. Hood pulled low so I couldn't see his face. I called for my mom. When she came to the window, he was gone. She said I imagined it. I believed her. For a while. The second time I saw him, I was 13. A thunderstorm had knocked out the power, and I was sitting at the kitchen table, reading by candlelight. I looked up, and he was there again, across the street this time. Same coat, same stance. Perfectly still. My dad went outside with a flashlight, found nothing but muddy footprints leading into the woods behind our house. After that, I started dreaming about him. In the dreams, I'd be walking through an unfamiliar neighborhood at dusk. The sky would be orange, the wind sharp. I'd pass empty swings and silent porches, and then I'd see him at the corner of my vision, always far away, always watching. In every dream, I'd try to ignore him. And in every dream, I'd hear footsteps behind me soon after. By the time I was 17, I convinced myself he was just a recurring nightmare, something my mind conjured to explain growing up, moving on, fear of change, whatever therapists say. Then, senior year, during a field trip, I saw him again. We were touring an old mining town converted into a museum. The rain started suddenly while we were walking through one of the preserved houses. I looked out the fogged window, and there he was, standing at the tree line, yellow coat slick with rain. Closer this time. I couldn't move. He raised his hand. Not a wave. A slow gesture, palm up, fingers curling in. Come here. I ran outside. There was nothing there. No footprints, no man, just the trees and the rain. That night, I didn't sleep. When I closed my eyes, all I could see was that hand, beckoning. After graduation, I left for college on the other side of the country. I told myself distance would fix it. It didn't. The dreams got worse. Sometimes I'd wake up with wet footprints on my dorm floor. Sometimes I'd hear dripping in the hallway, but the pipes would be dry. Once I saw him on the subway platform, standing on the far side of the tracks, his hood turned toward me. No one else seemed to notice him. When I blinked, he was gone. I stopped telling people. They didn't understand. Thought it was stress, or sleep paralysis, or unresolved trauma. I stopped sleeping altogether. Eventually, I moved off campus. Cheap apartment, 1 bedroom, no windows facing the street. But the night I moved in, I found a yellow slicker hanging on the back of my closet door. I burned it. It didn't help. The night he finally spoke to me, it was raining again. I'd just gotten home from work, soaked to the bone. The elevator in my building was broken, so I took the stairs. On the landing between the 2nd and 3rd floors, I slipped, caught myself on the railing, looked up. He was standing at the top of the stairs, closed now, so close. For the first time I saw his face. It was mine, older, wetter, eyes sunken, lips cracked, skin the color of cold meat. He leaned forward and whispered, "It's time." I ran. I didn't stop until I was on the street, sat barefoot in the rain, screaming. No one helped me. I checked into a motel that night, slept with the lights on. In the morning, my phone had a new wallpaper. A photo of me, sleeping, and behind me, through the motel curtain, just barely visible, a sliver of yellow. I moved again, tried to disappear, different state, changed my name, no social media, no paper trail, it didn't matter. He still found me, always when it rains. Always in the reflection of bus windows or the puddle near the curb. He doesn't speak anymore. He doesn't have to. Because I know what he wants. I think I've known all along. He's not a ghost. He's not a stalker or a memory. He's me. A version of me from somewhere else. Somewhere colder, wetter, deeper. And every time I see him, he's closer. Every time I look away, he takes a step. Now tonight, the rain hasn't stopped, and I've stopped running. I'm back in my childhood home, sitting at the kitchen table, candlelight flickering. There's a knock at the door, slow, soft. I already know who it is. I think I always did. And when I open it, I think I'll understand everything. Static in apartment 4C. It started with the radio. I'd just moved into a tiny, crumbling apartment in the city. Apartment 4C, top floor, no elevator, cracked walls, and a draft that made every night feel like November. But it was cheap, and I was broke. The place came with a few leftover furnishings, a stained armchair, a dusty bookshelf, and an old analog radio sitting on the windowsill. It didn't work at first, just static, no matter the station. I kept it for decoration. Then one night, around 2:30 a.m., it turned on by itself, just static at first. Then a voice, quiet, almost drowned beneath the fuzz. "Don't look out the window." I sat up in bed, heart thudding. Had I imagined it? The voice came again, clearer this time, still hidden under the hiss. "It's right outside." I crossed the room slowly and unplugged the radio. It kept playing. "Don't blink." Then it cut off. Total silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, I asked the building manager if the radio might be picking up interference, maybe from a nearby taxi dispatch or construction crew's walkie-talkies. He just laughed. "You're in 4C?" he said, suddenly serious. I nodded. He sucked on his teeth and looked away. "Strange stuff in that unit. Tenants don't last. Most don't make it past a month." I pressed him. "Why?" But he just walked off. That night, the radio was silent again. I thought maybe it was over. I even joked about it to myself as I got ready for bed. Then, around 3 a.m., the room went cold. Not normal cold, wrong cold. Like the kind of cold you feel in your bones, not your skin. My breath fogged the air and the tiny window frosted over from the inside. Then came the static. The radio wasn't plugged in, but it buzzed to life, louder than before. "Don't turn around," I froze. "It's behind you." I didn't move. "Run." I bolted. Out the door, down the stairs, into the street, barefoot in my pajamas. I didn't go back until morning. When I did, everything looked normal. The frost was gone. The radio was off. But there were wet footprints on the wooden floor, leading from my bed to the wall behind the radio. No one else had a key. I threw the radio away, smashed it in the dumpster with a hammer. The next night, I heard the static again. No radio in the room. It came from the walls. "You're already marked." The voice was deeper now, slower. "Closer, we see you." I left that night and got a hotel. Didn't tell anyone why. But wherever I went, the static followed. The voice found me in car speakers and Bluetooth earbuds and white noise machines. You let it in. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. And then I noticed the eyes, in mirrors, in windows, in puddles on the sidewalk. Reflections where I should be alone. Someone else looking back, always smiling, never blinking. I saw a priest, a psychic, a therapist. None of them helped. The priest wouldn't even go near me. The psychic screamed before I said a word. The therapist just told me to check into a hospital. But the voice wouldn't stop, and neither did the static. It grew louder every night, and more things started to move. Doors creaking open, lights flickering, shadows crossing the room while I sat frozen in the corner. I found claw marks on my ceiling, nails under my pillow. Then, last night, I got a knock at the door. I shouldn't have answered, but I did. There was no one there. Just the old radio, sitting on the floor. Pristine, like it had never been broken. It clicked on, let us in. I slammed the door and ran to the bathroom, locked it, turned on the sink to drown out the sound. But the faucet poured black water, and the mirror showed something standing behind me, tall, smiling, static screaming from its mouth. Now I'm writing this from inside my closet. Lights off, door locked. It's quiet for now, but I know it's not over because the radio just turned on again. And it's not speaking anymore. It's laughing. The fog only comes for one. I was halfway through my shift at the gas station when the fog rolled in. Thick, yellow-gray, unnatural. It came fast, swallowing the road, the trees, even the glow of the overhead lights. 1 second, I could see the pumps in the edge of the forest across the street. The next, it was all gone, like someone draped a wet woolen blanket over the world. We get fog sometimes, sure, but not like this. Not this dense, not this quiet. Everything felt muted. No sound from the road, no crickets, no wind. Just me and the humming of the fridge behind the counter. I stepped outside and called out, thinking maybe a car had pulled in and I just hadn't seen it. Hello? No answer. The fog swallowed my voice. I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. That's when the bell above the store's door jingled behind me. I spun around. No one was there. But the door was open. I stepped back inside, heart ticking faster. Locked the door. That's when I noticed it. The cameras were all out. Static on every monitor behind the register, and my phone had no signal. I stood still for a long minute. Then the lights flickered. Just once, then again, and then I saw it. A shape, pressed against the glass of the front door. Tall, thin, wrong. It wasn't a face, not exactly. But there were features, indents where eyes should be. A long slit where a mouth might have formed. It wasn't looking through the glass, it was feeling it, pushing against it like the fog had birthed it, and it didn't quite know what form to take. I stepped back. The shape didn't move. It was like it couldn't see me, yet. Then it started to tap. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the glass. Tap! 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 I backed into the storeroom, locked the inner door, and turned off the light. I didn't know what I was hiding from, only that every instinct in my body was screaming that I should. In the dark, I heard the front door open. Slowly, hinges groaning. No footsteps, just silence. Then something brushing against the shelves. Something wet. The security system didn't trigger. The fog must have jammed it, or maybe the thing wasn't human enough to set it off. I sat on the floor, shaking, holding my breath. Then my walkie crackled to life. The one that only connected to the other clerk, Dave, who worked the night shift at the next station 12 miles down the road. "Tyler," he said, voice shaking, "is it foggy there?" I grabbed the walkie, whispering, "Yes. Stay inside, Dave. Lock everything." "I tried," he said, "but something came in. It's not moving, just standing near the cooler, smiling, smiling." I didn't say anything. Then Dave said something that made my blood freeze. It said your name. What? It whispered it. Tyler, over and over. That's when I knew. The fog didn't come for everyone. It came for someone, one person, each time. And tonight, it had come for me. Dave screamed. The walkie went silent. I didn't move, didn't breathe, sat in that pitch-black storeroom until the silence outside became unbearable. Then I heard it, a whisper, from behind the shelves. Tyler. I bolted, out the back door into the choking fog. I couldn't see anything. Not the trees, not the road, not even my hands, but I ran. Branches scraped my arms. The fog filled my lungs like smoke. Every few feet I swore I heard it behind me. Breathing, dragging, whispering. Tyler. I ran until I hit pavement, a road, somewhere. Then I saw lights, headlights, cutting through the fog. I ran into the middle of the road, waving. A truck swerved, horn blaring, and stopped inches from me. The driver jumped out, shouting. I fell to my knees, crying. He didn't see anything in the fog. Said the whole way from the south had been clear until the curve just before the station. I looked behind me. The fog was already receding, drawing back like it was never there. The gas station, gone. Just empty forest and cracked road. The trucker took me to the sheriff's office. They sent a car to check the station. They didn't find it. No building. No sign it had ever existed. Just trees. I showed them pictures from my phone, photos I'd taken last week of the storefront, of me and Dave behind the counter. All gone. Replaced with black static images. Corrupted files. And Dave? No one had heard of him. The other gas station? Burned down 15 years ago. I don't know how long I have. But I know this. The fog still comes, and it only comes for one person. Each time. If you ever see it rolling in, don't speak your name, don't answer the knock, and whatever you do, don't let it smile. The caller on line 7. I used to work nights at a 24-hour call center. We handled everything. Tech support, billing, even emergency customer assistance. Most of the calls were mundane. People yelling about their routers or confused about bank statements. I'd put on my headset, sip burnt coffee, and wait for the next ding. We had a rule, never answer line 7. It was an old rotary line, a leftover from some outdated phone system they never disconnected. There was no cable running to it, no light, no record of it in the software, but sometimes rarely it would ring. Once. Then twice. Always at exactly 3:33 a.m. And if someone answered it, they didn't last long. I thought it was just a scare tactic for new hires, some kind of ghost story passed down between shifts. Don't answer line 7. She doesn't like it when you interrupt her. Stuff like that. I laughed it off. We all did, until it rang during my shift. It was my 3rd week. A storm had knocked out half the local grid, so the phones were dead quiet. Just the buzz of the fluorescent lights and the soft clack of keyboards from the few other night staff. Then I heard it. Ring? A sound out of place. Heavier. Hollow. I turned to my left. Line 7. The old rotary phone on the far desk was vibrating gently as if struggling against gravity. 1 ring. 2. I looked around. The others stared at their screens, eyes wide, pretending not to notice. 3 rings. Then silence. Nobody moved. Not for a long time. After that night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why even keep a phone with no connection? Why not unplug it? Destroy it? When I asked the shift lead, Maria, she got quiet, pale. It's not connected to anything, she said. Not here, anyway. What's that supposed to mean? She looked at me like she wanted to say more, but she didn't. So the next time it rang, I answered. It was the 3rd Friday of the month, dead quiet. The air had that pressure to it, like a thunderstorm that never came. At 3:33 a.m., the phone rang. Ring! My coworkers looked away. Ring. I stood and crossed the room. Ring. I picked up the receiver. There was no sound at first, just a low hum like something vibrating beneath the ocean. Then I heard breathing. Shallow, close, followed by a voice, childlike, wrong. Hello? It said. Can you see me? I felt something tug behind my eyes, like my vision had dimmed a little. No, I whispered. Good, it said. Then the line went dead. I put the receiver down and walked back to my desk. My hands were shaking. The room felt colder. Nobody said a word. I didn't sleep that day. Over the weekend, I started seeing things in reflections. Flickers of movement. Someone standing just behind me in the mirror. In store windows, in puddles. Always smiling, never blinking. I stopped going out at night. I stopped answering my own phone. I threw away every mirror in my apartment. Still, I'd hear that voice. On the radio. Whispering from the vents. Can you see me? Then on Monday night, line 7 rang again. Only this time it didn't stop. It rang and rang, longer than it should have been able to, the bell echoing across the call center like a heartbeat. I refused to answer, but Maria didn't. She screamed the moment she picked it up. A sound I've never heard from another human, pure terror, raw and gurgling. She dropped the phone, fell to the floor, and started crawling backwards. Then she just stopped, eyes wide. Blood trickled from her nose. She never moved again. The company said it was an aneurysm. We knew better. After that, they removed the rotary phone, cut the whole desk out, and replaced the carpet. But I can still hear it. At exactly 3:33 a.m., no matter where I am. Ring. Always 3 times, then silence, and later, the voice. Whispering from the dark, "You answered. Now it's your turn." I don't know what turn means, but I haven't slept in days. And tonight, there's no one else here, no one left to take the call. Line 7 is ringing again, and it's not going to stop. Room for rent. I was desperate when I found the ad. Room for rent, furnished, cheap, no deposit, no questions. It was handwritten, taped to a streetlight on my walk home from a night shift. I ripped off the tab and called immediately. A man answered on the first ring. "You can move in tonight," he said. That should have been the first red flag. But I was couch surfing, broke and out of options, so I took it. The house was old, Victorian maybe, faded red siding, crooked shutters. It sat alone at the end of a long, overgrown street. The kind of place you see in horror films, but convince yourself will be fine because rent is only $200 a month. The man who met me at the door was tall, thin, and pale. His smile didn't touch his eyes. "You'll have the room at the top of the stairs," he said. "Keep the door shut at night, always." "Why?" I asked, half joking. He just looked at me. "Some things are polite if you are." I laughed nervously. He didn't. There were other tenants, he said, but I never saw them. Sometimes I'd hear soft footsteps above me or hushed whispers from the floor below. But the house was massive. Maybe it was just old pipes and shifting floorboards. The room itself was plain. A bed, a desk, a tall mirror that looked like it hadn't been moved in decades. The walls were an odd yellow, the color of forgotten things. That first night, I followed the landlord's advice. I shut the door. I wish I hadn't. Because sometime around 2 a.m., I heard scratching. Faint at first, then more insistent. It wasn't coming from outside the room. It was coming from inside the walls. I sat up, heart pounding, ears straining in the dark. Then I heard the voice, a whisper. "Let me out." I froze. The scratching stopped, and then knock, knock, knock. 3 soft knocks from inside the wall behind the mirror. I didn't sleep. The next morning, the landlord was in the kitchen, sipping tea that smelled like rust. I tried to bring it up casually. "Hey, weird question. Is there like anything living in the walls?" He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "You closed your door, right?" I nodded. "Then it can't touch you." That night, I shoved a chair under the doorknob just in case. The scratching started again, this time louder. "Please," the voice whispered. "It's so cold." I covered my ears. Eventually it stopped. But the next morning, the mirror was cracked, just one long fracture down the center, like something had pressed too hard from behind. I asked the landlord if I could get rid of it. "No," he said, "it's not yours." "Who does it belong to?" He didn't answer. He didn't. By the 4th night, I noticed changes in the room. Things moved while I slept. My shoes weren't where I left them. The window was unlocked, even though I never touched it. And the mirror. Each night, the crack got wider. And something started to appear behind the glass. A shape, like a figure hunched just behind the reflection, barely visible in the shadows. Watching. Waiting. On the 5th night, the voice was louder. "You're not like the other," whispered. "You see me. I know you do." I didn't answer. Its crack in the mirror pulsed. I stayed up until dawn. When I finally slept, I dreamed I was inside the mirror on the other side, watching myself sleep, smiling. But my reflection never blinked, never breathed. When I woke, the chair was across the room and my bedroom door was open. I ran, told the landlord I was leaving. He didn't argue, just nodded and handed me a small envelope. Inside was a photo of me standing in the hallway outside my room, taken from behind. "Who took this?" I asked. He said nothing. I didn't go back upstairs. I packed what little I had and left without another word. But that night, in the motel across town, I woke up around 2 a.m. The mirror in the bathroom was cracked, just one long fracture. And in the silence, I heard a voice whisper, "Thank you for letting me out." The yellow door. When I was 12, my family moved into a crooked farmhouse on the edge of town. It had been abandoned for decades, the kind of place people whispered about, but never really explained. My parents got it cheap, a fixer-upper with history, they said. They didn't ask why it had no previous owners listed. Didn't ask why every room had been repainted except one. The room with the yellow door. It was in the upstairs hallway at the far end opposite my bedroom. A pale, mustard yellow. No handle, no hinges, just a flat slab of painted wood embedded in the wall as if someone had drawn a door and forgotten to finish it. I asked my mom what was behind it. Just the attic, she said. Nothing up there but dust. But the house creaked differently near that door, the kind of creak that seemed to respond to footsteps. It had a pressure to it, like the air bent inward when you got too close. On our first night, I woke to scratching. It came from the other side of the yellow door, faint at first, like something dragging nails down wood. I pulled the covers over my head and told myself it was just the house settling, but the scratching came every night. Always at 3 a.m. After a week, I stopped sleeping. One night, I got brave, stood in the hallway with a flashlight and pressed my ear to the yellow door. No sound. Then, just as I turned to go back to bed, I heard it. A knock. Soft. Slow. From the other side. Then a whisper, low and trembling. "Are you still there?" I ran. I didn't tell my parents. They wouldn't have believed me. But I started marking each night on a calendar. Every time I heard the scratching or the knock, I drew a red X. Within a month, the entire page was red. Then came the voice. It started whispering to me when I was alone. In the bathroom, in the backyard, in my dreams. "Let me out. Please, I'm so cold." "Shh. You're the only one who hears me." I started covering the yellow door with blankets, chairs, anything I could push against it. But no matter what I did, the next morning, everything would be neatly put aside, door perfectly visible again. One morning, I found a drawing taped to my bedroom wall. It was me, standing in front of the yellow door. The figure behind me was wrong. Too tall, too thin, with arms that reached the floor. Its face was blank except for a jagged black smile. I didn't draw it. My parents said it was probably a prank. But the next day, another drawing appeared. This time the figure's hand was on my shoulder. By now I was sleeping with the light on and my door locked. On the 47th night, the voice changed. It wasn't begging anymore. It was angry. "You think you're safe. You locked your door. Doors don't stop me." That night, the yellow door cracked open, just a sliver. Enough to see darkness behind it. No attic, no wood beams, just a black void that seemed to breathe. I slammed my bedroom door and didn't open it again until morning. When I finally got the courage to look, the yellow door was sealed again. No crack. But there was something new. A single handprint, long fingers, pressed into the paint like it had melted the wood. I showed my mom. She blamed me, said I was going stir-crazy, that I needed to spend less time alone. She booked me a weekend with my aunt across town. I packed my bags that night. I planned to leave in the morning. But at 3 a.m. I woke to find my door wide open. So was the yellow door. And something was standing in the hallway. It didn't move, didn't speak, just watched me. Its body looked like it had been stitched together from shadows. Too many limbs, joints, bending the wrong way, face tilted at an impossible angle. Its mouth opened, but the sound that came out wasn't a voice. It was my own. "You still there? Are you still there?" I screamed. The lights exploded. The hallway went dark. I don't remember what happened next. I woke up in the hospital. My parents told me they found me in the hallway, unconscious. No sign of intruders, no evidence the yellow door had ever been opened. I didn't speak for 3 days. When I returned home, the door was gone, repainted, seamless, like it had never been there. But I still hear the scratching, still hear the voice, and sometimes, in the corners of mirrors or the flicker of a turned-off screen, I see the shape, still watching, still smiling, still waiting behind the yellow door. The clock tower at Whistler's Hollow. They told us never to go near the clock tower. It had loomed over Whistler's Hollow for as long as anyone could remember. Its iron hands rusted still at midnight, its bell long silent. No one maintained it, yet it never crumbled. Trees grew thick and wild around it, but the ivy never climbed the stone. It simply stood there, watching. People said it rang once a year, only once, on the last night of October, and only when it was ready. When I was a kid, it was the dare of every group. Sneak into the tower grounds on Halloween night and and touch the door. Just the door. No one ever opened it. No one ever could. But it was tradition, a rite of fear. So when our group of 4, me, Sam, Eli, and Jess, turned 16, we made our plans. Flashlights, hoodies, a thermos of stolen whiskey. The perfect Halloween. We snuck out just after 11. The fog was heavy, rolling through the trees like smoke. The air felt wrong, quiet in a way that felt deliberate, like something was holding its breath. The forest path led us there in 30 minutes, but it felt longer. Each step crunching leaves beneath our feet echoed like thunder. Then, there it was. The tower. Its silhouette loomed above the trees like a monument to forgotten gods. The stone was black with age. The massive wooden door, arched, iron-bound, and warped with time, stood just beyond a rusted gate. No windows. No visible way inside. Sam laughed first, nervous. So who's gonna touch it? Jess goes first, Eli said. She's the brave one. Jess rolled her eyes and stepped through the gate. The second her hand touched the door, the clock chimed. Once. Loud and low, like a groan from the earth itself. We froze. The air changed. It became heavier, denser. The fog seemed to cling tighter. Jess backed away. That wasn't funny. We didn't do anything, I said. No one's inside. Then the door opened. By itself. Slowly. Just a few inches. Enough to show blackness beyond. No sound came from it. Just a chill that rolled out like breath from a corpse. Okay, screw this, Eli said. Let's go. But Sam stepped forward. Wait, he whispered. What if this is it? The one night it opens, we could be the first to see inside. We could be the first to vanish, Jess snapped. But it was too late. Sam had already stepped through. The moment he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut. We screamed, pounded on the wood. No answer, no sound. Then the door creaked again and opened. Sam stood there, but he looked wrong. His eyes were wide, unblinking. His skin had taken on a pale grayish tone like wax. Sam? Jess whispered. He smiled. It's beautiful in there, he said. You should see it. I took a step back. Come on, he said. Don't you want to hear the ticking? Eli pulled at my sleeve. We're leaving, now. But Jess hesitated. She stared at Sam, at the way he stood too still, the way his chest didn't rise and fall. There's no sound, she whispered. You're not breathing. Sam tilted his head. I don't need to. Then something pulled him back into the darkness. The door slammed again. This time it didn't open. We ran. The forest seemed longer than before. The trees shifted. The air warped. But eventually we stumbled back into town, panting and shaking. No one believed us. Sam was listed as a runaway. His parents moved within the year, but we knew. That tower took him, and it changed him. We stopped speaking after that. The bond we shared shattered by fear. I moved to the city. Jess dropped off the grid. Eli never left town, but he never went near the woods again. 10 years passed, but this year on Halloween night I got a letter. No return address, no stamp, just 4 words written in Sam's handwriting. It's your turn now. I didn't sleep. I called Eli. No answer. I called Jess. The number was disconnected. I drove back to Whistler's Hollow that same day. The town hadn't changed, still small, still gray, still haunted. That night I walked the forest path again, alone. The fog was waiting for me. So was the tower. Its door was open, no sound, just a black mouth inviting me in. I didn't want to go, but my legs moved anyway. As I stepped inside, everything went quiet. No wind, no heartbeats, no breath. Just a ticking sound, slow and steady, coming from everywhere at once. I turned to leave. The door was gone, only stone walls now. And ahead of me in the darkness, I saw them. Figures, standing still, hundreds of them, all watching, all smiling. Sam was among them. So were Jess and Eli. Their eyes were empty, their faces cracked like porcelain. They raised their arms in unison and pointed at me. The ticking stopped, and the bell above rang once more, loud enough to split the sky. I write this now on the back of this page, hoping someone finds it. Because the tower is open again, and it's always looking for its next chime. The girl in the drain. When I was 11, I saw a girl staring up at me from the storm drain in front of our house. It was summer. Hot. My bike had a flat, and I was sulking on the curb, poking gravel with a stick. The drain cover was rusted and crooked, its slats wide enough to see through. Normally, there was only darkness below, black water and the occasional rat. But that day, there were eyes. 2 of them, pale and glassy, set in a dirt-smeared face. A girl, maybe my age, crouched just below the surface, her lips barely moving. "Help me," she whispered. I screamed and ran inside. My mom came out and checked the drain. Nothing. No girl, just stale water and weeds. You've been reading too many ghost stories, she said, tussling my hair. But that night I couldn't sleep, because just before midnight I heard a voice, faint from beneath the floorboards. Still here. The next morning, the drain was full of water. But there were handprints on the curb, muddy and small. I avoided the front of the house after that. Took the long way around to school. Kept my eyes up when I passed the gutters. But some days I'd feel it, like something was following beneath me, crawling through the drainage system, whispering my name through the grates. Kids in the neighborhood started to disappear, one by one. Each time there was a search, cops, flyers, candlelight vigils, and each time nothing turned up. No sign of struggle, no footprints, just gone. Then it rained, hard. The storm lasted 2 days, flash flooding, trees down. I was home alone, staring out the window at the water rushing down the street. And then I saw her again, standing in the middle of the road, barefoot, soaked to the bone. The girl from the drain. She raised her hand and pointed at the house, at me. I backed away from the window. The lights flickered. The basement door creaked open by itself. Water trickled up through the floor drain. I heard footsteps, soft and wet, climbing the stairs. I locked myself in the bathroom. For hours, I heard nothing. Then a knock on the bathroom door. Tap, tap, tap. Then her voice. Let me in. It's so dark down there. I didn't move. I didn't speak. Eventually, the water receded. The next morning, the power was back. The door was still locked. But on the bathroom mirror, written in grime, were 3 words. You saw me. I tried to tell my parents. They said I needed help, therapy, medication. I tried. But the dreams didn't stop. In them, I'm crawling through pipes, filthy, tight tunnels that twist like veins. Something always follows. Close behind, breathing down my neck, and the girl's voice echoing through the rusted dark, we live beneath. I moved away when I turned 18. Different town, different roads, but I never forgot. I avoided drains. I never walked near gutters or grates. I lived in high-rise apartments and never rented anything with a basement. It worked for a while, until last week. It rained, and when I stepped off the bus, I passed a storm drain. A whisper floated up. Still here. I didn't look, but that night, there was water in my hallway. No plumbing issues, no leaks, just a puddle stretching from the front door to the foot of my bed, and muddy footprints. Small ones. I boarded up the drain outside the building myself. Poured bleach down it, tried to forget, but yesterday a girl from my complex disappeared. 12 years old, no trace. And this morning, taped to my door was a wet piece of paper. Scrawled in brown ink or blood were the words, "She came out for you." I'm writing this from a motel 2 towns over. No drains in the room, no basement, just silence, but I can still hear the water, still hear her voice through the pipes. Let me in. It's your turn. The girl in the drain never wanted rescue. She wanted company. And I think she's done waiting. Thanks for watching. If you're still here, maybe check the nearest drain, just to be safe. Don't forget to subscribe and let us know where and when you're watching from. We'll be listening. Beneath the floorboards. Welcome back, Night Dwellers. Before we begin, make sure you're somewhere quiet, somewhere dark, and somewhere safe. Hit subscribe and let us know where and when you're watching from. The reflection room. It was never meant to be a bedroom. The room at the end of the hall in my grandmother's house was used for storage. A dusty, narrow space with warped floorboards, slanted ceilings, and one tall, full-length mirror bolted to the wall. No one knew who had installed the mirror or why it couldn't be removed, not even my grandmother. "I don't look in it," she once told me, eyes low. Not since I was a girl. When she passed, the house came to me. In her will, she left only one instruction: do not sleep in the reflection room. But I didn't have a choice. My apartment lease had ended, I was out of money, and her house was free. Every other room was torn apart by mold or rot. Only the reflection room was still intact. So I moved in, just for a while. That first night, I stayed away from the mirror. Covered it with a sheet. Told myself it was just a mirror, that I didn't believe in ghosts or curses or whispered family superstitions. Still, I slept poorly. The air was colder than the rest of the house. Damp, even with no leaks. The dreams came fast, blurry images of things moving just behind me, fingers tapping glass, smiles that didn't stop. I chalked it up to stress. On the second night, The sheet was gone, folded neatly at the foot of my bed. The mirror was uncovered, clear and spotless. My reflection stared back, pale and tired. But something was off. It was too still, too sharp. When I raised my hand to touch my face, the reflection hesitated, just for a second. I blinked. It moved with me again. I left the room, slept on the living room couch. The next morning, the door to the reflection room was wide open, even though I'd shut it. My suitcase was back inside. So were my clothes. And the mirror? There were smudges on the glass, handprints, from the inside. I told myself to leave, to pack up and go, but something always stopped me. The pull of obligation. The idea that it was just a dream, that I had nowhere else to go. By the end of the week, I was sleeping in the room again. And each night, the dreams got worse. One night, I dreamt I was standing in front of the mirror, but my reflection wasn't me. It wore my face, but wrong. Eyes too dark, mouth curled upward in a grin I couldn't feel. It reached forward, pressed its palm against the glass. So did I. But my fingers never touched the mirror. They passed through it, into the cold. I woke up with my hand against the glass, not in front of it, inside it, just for a second. Then I yanked back, heart pounding, breath sharp in my throat. I moved the bed away from the mirror, turned it to face the wall, started sleeping with the lights on. But it didn't matter. The mirror started showing things that weren't in the room. First, small things, a shadow in the corner, a flicker of movement behind me that vanished when I turned around. Then, it got worse. One night, I saw myself asleep in bed, even though I was awake. I watched my reflection turn its head, open its eyes, and stare directly at me. It smiled, and the lights in the room died. The next morning, I woke up in the bed, even though I had fallen asleep on the floor, and the mirror was cracked. Just a thin, jagged line running top to bottom. I called a contractor to remove it. He laughed, said it would take 10 minutes, but when he arrived, he turned pale. "It's fused," he said, tapping the edges. "No brackets, no bolts, it's like part of the wall." He tried a crowbar, a hammer, even a small saw. Nothing worked. "Never seen anything like it," he muttered before he left. That night, the mirror was whole again. No crack, only darkness, and something else. A figure. Standing just behind my reflection, tall, thin, its head tilted at a sharp angle, arms too long, skin smooth and gray like wax. It didn't move, didn't blink, just watched. I turned away. When I looked back, the figure was gone. But my reflection was smiling, and I wasn't. I tried to leave the house the next day. My car wouldn't start, the front door wouldn't open, my phone refused to call anyone. I was trapped. The house had closed itself. By the time night fell, the mirror was pulsing, like it was breathing. Like it was waiting. I sat in the corner, refusing to sleep, refusing to look. Then I heard it. Glass tapping. Soft, rhythmic. I glanced up. My reflection was gone. Only the room behind the glass. And a single pale hand pressed flat against the inside. Then came the voice. "Let me live." The tapping grew louder, faster. "Let me live." Then the mirror cracked again, a deep, jagged fracture, and my reflection stepped out. Not through the glass. From it. It smiled, knelt in front of me, and whispered in my voice, "Your turn." That's when everything went black. I woke up in the mirror, trapped. The room looked the same, but dull, like it was painted in shades of fog. I watched as my reflection stretched, cracked its neck, and walked out the door. I screamed, pounded the glass. No one heard, no one ever would. I don't know how long I've been here. Time doesn't move in the reflection room, but I see things. New tenants, new faces, each one staring into the mirror, each one seeing something just slightly off. And eventually they all do the same thing. They lean forward, they touch the glass. They trade places, and someone else takes their turn. The lights in Field 12. I was 17 when I first saw the lights. Our farm bordered an old airfield, Field 12 it was called. Decommissioned after the war, left to rot, just cracked runways and rusted hangars surrounded by waist-high grass and silence. My dad always told me to stay away from it. "Things don't stay buried out there," he'd say. I thought he meant munitions. Old bombs, maybe. Mines. The way he said it, though, didn't feel like a joke. One night in July, I was walking home from a friend's house just after midnight. I took the shortcut through the field behind our barn. The wind was dead still. No crickets. No sound. Then I saw them. Lights. Floating over the runway in Field 12. They weren't flashlights or spotlights. They didn't glow like lanterns or shine like bulbs. They shimmered, pale, bluish-white, flickering softly like fireflies made of fog. There were 7 of them, in a straight line, hovering just above the cracked tarmac. I stood at the edge of the fence and watched. They didn't move, didn't blink, just waited. Then I heard something. "Come closer." A whisper, from nowhere and everywhere at once. I ran, didn't look back, didn't stop until I reached the porch. My dad was waiting. "You saw them, didn't you?" I nodded. He didn't say, "I told you so." Didn't get angry, he just looked tired. "They're not stars," he said, "and they're not lights." He never explained what they were. The next night I stayed in, locked my windows, kept the lights on. But at 12:17 a.m. I saw the glow through my bedroom window. Faint, flickering. Coming from field 12. The next morning, my dog was gone. We found her leash snap, paw prints leading toward the fence, past it, into the tall grass, but no prints coming back. I didn't sleep that night, and at 12:17 a.m. the lights returned, this time closer. Just beyond the edge of our field. I shut the blinds, but I could still see them, through the cracks, hovering, waiting. The whisper came again. "We see you now." The next day, I tried to stay away, pretend nothing was wrong. Then the cows went missing. All of them. No tracks, no blood, just empty pens and the smell of ozone. That night, I made the mistake of telling my friends. They didn't believe me, of course, said I was full of it, so I took them there, to the edge of field 12, to see the lights. We got there just before midnight, waited, and at 12:17 they appeared. 7 lights, perfectly spaced, perfectly still. My friends laughed at first, said it was drones or swamp gas or reflections. Then the lights moved, they separated, formed a circle, and from the center of that circle something rose. Tall, thin, not a person, not an animal, more like a shape trying to remember how to be human. My friends stopped laughing. We ran, but only 3 of us made it back. Marcus never did. They searched for days. Nothing turned up, not even a footprint. The next night the lights came back, this time over our barn, and something scraped across my window. Claw-like. Curious. I didn't scream, I knew it wouldn't help. I moved away a month later, left the farm behind. My dad sold the property and followed not long after. We don't talk about it, but every year on July 17th, I dream of those lights. Always 7. Always at 12:17 a.m., hovering, waiting. And last night, for the first time in years, I saw them again. Not in field 12, but outside my apartment window, hovering over the city, closer than ever. And I heard the whisper once more, "We remember you." The last tenant. The building at 133 Greystone Lane had been empty for years. 6 floors, 21 units, and not a single one occupied. The property management company listed it as under renovation, but the plowed boards and rusted locks told a different story. So when I saw the ad, 1 BR, all utilities included, $400, no background check required, I thought it had to be a scam, but I was broke, desperate, and newly evicted. I called the number anyway. A man answered. His voice was low and dry, like paper being torn in half. "You can move in tonight," he said, "cash only, no questions." That night, I walked through the fog to 133 Greystone. The street was quiet, too quiet. No cars, no lights in any of the other windows. Just a single bulb above the main entrance, flickering like it was about to give up. The man who met me wore a dusty gray suit and smiled without teeth. He handed me a rusted key and gestured to the elevator. "6th floor," he said. "End of the hall. You're the only one here now." He didn't follow me up. The elevator groaned the whole ride, like it hadn't been used in years. The hallway was long, narrow, and dimly lit by a single buzzing fluorescent panel. The wallpaper peeled in long, curling strips. My unit 6D was the last on the left. Inside, the apartment was clean but cold. All the furniture was mismatched and old, like it had been pulled from different decades. The windows were sealed shut with thick caulk. There were no light switches, only lamps. And on the living room wall facing the couch was a mirror. Tall, thin, too large for the space. I didn't think much of it at first. That night I barely slept. The building creaked constantly like it was settling, but it never stopped. The sound moved room to room as if something was dragging itself across the ceiling beams. At 3:03 a.m. the lamps turned on by themselves, all of them. And the mirror, its surface shimmered, not like glass, more like water. I thought it was a dream, but when I woke up my hands were wet. The next night I unplugged every lamp before bed. Still at 3:03 a.m. they turned on. I watched from my bed as the mirror rippled, and a shape began to form on the other side. Not a reflection. A figure, tall, slender. It had no face, just smooth skin where features should be. Its hands were long and pale, dragging across the inside of the glass like it wanted to peel it open. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Eventually, the lamps flickered and went out. The mirror went still. I told myself I imagined it, but the next morning there were fingerprints on the inside of the glass. Long, thin, dripping. I tried to leave. I packed my bag and ran downstairs, but the front door was gone. Not locked. Gone. Just more hallway, stretching into shadows I'd never seen before. The man in the gray suit was standing at the end. "You're the last tenant," he said. "What do you mean?" I asked, backing away. He smiled that toothless grin again. "They all leave," he said, "but not through the door." I turned and fled back to my apartment. The hallway behind me was different. Walls bent inward, ceiling too low, like the building was breathing. Inside 6D, the mirror was humming. Low and steady. I smashed it with a chair. The glass cracked but didn't break. It bled. Thick, black liquid seeped from the fracture, oozing down the frame. Behind it, something moved, slow and patient. That night, I didn't sleep. At 3:03, the lamps flared to life, brighter than ever. The mirror cracked fully, spiderweb lines across the surface, and a voice whispered from inside, "Let us out." I screamed. Through every lamp across the room, the lights died. But the mirror stayed lit, from within. Shapes pressed against the inside, dozens of them. Faces with hollow mouths and no eyes, fingers scratching from the other side, etching words into the glass from behind. "Stay with us." I ran into the bathroom, slammed the door, locked it. In the mirror above the sink, my reflection blinked a second too late, then smiled. "You're already home," it whispered. I covered the mirror with a towel, curled up in the tub, waited for the sun. Morning came. The lamps were smashed. The tall mirror was whole again, spotless. My things were neatly packed by the door. But when I opened it, the hallway was gone, just black, not darkness, void. And in that black stood the man in the gray suit. "You've been chosen," he said. "You broke the mirror. That's how it gets in." I didn't mean to. He held up a finger. "No one ever does." The blackness behind him began to move. Shapes in the dark, all headless or mouthless or twisted backward. They reached toward me. I slammed the door. It vanished. Now I'm writing this by lamplight, the only way to keep them still. Every night at 3:03 a.m. the mirror ripples again, and each time the figures press closer, smiling, waiting. Because this building doesn't want tenants. It wants reflections. The Hollow Guest. When my roommate Greg left for a 2-week trip, I expected the apartment to feel empty. It didn't. In fact, it felt full, like someone else was always in the room with me, just behind my shoulder, barely out of sight. I chalked it up to being alone for the first time in a while. Too many horror podcasts, maybe. I kept the lights on, played music while I cooked, and reminded myself that I was being dramatic. Then the dishes started moving. I'd hear them clinking together in the sink when I was in the other room. Sometimes I'd return to find a fork placed upright on the counter, or a glass turned completely upside down. Once, a plate was balanced on the edge of the sink in a way I knew I hadn't left it. The apartment wasn't big, just a 2-bedroom near the edge of town. No drafts, no creaky pipes, no reason for things to shift on their own, unless someone was in there with me. I checked the locks. All were untouched, the windows sealed. Still, each night I found something new moved. On the 5th night I found footprints, wet ones, leading from the bathroom to the living room rug. My first thought was someone had broken in while I slept. But the bathroom was bone dry, and I never heard the door open. That's when I installed a motion-activated camera in the living room, just in case. The next morning, I checked the footage. At 3:41 a.m., the lights in the living room flickered. Then for 6 seconds, the camera glitched. Not static, just total blackness. When the image returned, the rug had shifted an inch to the left. No figure, no movement, just darkness, then difference. That night, I heard breathing. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I realized there were 2 sets of inhales and exhales. Mine, steady and shallow, and another, slow, heavy, just past the foot of the bed. I froze. Didn't dare move. The breathing stopped. I reached for the lamp. It flicked on. Nothing there. but on the floorboards beside my bed, a single wet footprint was slowly evaporating. Greg didn't answer my texts. He was somewhere off-grid, camping with no reception. I told myself to leave, to pack up and stay at a friend's. But I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe the apartment already had its hooks in me. That weekend, I heard humming from the other bedroom. Greg's room. It was locked, always locked when he left. But the door was slightly open. The air inside was freezing, and the humming, soft, tuneless, wrong, seemed to come from the walls themselves. I shut the door. I didn't sleep that night. On the 10th day, things escalated. I found the fridge wide open at 2 a.m. Every drawer and cabinet emptied onto the floor. All the lights were on. And in the center of the room, standing upright on the table, was my phone. Recording. I watched the footage. It was just me sleeping on the couch. Then, at 3:41 a.m., the video cut to black for exactly 6 seconds. When the image returned, I was still sleeping, but something had changed. Behind me, in the reflection of the window, there was a figure. Tall, bent, faceless. Its arms hung too long, its neck too thin. It leaned down toward me, its head inches from mine. Then the screen went dark again. I deleted the video. That night, the humming returned, louder this time, almost frantic. And it wasn't coming from the bedroom anymore. It was inside the walls of my room. I pressed my ear to the plaster. I heard words beneath the hum. I'm in. I'm in. I'm in. The lights went out. The room fell silent. And then something crawled under my bed. I felt the weight, heard the creak of the wooden slats. I didn't move. I couldn't. It stayed there until morning. When I opened my eyes, there was nothing. But the camera was on again, recording. And in the video, at 3:41 a.m., the blackness lasted a little longer, 8 seconds this time. And when it ended, the reflection in the window was closer, smiling, teeth too wide, too many. I called my sister and begged to stay at her place. She came that evening. When she stepped into the apartment, she paused. "What's that smell?" she asked. I hadn't noticed, but now I did. Rotting earth, wet leaves, mold. She helped me pack, but when I went to grab my phone from the coffee table, there was a new video. It had recorded while we were gone. When I pressed play, the screen stayed black the whole way through. Then, at the very end, a voice whispered, "Leaving won't help." I dropped the phone. My sister and I left that night. I haven't gone back. Neither has Greg. He never returned from that camping trip. No messages, no calls, just gone. A few nights ago, I received a voicemail from his number. 36 seconds of silence. Then at the very end, that same humming. Soft, wrong, waiting. I sleep with the lights on now, but sometimes they flicker at 3:41 a.m. And in every screen, every window, every black reflection, I see a smile that isn't mine. The vending machine at exit 119. I was halfway through a 12-hour drive somewhere in the middle of nowhere when I saw the sign. Rest stop, exit 119 vending and fuel. My tank was low, my stomach was growling, and my eyes were heavy from too many hours on the road. The highway was empty, no taillights ahead, no headlights behind. Just that lonely green sign glowing in the dark. I took the exit. The rest stop was almost too quiet. No cars, no trucks. Just one street lamp flickering above the lot in a single squat building that looked abandoned. But there, beneath a metal awning, stood a vending machine. Old, rusted, faded red paint with peeling white letters that once read, "Food and Drink." The glass was dusty, but behind it I could still see items, chips, candy bars, water bottles, things you'd expect. Except there were other things too. A tiny music box with no label, a key on a velvet string, a small bottle filled with clear liquid, and a tag that read, "For Regret." A vial of ash, a Polaroid photo, half burned, of a house I didn't recognize. I leaned in, confused. My reflection in the glass looked off, pale, slightly delayed, like the image was lagging behind my movements. I stepped back. At the bottom, instead of numbered buttons, there was a keypad with only one option, a small, metal coin slot, and a button that said, "Push to pay." No prices, no item numbers. Something about it made my skin crawl. But curiosity is a stronger force than fear. I fished a quarter from my pocket and dropped it in. The machine didn't accept it, just spit it out. I tried a dollar bill, same result. But then I noticed a small sticker on the coin slot. Payment must be personal. I paused. Then I pulled out my wallet, took out a photo of me and my dad at a baseball game, one of the only ones we ever went to before he passed. I hesitated, then fed the photo into the slot. This time it accepted it. The machine hummed. The light behind the glass flickered. Then slowly, the Polaroid photo, the half-burned one I'd seen before, dropped into the tray. I picked it up. It wasn't just any house. It was my childhood home. But in the image, the windows were black, burned out. Smoke rose from the roof. And on the porch stood a figure. Me. I dropped it. Backed away. The light above the machine buzzed louder. The glass glowed faintly red. And one by one, the items inside began to move. The music box played a few distorted notes. The key rotated in place. The bottle of regret cracked slightly, releasing a soft wisp of steam. I turned to leave, but the road was gone. The rest stop was now surrounded by fog. Thick, white, impossible, like the world had closed around me. Behind me, the vending machine whirred again. Another item dropped. This time, a small folded note. I didn't pick it up, but I didn't have to. The words were already in my head. You fed it memory. Now feed it fear. The machine wanted more. It didn't take money. It took pieces of you. I tried to run into the fog, but no matter how far I went, I circled back to the machine, to the tray, where another item had dropped, a mirror shard. I looked into it and saw myself, years older, eyes hollow, lips stitched shut, screaming without sound. The vending machine groaned. The keypad now flashed, final purchase required. The coin slot glowed red, and I understood. It wanted everything. I stepped forward and whispered, "What do I get?" For the first time, the machine answered, its voice grinding through the gears and metal like a cough. A chance to forget. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my driver's license, it vanished into the slot. Then my phone. Gone. My watch. Gone. The fog thickened, my name started slipping from my mind. Faces disappeared, voices faded, but I couldn't stop. I dropped my mem one by one, and the machine fed me in return. Warmth. Light. A voice in the dark saying, "You'll be safe here." Then, silence. Now I sit on the curb in front of the vending machine at exit 119. I don't remember who I am or how I got here, but I wait. Because sometimes drivers stop. They see the machine, and I tell them what I know. Don't pay it anything you want to keep. He always waved. When I moved into apartment 3B, I noticed him the first night, the man across the street, top floor, window directly facing mine. He stood there in the dark, not moving, just a silhouette behind the curtain. And then, just before I turned off my light, he lifted his hand and waved. At first I waved back, awkwardly. Maybe it was a neighbor being polite, maybe he thought he recognized me, harmless. But it kept happening. Every night, always the same window. Always after sunset, just a slow, deliberate wave. I never saw his face, just his shape. Thin, tall, always in the same position. He never turned on a light. After a week, I stopped waving back. That night, the wave lasted longer. He didn't lower his hand until I turned off my lamp. I started closing the blinds, but even with them shut, I felt it, that tingle on the back of your neck when someone's watching. One night, curiosity got the better of me. I left the blinds open a sliver. At exactly 10:01 p.m., he appeared again. This time, he pressed something against the window, a piece of paper. I squinted, trying to read it. 2 words, written in thick black marker, "Still watching." I snapped the blinds shut and didn't sleep that night. I called the building across the street the next day, asked if anyone lived in the top floor unit directly across from me. The property manager hesitated. "That unit's empty," she said. "Has been for months. No one's supposed to be up there." I asked if maybe someone had snuck in. She promised to send someone to check. That night, the light in his apartment was on, dim and sickly yellow, like it was coming from an old lamp. The man wasn't there, but the paper was, still pressed to the glass. "Still watching." I pulled the blanket over my head like a child, too afraid to look again. The next morning, I found footprints outside my apartment door. Bare feet. Wet. They led from the stairwell to my door. Then, back again. I asked the front desk for security footage. Their system was down, they said. Power outage last night must have scrambled it. Convenient. On the 9th night, the paper changed. It now read, "Closer now." I left for a hotel. I didn't even pack. Just grabbed my keys and ran. The front desk clerk barely looked up when I asked for a room. "You staying long?" he asked. "Just a night." I was shaking. I didn't tell him why. When I got to the room, I looked out the window. 5th floor, facing away from my apartment. Safe. I didn't sleep, but at least I didn't see him. Until the knock came, at 3:12 a.m., 3 soft taps. I froze. The peephole was dark. I looked through it. Nothing. No one. But when I opened the door the next morning, a note had been slid under. 2 more words. Found you. I left town, stayed with a friend 3 hours away, told them everything. They believed me, almost. The next night we were watching TV when I looked out the kitchen window, and there he was, across the street. Same silhouette, same slow, steady wave. I told my friend. They looked. But by then, the window was empty. I left before sunrise. Nowhere felt safe. I bounced between hotels, rest stops, even slept in my car. Every night, no matter where I went at 10:01 p.m., he'd be there. Sometimes in windows, sometimes in mirrors. Once, even in the reflection of my own eyes. Always waving, always watching. I stopped eating, stopped talking to people. I looked up sleep clinics, exorcists, private investigators. No one could help. Until one night, I found a forum. Unseen Eyes, True Stalker Experiences. Thread after thread of stories like mine. And one repeated warning, if he waves, don't wave back. Too late. One user claimed they made it stop. They went back to the place it started, faced him, refused to look away, burned the paper in the window. So that's what I did. I returned to apartment 3B. The window was just as I left it, dusty, pale light filtering through. At 10:01, he appeared, closer than ever. I could make out a faint outline now, no features, just the blur of a face that shouldn't exist. And the sign was there. New words, welcome home. I lit a match, held it to the curtain. The fire caught fast. Flames crawled up the fabric toward the glass. The paper curled and blackened. His silhouette didn't move, didn't run, just waved. And as the fire consumed the room, I swear I saw him smile. I woke in a hospital, smoke inhalation. They said the top floor had been empty, that I was lucky to be alive, but in the burns on my arm, a pattern had formed. 2 words, dark against blistered skin, still watching. He always waved. And now, so do I. The Whisper Line. I worked the night shift at a small 911 dispatch center just outside of Elk Hollow, a town so quiet it feels like it fell asleep 50 years ago and no one bothered to wake it. On an average night, the phone rings maybe 3 or 4 times. Lost dogs, suspicious shadows, the occasional drunk wandering home. But last Tuesday, the phone rang at exactly 3:03 a.m. and everything changed. 911, what's your emergency? I asked, routine in my tone. Silence. Then static, crackling soft like wind brushing against a microphone. Hello, I repeated, frowning. Is anyone there? More static. Then a whisper. Not a voice, not quite. More like something mimicking a voice that had never spoken before. It stretched each syllable like it was tasting them. "Ifo indeed." I paused. "Found what, sir? Are you in danger?" Another burst of static, and then, "It phone MEB. The line went dead. I logged the call, marked it as possible prank, but something about it stayed with me. The voice didn't sound human. It sounded wrong, like it was buried under layers of distortion, filtered through water, and spoken from somewhere deep underground. The next night, 3:03 a.m. again. Same number. 911. What's your emergency? This time, no static. Just breathing. Wet. Gurgling. Do you need assistance? The breathing stopped. And then came the whisper. It's in the WIR's end now. Click. I tried to call the number back. No ring. No tone. Just silence, like the number didn't exist. I checked the logs. The calls were coming from inside Elk Hollow. But the address didn't lead to a house. It led to a field. No buildings, no lights, nothing but grass and an old telephone pole leaning slightly, wires dangling like veins from a corpse. I radioed Officer Granger, the only cop patrolling at that hour. Asked if he'd mind checking it out. Sure, he said, yawning. Probably just kids messing around. 10 minutes later, he called in. I'm at the location. There's nothing out here but fog and wires. Wait, hold on. Static, then a scream. Not his. It sounded like it came from everywhere, a high, distorted screech that melted into a long, deep moan. Then his voice again, shaky, frantic. There's something in the wires, moving. I can hear it whispering inside my head. Silence. We never heard from Officer Granger again. They found his cruiser the next morning, still idling by the side of the road. Inside, his radio had been torn apart, wires yanked out, coiled in the shape of a human handprint. No blood, no prints, just a single note scribbled on the dash in black marker. The line is open. The department launched a formal investigation. I told them what I knew. They brushed it off as stress-induced hallucinations or faulty wiring. But I knew better, because the next night the phone rang again. 3:03 a.m., I didn't want to answer, but my hand moved on its own. 911, what's your emergency? This time the voice was clearer, familiar. It was Granger's voice. It's beautiful, he said softly. You have to come see it. It's inside now. It lives in the lines, in the poles, in the quiet spaces between rings. Where are you? I whispered. He laughed. It didn't sound human. I'm on hold, he said. So are you. Then the line screamed, an explosion of static and garbled voices, like 1,000 calls layered over each other, begging, weeping, praying. When it ended, the lights in the dispatch center flickered. The console hissed, and every single phone line lit up. All at once, lines that had been dead for years. The phones rang in unison, their tones overlapping in a dizzying, chaotic melody. I stood frozen as one by one the lights dimmed. The walls pulsed like lungs, and behind me, the wires from the switchboard began to move. They slid across the floor like snakes, climbed the walls, wrapped around the monitors and the ceiling vents. Then one brushed my leg. I screamed and backed away, knocking over my chair. The wires recoiled. The phones stopped ringing. The power went out. I ran outside into the fog and didn't stop running until I reached my car. That was 5 nights ago. I haven't been back to the station since, but every night at sharp 3:03 a.m., my cell phone rings. No number, no name, just that same whisper. On hold. I've tried smashing the phone, tried changing numbers. Doesn't matter. The calls keep coming. Sometimes I wake up and find wires wrapped around my bed frame or coiled inside the vents. Last night, my apartment lights flickered to life at exactly 3:03. All the bulbs turned to static, and every outlet began to hum. I think it's learning, spreading. Whatever it is, it lives in the lines. And now it's calling you too. Don't answer. Whatever you do, don't pick up. The wrong way woods. They told us not to take the shortcut. Mrs. Kelman, our history teacher, warned us every fall when the leaves began to turn. Don't walk through the woods past Miller Creek. People get turned around out there, some don't come back. But we were 17, bored and full of skepticism. When you grow up in a small town like Redbridge, legends are just stories to make sure kids don't drink in the woods or sneak off during curfew. So when Kevin suggested we take the trail behind the creek on our way to the bonfire, I didn't think twice. There were 4 of us, me, Kevin, Julia, and Mikey. We brought flashlights, a speaker, and a 6-pack we promised not to drink until we got there. We crossed Miller Creek just before dusk. The bridge was rotten and half sunk, boards slick with algae. On the other side, the trees got dense fast. The air shifted, thicker somehow, quieter. The path narrowed to a deer trail, overgrown and winding like it didn't want to be followed. Feels like we're trespassing, Julia joked. Kevin laughed. It's just a path. Probably used to be a logging road or something. We walked for 30 minutes. Then something changed. The trees started to look familiar. Not just same type of tree familiar. I mean exactly the same. A leaning birch with 3 notches in the bark. A stump with a soda can rusted into its side. A fallen log shaped like a crooked elbow. I stopped walking. Didn't we pass that already? Mikey looked around. It's a forest. Trees look the same. No, I said. That one. That stump. That's the same one. I remember the can. Kevin rolled his eyes. You're being paranoid. We kept going. 5 minutes later, we passed the exact same log. None of us said anything. Not until the 3rd time. Then Julia whispered, I think we're walking in circles. Kevin stopped. All right, maybe we took a wrong turn. He pulled out his phone. No signal. Let's go back to the creek, I said. We turned around and retraced our steps. 10 minutes later, we found ourselves right back at the stump. Mikey laughed nervously. No way, we're screwing with ourselves. It's just a weird layout. He kicked the can off the stump. Let's mark it. If we see it again, then we'll know. We followed Kevin's lead again. Another 20 minutes, more silence. Even the crickets had stopped. Then, just ahead, the same stump, same shape, same kick-dented can now lying in the moss. That's not possible, Julia whispered. Kevin turned off the speaker. The silence that followed was immediate and suffocating. No wind, no birds, no distant cars or rustling leaves, just quiet. And then behind us, a second set of footsteps. We all turned. Nothing there. But the trail behind us looked different now. Narrower, trees pressing closer like the forest was leaning in to listen. We didn't speak. We just started walking faster. But the faster we walked, the more warped the path became. The trees bent in unnatural ways. Roots crossed the trail like grasping fingers. Branches shifted when we weren't looking. It was getting dark now. Kevin swore and threw the speaker into the woods. "Let's just run." We did. Full sprint. No talking, no thinking, just panic. And somehow, the stump was still there. Only now, something was sitting on it. Not a person. A figure. Black and hollow, like someone had cut a hole in the world and filled it with smoke. Its head turned toward us. We stopped running. Then it waved. A slow, clumsy movement, like it was mocking us. Julia screamed. We ran in the opposite direction, not caring if we stayed on the path or not. Just running. Branches slapped our faces. Roots caught our feet. Somewhere behind us, we heard footsteps again, but they didn't match ours. They were slow, heavy, getting closer. We didn't stop until Mikey tripped and hit the ground hard. His flashlight skidded away, landing in a patch of tall grass. I ran to grab it and saw something between the blades. A shoe, old, covered in moss. Next to it, a skeleton, curled and broken, its hands clutching a torn denim jacket. Kevin stepped forward and froze. "That's Mikey's jacket," he said. But Mikey was behind us. "I don't get it," he whispered. The bones were old, sun-bleached, but the jacket was new. We left it, ran again. Eventually, the trees thinned, the air shifted, we burst out onto the road by Miller Creek, collapsed on the pavement, gasping. The woods behind us were still, empty. When we looked back later, the trail was gone. We told the cops what happened. They searched for days, found nothing, not even a stump. A week later, Mikey stopped answering his phone. His parents said he disappeared from his room one night. No signs of struggle, just his shoes left by the window. And his denim jacket was missing. Sometimes when I walk past Miller Creek, I see new carvings in the bark. Not initials. Names, ours, and a new one added each week. The apartment above. I moved into apartment 206 last month. It was small, cheap, and quiet. Exactly what I needed after the breakup. The place was nothing special. Creaky floors, off-white walls, and a draft that slipped in from somewhere I couldn't find. But it was mine. The only odd thing was the neighbor upstairs. They were noisy. Every night, like clockwork, I'd hear them pacing, step by step across the ceiling, back and forth, always starting around midnight, always ending around 3 a.m. I assumed they worked night shifts. Maybe insomnia. Annoying, but manageable. On my third night there, I bumped into the building manager, an old guy named Walter, who always smelled faintly of cigarettes and lemon polish. "Hey, do you know who lives above me? Apartment 306? He looked at me for a moment. "No one. That unit's been empty 6 years. I laughed. "Okay, but someone's pacing every night up there." He just shook his head. "You're the 4th tenant in that unit this year. They all hear the same thing." I pressed him, but he wouldn't say more. Just gave me a sad little nod and walked away. That night, I couldn't sleep. The footsteps started again, right on time. Only this time, they were heavier, slower, like whatever was up there was dragging something behind it. I put in earplugs. Didn't help. I tried sleeping in the living room. The ceiling creaked above me. The pacing followed. Finally, around 2:30 a.m., I lost it. I grabbed a broom and banged on the ceiling 3 times. The footsteps stopped. For the first time in days, it was quiet. I sighed, laid back down, and then 3 knocks. Not from above, from the hallway. I froze. Who knocks at 2:30 in the morning? I crept to the door, heart hammering, looked through the peephole, no one there, but down the hall, the light above apartment 306 was flickering. I went back inside and locked every bolt. The next day I asked around. None of the other tenants heard the footsteps. No one had seen anyone enter or leave 306. I tried to convince myself it was just old pipes, rats, a squirrel in the attic. But that night, the pacing returned, and the dragging sound was louder. I pressed my ear to the ceiling. It wasn't just pacing anymore. I could hear whispers, too quiet to make out, but definitely voices, plural, like a group of people murmuring behind drywall. I recorded it on my phone, played it back the next morning. The whispering wasn't there, but in the silence of the recording, just under the static, I could hear breathing. Deep, wet, like something huge. Sleeping. On the seventh night, the sounds changed again. No more footsteps. Instead, there was the sound of furniture scraping, then pounding, not rhythmic, not human. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and stormed upstairs. 306's door looked just like the others, except the number was upside down. I knocked. No answer. I tried the handle. It was unlocked. The apartment was pitch dark. I stepped inside, sweeping my light across the room. Empty. No furniture, no signs of life. Just dust, cobwebs, and floorboards warped from moisture. And the smell, like rotting meat and mildew. I turned to leave and saw the footprints. Wet, barefoot prints leading from the back of the apartment to the ceiling. They didn't stop at the wall. They climbed it. Up, 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 across the ceiling itself, as if someone or something had walked upside down. That's when I noticed the scratches in the ceiling. Long, deep gouges in the plaster, like claws had raked across it. Suddenly, from behind me, I heard a soft thud. I turned. A door at the end of the hallway was open. It hadn't been before. I stepped closer. Inside was a single chair, facing the wall. On it sat a tape recorder. Still running. I pressed stop, then rewind, then play. At first, nothing. Then, he watches from above. He crawls in the silence. Don't look up. I dropped the recorder and ran. Back to my apartment. Locked the door. Paced, like the sounds above me. Then I made the mistake of checking the ceiling. There, directly above my bed, was a new hole. A small one, freshly scratched and dripping. That night, I slept in the bathtub, but I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling tiles. Waited. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard it. The dragging sound, but not from upstairs, from inside the wall, right behind the tiles. I backed away and one of the tiles fell. Something pale and long slid down from it. A finger, not human. It tapped once against the edge of the tub, then disappeared. The next morning, I packed my things. Walter wasn't surprised. He just nodded and handed me a slip of paper. "There's one more thing," he said, "for the next place." I unfolded the note. Never lived beneath an empty apartment. The room with no door. The first time I saw the doorless room, I had been living in the apartment for 3 weeks. It was a cheap one-bedroom in an old, leaning building with uneven floors and a landlord who only responded if you threatened legal action. Still, it was close to work and within my budget. I took it without much inspection. The room shouldn't have existed. I was in the hallway one night around 2 a.m., heading back from the shared laundry room when I noticed a square indentation in the wallpaper to the left of my unit. It was perfectly shaped, maybe 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide, like a door had been sealed over long ago. No handle, no trim, just a faint outline barely visible under the peeling floral pattern. I ran my hand over it, smooth, cold. The plaster beneath was slightly concave, almost like it had sunken inward. I asked Mr. Reeves, the old man in 2C, about it the next morning. He frowned. "Best you forget about that. Was it a closet or something?" He leaned in close. "It was never a closet, just a room, and it's not sealed. Just closed." That night, the outline was gone. Gone, like it had never been there. I even knocked on the wall. Solid. I assumed I'd imagined the whole thing, until I started hearing the noise. It was faint at first, a scratching, like something dragging its nails down the inside of a wall. Always around 3:11 a.m. Always for exactly 7 minutes. I recorded it, played it back. On the tape, the scratching was joined by something else, a whisper. Not words, just breath. Close. Hungry. I brought it up to the landlord, Barry. He didn't even blink. "There's no room there. You're probably just hearing rats." "Through concrete?" "Big rats," he said, and shut the office door. I should have let it go, but that whisper, it got louder every night. And then I saw the outline again. Exactly where it had been before. Only this time, it wasn't just an outline. The wallpaper had peeled back, revealing wood, old, splintered wood, painted red, and in the center of it, an iron ring where a doorknob should be. Something about it made my skin crawl. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop staring. That night, I dreamed I was inside the room. It was pitch black, but I could hear things moving around me, breathing, shuffling, whispering. And behind it all, a low voice that said, "You knocked, so now we wait." I woke up gasping. My knuckles were bleeding. from knocking on the inside of my own closet door. I kept the lights on after that. 3 nights later, the red door was open. Just a crack. Darkness pulsed behind it like a held breath. I stood frozen in the hallway, laundry basket clutched to my chest, too scared to breathe. Then it closed. No sound, just a quiet click, like something had retreated, for now. I didn't sleep. Didn't leave my apartment for 2 days. When I worked up the courage to look again, the door was gone. Not sealed, not shut, just gone. I started drinking more after that. Didn't help. I moved my bed to the opposite side of the apartment, as far from that wall as possible. It didn't matter. At 3:11 a.m., the whisper came back. This time from inside my room. I lay there, frozen, as the whispering circled my bed. Slow, deliberate, a sound like someone dragging their tongue across the floorboards. The air turned icy. Then a weight settled at the foot of my bed. I screamed. The lights flicked on. There was nothing there, just a puddle of water. Black water, still dripping onto the floor as if something had just climbed out of it. I moved out the next day. Didn't pack, didn't look back. I crashed with a friend across town, told them I was going through some apartment-related trauma, and left it at that. They let me sleep on the couch. The first night, there was quiet. The second night, I woke at 3:11 a.m. to the sound of scratching. Not from the wall, from under the couch. I turned on the light. A trail of black water led from the front door to where I lay. My friends swore no one came in. The next day, I got a call from Barry, the landlord. "You left stuff in the unit," he said. "I'm not going back." There was a pause. Then he said, quieter, "You opened it, didn't you?" I didn't answer, he sighed. "They follow if you open it," and hung up. That night, I had another dream. This time, I wasn't in the room. I was the door, sealed, waiting. Something pounded on me from the other side, and the voice came again. Closer this time. Clearer. "You let us taste. Now we eat." I woke up in a motel too afraid to be near anyone else. The mirror across the room was fogged up. Words written across it were already inside. I don't know what they are, or what they want, but I see doors now. Everywhere. In walls, in shadows, in places that should be solid. And sometimes, they open. And I hear the whisper, "Room for one more." The man in the vent. When I first moved into the apartment, the building manager warned me about the vents. "They creak," she said. "It's an old system. Makes weird sounds sometimes. Don't let it get to you." I didn't think much of it. After all, the place was cheap, and I needed somewhere quiet while I worked on finishing my thesis. The unit was on the top floor, had a decent view, and aside from the faint smell of mildew, it seemed fine. The first night, I heard the creaking she mentioned. Rhythmic, soft, like a shifting weight crawling through metal. I told myself it was the heat kicking in, maybe a possum. Nothing unusual, but the noise didn't stop. Every night, just after midnight, the sound would return, always starting from the corner vent in the bedroom. It would creak, then rattle, then go quiet, as if something had stopped to listen. I joked with friends that I had a ghostly roommate, gave it a name, Vince. Vince in the vent. They laughed. I didn't, because by the fourth night, Vince started whispering. I woke around 2 a.m., the room cold despite the radiator running. The vent cover was only 5 feet from the head of my bed. That night, I heard it. A low whisper, too soft to make out at first. Then, with each night, it grew louder. "I see you. I'm so close. Don't look inside." I stopped sleeping. I kept a flashlight under my pillow and earplugs in every night, but I could still hear it. Not just from the bedroom, from every vent in the apartment. The bathroom, the kitchen, even the one under the couch. I called maintenance. They shrugged. "Could be rats. We'll set traps." But no traps were set. I checked the vent myself, unscrewed the cover, shined my flashlight inside. Nothing. Just dust and darkness stretching into the wall. That night, I moved the bed away from the wall. I slept with my back to the vent. I didn't want to hear him. Didn't want to give him the satisfaction. At 2:12 a.m., I heard a voice, loud and clear, only inches from my ear. "Lying still won't save you." I left the apartment the next day and checked into a motel across town. It was quiet there. But the second night, I woke to a sound above me. The motel had ceiling vents, one directly above the bed. It began to creak. And then, you moved. So did I. I left in the middle of the night, drove 6 hours to my sister's place without calling ahead. I hadn't spoken to her in years. She let me in, half asleep, and didn't ask questions. I crashed on the floor of her living room. No vents, just a window and a heater. I thought I was safe. But on the third night, I found the vent, a small metal grate low against the far wall behind the couch, half covered in dust. I hadn't noticed it before. I bent down to look, heart pounding. The dust had been cleared in the center, wiped away, like someone had pressed their face against it. I backed away, told my sister I had to go, made up an excuse about work. I slept in my car that night. The next morning, I found a note tucked under my windshield wiper. There are vents everywhere. The handwriting was mine. I started seeing things in the corners of mirrors, in the backs of reflections, a pale face, long, twitching fingers gripping the metal slats, black eyes staring from behind the vents. I had taped every vent shut in my apartment, covered them with towels, blankets, furniture, blocked every sound. It didn't help. One night, the covers were ripped off, all of them, and in the dark I heard the softest sound imaginable, breathing. Not mine. Coming from the vent beneath my bed, I pressed my ear to the wall, trembling, and heard something shift inside. Slowly, deliberately, toward me. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My limbs felt heavy, cold, and then something tapped from inside the wall. 1, 2, 3. Tap, tap, tap. My bedroom light flickered. The wall began to bulge, just slightly, like something inside was pressing its head against it. I grabbed my keys and ran, barefoot, into the snow. I haven't been back since. It's been a week. I live out of my car now, switching parking lots, avoiding buildings with central air, but I know I can't run forever. He's still with me. Last night, I woke up to find the car's AC vents turned on, blowing cold air on my neck. Even though the engine was off, even though I'd torn out the fuse, I looked into the vent and something blinked back. He's not in the building anymore. He's in the vents themselves. Everywhere. In the walls, in the ducts, in the air around us. He waits, and he whispers. Soon, there'll be no space between us at all. The Stranger in the Static. I was 11 when my parents bought the old television set from a yard sale 3 blocks down. It was a dusty thing, a bulky wood-framed monster with knobs instead of buttons. My dad wheeled it home on a dolly, proud of the deal he'd gotten. $15. Still works like a charm. It didn't. No matter how many times we adjusted the antenna or banged on the side, the screen only showed static. Thick, gray snow that hissed and writhed like a living thing. Still, my parents kept it in the basement, convinced they'd get around to fixing it eventually. I avoided that room for years. Even when I had to go down to change the laundry or grab a box of decorations, I'd rush. The static made me nervous. The longer I stayed, the more I thought I could hear things in it. Not white noise, but whispers, words buried under the hiss. Then one night, during a thunderstorm, the power flickered off and on, and the TV turned itself on. I had just reached the bottom step when I heard the sharp buzz. I turned and the static was there, glowing faintly in the dark. The knob was still turned to off. That's when I saw the face, just a flicker, in the static, like someone had leaned too close to the screen and left a print of themselves behind. Pale skin, black eyes, no mouth. I bolted up the stairs, told my mom. She said I was just imagining things because of the lightning. She unplugged the TV anyway. I didn't go back down for a week. As I got older, I convinced myself it was just a trick of the light. Static can do weird things, mess with your brain. I'd read about it online, but the feeling never went away, like the TV was watching me, waiting. By 16, I had stopped fearing it and started feeling drawn to it. I'd sit on the bottom step sometimes and just listen to the static. If I concentrated, I could almost make out phrases. Come closer. We remember you. We've always been here. Sometimes I thought I saw movement inside the snow. Figures pacing, standing still, watching. One night, the static shifted and a hand pressed the screen, thin, with too many joints, with fingers that twitched and bent backward. I screamed and ran, but when I came back with my dad, the screen was dark, still unplugged. He told me I needed to sleep more. I moved out at 18, never looked back, until my mother called years later, crying. My dad had fallen down the basement stairs. They said it looked like he tripped, but she found him with his hands clawing at the television screen. Blood smeared across the static, his nails torn, fingertips bent the wrong way. They buried him with closed fists. I returned home to help my mother pack. She refused to go into the basement. I understood why. I found the old television exactly where it had always been, still sitting unplugged in the corner, but the screen was on, static, the cord frayed and dead. I approached slowly, heart hammering, and the screen shifted. For a moment it showed me, but not as I was. My skin was pale, my mouth wide open in a silent scream. Something moved behind my reflection, tall and twisting, then it vanished, static again, and a voice. "You left the door open." Shh. I unplugged it again, though the cord already was, hauled the TV outside, took it to the dump myself, and watched it get crushed beneath metal claws. Gone. That night I slept better than I had in years. But 3 nights ago the TV came back. I live in an apartment now, 4th floor, secure building, but when I came home from work, there it was, sitting in the corner of my living room. Same model, same scratches on the frame, same frayed cord. It was already on, and the static hissed, softer than before. I stood frozen for hours, just listening. Then something spoke. A new voice, one I hadn't heard before. It sounded like me. "Don't look away." Behind the static, the face returned. This time it stayed. Black eyes, no mouth. Its skin rippled like liquid. It stared at me, then slowly raised a hand and began to knock on the inside of the screen. Knock, knock, knock. The room grew cold, the lights flickered, and the voice in the static whispered again. "You brought us with you." I grabbed a blanket and covered the screen, but the knocking never stopped. It's been 3 days now. I don't sleep. I don't eat. I can't leave. Every time I try to open the door, the screen flashes something terrible. Images I can't describe, twisted bodies, flickering faces screaming silently, my own reflection being torn apart in reverse. And each night, the knocking gets louder, the whispers get clearer. They say my name now. They remind me I watched, that I listened, that I invited them in. The TV's cord still isn't plugged in, but I think the signal is stronger. I think it's coming from me now. I don't know what will happen when the screen goes dark, but I know something is going to come out, and it knows I'll be watching. The campfire ring. There's a reason no one camps at Hollow Rock anymore. The park ranger didn't explain much when we checked in, just a warning. Don't use the old fire ring at Site 9. It's been closed off. You'll know it when you see it. My friend Jonah laughed it off. What is it? Cursed? Haunted? The ranger didn't smile. He just said, "Some things burn longer than wood." We didn't mean to camp there, not really. But after 3 hours of hiking with packs heavier than our pride, we took the first open site we could find. Site 9. The sign was weathered, faded, the number barely visible under moss and scratches. There was a fire ring there, all right, made of blackened stones arranged in a tight, perfect circle. It looked ancient, scorched like it had been struck by lightning more than once. Something about it felt off, wrong angles. Rocks too smooth, too evenly spaced, like they'd been placed, not by a person, but by something mimicking human hands. I wanted to move on. Jonah didn't. "It's just a fire ring, dude. Probably some local legend to keep kids from partying here." He was already unpacking. Against my better judgment, I stayed. As night fell, the woods closed in. The trees felt tighter here, the air heavier. We built a fire in the old ring. And that was our first mistake. The flames caught quickly, too quickly. The wood hissed and popped like it was soaked in sap, but there was no smoke. Just tall orange fire licking upward in complete silence. The wind stopped, and the shadows didn't move the way they should. Jonah noticed it first. "Hey, is it just me? Or does the fire look weird?" I nodded slowly. The flames weren't flickering, they were spiraling, like a whirlpool turned upright, turning inward as if feeding on something that wasn't wood. Then the whispers started. Not words. Not really, just breathing that knew your name. Jonah leaned closer to the fire, and it leaned toward him. That's when I saw it. A face. In the flames. Not human. Long. Melted. Eyes like coals pressed into wax. I yelled and pulled him back. He didn't speak for a long time after that. We put out the fire with all the water we had, but the stones glowed red long after the flames were gone. And the air smelled wrong, like burned sugar and meat. We tried to sleep. Jonah in the tent. Me in the hammock nearby, knife clutched in hand. But around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps circling the camp. Not animals. Footsteps. Light. Careful. Bare. I held my breath. Then I heard Jonah unzip the tent and step out. Or something that sounded like Jonah. I opened my eyes and saw him standing near the fire ring, facing away from me. Only he wasn't standing. He was swaying, back and forth, as if strings were pulling him. "Jonah?" I whispered. He didn't turn, but I heard his voice, coming from the hammock next to mine, still inside the tent, still sleeping. The thing by the fire wasn't Jonah. It turned slowly, the way a puppet might if yanked too hard on the wrong string. Its face was long, melted. Its eyes were cold. I didn't scream. I just ran, didn't take my pack, didn't grab my light, just bolted into the trees. Branches whipped my face, roots tripped me. I didn't care. I ran until I couldn't breathe. Until the trees thinned, until the silence lifted. And then I stopped because I saw a fire ahead. Another camp? No. The same camp. Same tent, same hammock, same fire ring. Jonah stood there again. This time he was staring right at me. But his mouth wasn't his. It was open too wide, too flat, too wrong. I backed away slowly, tripped, fell, and when I looked up, he was gone. I sprinted back into the woods, tried every direction, but no matter how far I went, I always came back to the fire ring. Always. The fourth time the fire was burning again, even though we drowned it hours ago. Jonah sat cross-legged in front of it, silent, staring into the flames, his face blank, his hands twitching. "Jonah?" I said. He didn't answer. But the fire did. It whispered my name, softly, lovingly. "Come closer." The face in the flames was smiling now. I turned and ran one last time, blind through the trees until I collapsed. I must have passed out. The sun woke me. Morning light, real and clean, birds chirping. I was lying near the ranger's cabin, scraped and cold. They found Jonah 2 days later, or what was left of him. His body was in the fire ring, sitting upright, eyes gone, mouth stretched, like it had been opened from within. The stones around the ring were glowing faintly. They closed the park that fall. No explanation. Just a warning posted online. All campgrounds temporarily closed. Do not enter the forest. Do not approach campfires. I moved 3 states away, haven't camped since, but sometimes at night I smell burning sugar, and I see a flicker out my window. A campfire, spiraling, waiting. And behind the flame, a face I know is mine. The campfire ring. There's a reason no one camps at Hollow Rock anymore. The park ranger didn't explain much when we checked in, just a warning. Don't use the old fire ring at Site 9. It's been closed off. You'll know it when you see it. My friend Jonah laughed it off. What is it? Cursed? Haunted? The ranger didn't smile. He just said, "Some things burn longer than wood." We didn't mean to camp there, not really. But after 3 hours of hiking with packs heavier than our pride, we took the first open site we could find. Site 9. The sign was weathered, faded, the number barely visible under moss and scratches. There was a fire ring there, all right, made of blackened stones arranged in a tight, perfect circle. It looked ancient, scorched like it had been struck by lightning more than once. Something about it felt off, wrong angles. Rocks too smooth, too evenly spaced, like they'd been placed, not by a person but by something mimicking human hands. I wanted to move on. Jonah didn't. "It's just a fire ring, dude. Probably some local legend to keep kids from partying here." He was already unpacking. Against my better judgment, I stayed. As night fell, the woods closed in. The trees felt tighter here, the air heavier. We built a fire in the old ring. And that was our first mistake. The flames caught quickly, too quickly. The wood hissed and popped like it was soaked in sap, but there was no smoke. Just tall orange fire licking upward in complete silence. The wind stopped, and the shadows didn't move the way they should. Jonah noticed it first. "Hey, is it just me? Or does the fire look weird?" I nodded slowly. The flames weren't flickering, they were spiraling, like a whirlpool turned upright, turning inward as if feeding on something that wasn't wood. Then the whispers started. Not words. Not really, just breathing that knew your name. Jonah leaned closer to the fire, and it leaned toward him. That's when I saw it. A face. In the flames. Not human. Long. Melted. Eyes like coals pressed into wax. I yelled and pulled him back. He didn't speak for a long time after that. We put out the fire with all the water we had, but the stones glowed red long after the flames were gone. And the air smelled wrong, like burned sugar and meat. We tried to sleep. Jonah in the tent. Me in the hammock nearby, knife clutched in hand. But around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps circling the camp. Not animals. Footsteps. Light. Careful. Bare. I held my breath. Then I heard Jonah unzip the tent and step out. Or Something that sounded like Jonah. I opened my eyes and saw him standing near the fire ring, facing away from me. Only he wasn't standing. He was swaying, back and forth, as if strings were pulling him. "Jonah?" I whispered. He didn't turn, but I heard his voice, coming from the hammock next to mine, still inside the tent, still sleeping. The thing by the fire wasn't Jonah. It turned slowly, the way a puppet might if yanked too hard on the wrong string. Its face was long, melted. Its eyes were cold. I didn't scream. I just ran, didn't take my pack, didn't grab my light, just bolted into the trees. Branches whipped my face, roots tripped me. I didn't care. I ran until I couldn't breathe. Until the trees thinned, until the silence lifted. And then I stopped because I saw a fire ahead. Another camp? No. The same camp. Same tent, same hammock, same fire ring. Jonah stood there again. This time he was staring right at me. But his mouth wasn't his. It was open too wide, too flat, too wrong. I backed away slowly, tripped, fell, and when I looked up, he was gone. I sprinted back into the woods, tried every direction, but no matter how far I went, I always came back to the fire ring. Always. The fourth time the fire was burning again, even though we drowned it hours ago. Jonah sat cross-legged in front of it, silent, staring into the flames, his face blank, his hands twitching. "Jonah?" I said. He didn't answer. But the fire did. It whispered my name, softly, lovingly. "Come closer." The face in the flames was smiling now. I turned and ran one last time, blind through the trees until I collapsed. I must have passed out. The sun woke me. Morning light, real and clean, birds chirping. I was lying near the ranger's cabin, scraped and cold. They found Jonah 2 days later, or what was left of him. His body was in the fire ring, sitting upright, eyes gone, mouth stretched, like it had been opened from within. The stones around the ring were glowing faintly. They closed the park that fall. No explanation. Just a warning posted online. All campgrounds temporarily closed. Do not enter the forest. Do not approach campfires. I moved 3 states away, haven't camped since, but sometimes at night I smell burning sugar, and I see a flicker out my window. A campfire, spiraling, waiting. And behind the flame, a face I know is mine. The last bus. It was nearly midnight when I stumbled onto the last bus out of the city. Rain soaked through my jacket and pooled in my boots. The streetlights flickered behind me as I climbed the steps and dropped a few crumpled bills into the fare box. The driver didn't look at me. He just nodded once, slow, deliberate, and pulled the lever. The doors hissed shut behind me like a held breath. The bus was empty. I took a seat near the middle, water dripping from my sleeves, and exhaled. My phone was dead. My charger was in my backpack, which I'd forgotten back at the library. I didn't care. I just needed to get home. Outside, the city blurred past in streaks of wet neon. Street signs warped in the glow. Buildings slouched into one another. The rain came down harder. The driver didn't take the usual route. I didn't notice it at first. The turns were smooth, seamless, but the landmarks were wrong. No convenience stores, no traffic, no gas stations, just black streets and older buildings like relics from another time. Brick facades with shuttered windows, lamp posts with dim, flickering bulbs. I stood and walked toward the front. "Hey," I said, "are we going the right way?" The driver didn't answer. He didn't blink, didn't even look in the mirror. His face looked pale in the dashboard lights, waxy, too still. I turned back to my seat and sat down fast. That's when I realized something else. The bus made no sound, no engine hum, no squeaking brakes, no tires over puddles, just silence, the kind that presses against your ears like you're underwater. Then the lights flickered, once, twice, and when they came back on, I wasn't alone. Someone sat in the back row. A woman in an old gray coat, head lowered, long black hair covering her face. I hadn't heard her get on. I watched her in the mirror. She didn't move, but with every mile she was sitting closer, 4 rows away, then 3, then 2. I tried to speak, to ask her if she was okay, but my voice caught in my throat. I turned around. The seat behind me was empty. The lights flickered again. This time I saw more people, dozens, each one sitting perfectly still, staring forward. Their faces pale, blank. Their clothes soaked, as if they'd all come in from the same storm. Some wore coats from the 1950s, some wore blood-stained hospital gowns. One man held a shattered pair of glasses in his lap, another clutched a broken steering wheel. My heart raced. I pressed the stop button. Nothing happened. The sign at the front didn't change. I walked to the driver again, stumbling past passengers who didn't breathe. "Stop the bus!" I shouted. His eyes shifted toward me, just for a second. They were glassy, like a doll's. Then they rolled up into his skull, and the bus lurched forward, faster now. The windows darkened. Outside, the city was gone. Just woods now, endless and twisted. The trees leaned toward us, branches scraping the glass like fingernails. I ran to the doors and tried to pry them open, locked tight. The woman in gray was now 2 rows away again, closer than before, and her head was starting to rise. I backed up, breath catching in my chest. That's when I noticed the writing, etched into the window beside me, scratched by fingernails, over and over, in hundreds of tiny letters. "Don't get off, don't get off, don't get off." I looked outside and saw a figure in the woods, running alongside the bus. No, not running. Floating. It was me. Soaked, bleeding, mouth open in a silent scream. My double slammed against the window, eyes wide, and vanished. The lights flickered again. When they came back on, the woman in gray was sitting beside me. She turned her head slowly. No eyes. Just darkness where her face should have been. She opened her mouth, and I heard every scream I'd ever buried. The bus jolted. Outside, the trees were thinning. A single stop ahead, lit by a flickering street lamp, a bench beneath it, a signpost with no name. The doors hissed open. I didn't move. But the other passengers did. One by one, they stood and walked off the bus, each fading into smoke as they stepped into the light, until only I remained. And the driver, he turned in his seat, his mouth stretched too wide. Last stop, I ran. I leapt off the bus without thinking. The cold hit me like a slap. The rain was gone. The air was wrong, too still, too thick. I turned around. The bus was gone. No tire tracks, no lights, just a crumbling road that stretched into black. And beside me, the bench, empty, except for a note, folded, damp, my name written on it. Hands shaking, I opened it. Behind me, I heard footsteps, heavy, wet, getting closer. The house that whispers. I didn't believe in ghosts until the house started whispering my name. It was a quiet place when I moved in. An old Victorian out near the edge of the woods, 3 stories high, flaking paint, tall windows with lace curtains that seemed to twitch slightly even when the air was still. I inherited it from a great aunt I'd never met, one of those long-lost relatives you only learn about after they've died. The lawyer called it a charming fixer-upper. It was mostly empty when I arrived, just dusty furniture covered in sheets and the kind of silence that feels thick. I picked the bedroom on the 2nd floor and spent the first few days unpacking, cleaning, getting used to the creaks and groans of a house that had settled in on itself long ago. It began with voices at night, faint, like distant conversations in the walls. Sometimes I'd wake up thinking the TV was on downstairs, only to find nothing but the cold hum of an unplugged living room. The whispers came next. They weren't words at first, just sounds like breath against wood, a hush-hush like wind through teeth. But they came closer each night. One evening around 3 a.m., I heard my name, soft, drawn out. I sat up in bed, heart hammering, eyes wide. The voice had come from just outside the bedroom door, but when I opened it, the hallway was empty. I tried to tell myself it was a dream, sleep paralysis, the old house settling, maybe even a neighbor calling their dog in the distance. But it happened again the next night, and the next. Sometimes the whispers came from under the bed, or from the air vent above the dresser, or from the crack behind the wardrobe that led to the space between walls, always whispering my name, always in the dark. I stopped sleeping. I walked the house by candlelight, checking doors and windows. I spoke aloud to nothing, asked questions I didn't want answered. Then the cold spots began. Whole rooms would drop to freezing in minutes, my breath hanging in front of me even though the thermostat was set high. I'd feel something brush past my legs, a tug at my sleeve, the smell of roses and dirt. One morning, I found muddy footprints leading from the back door to the stairs. Small footprints, bare, child-sized. But I hadn't opened the door in days. I checked the locks, barricaded the windows, slept with the light on. The house didn't care. It kept whispering. Until one night it stopped. The silence was worse. It was heavy, pressing. Like the house was holding its breath. I thought maybe it was over. Then I found the attic door open. It had always been stuck shut, swollen in the frame, impossible to budge, but now it swung freely, a cold draft pouring down the stairs. I climbed slowly, flashlight trembling in my hand. The attic was empty, except for a single mirror against the far wall. Tall, oval shaped, carved from dark wood. Not dusty like everything else, it was clean, polished, too clean. I approached it, breath fogging the air, and when I looked inside, I didn't see myself. I saw a little girl in a white dress, standing behind me. I turned, heart slamming into my ribs. No one. I looked back into the mirror. She was closer now. Her face was pale, wet, her eyes wide and glassy, her mouth opened, but no sound came out. Then she raised her hand and pointed, down. Back into the house. I ran. Didn't look back. Didn't sleep. The next day I found her name in the town archives, Lillian Crow. Died in the house in 1904, 8 years old. Drowned in the upstairs bathtub. Her body was found by her mother, who, according to one brittle newspaper clipping, claimed the house had called her back too late. No one believed her. They locked her away in a sanitarium. She died 2 months later. I couldn't stay. I packed everything in a single night and fled before dawn. But even now, miles away in a new apartment with bright lights and no history, I still hear it sometimes. Soft, in the dark, in the vents, in the walls. A whisper. I think the house found a way to follow me. Or maybe I never left. Shh. The static room. When I inherited my grandfather's house, I expected dust, creaky floors, and the suffocating smell of old books. What I didn't expect was the room full of static. It was a small house, tucked into a forgotten corner of rural Maine, gray shingles, overgrown hedges, and windows that never seemed to reflect sunlight the way they should. I hadn't been there since I was 10, back when Grandpa used to mutter about things he saw behind the flicker. We all thought it was just dementia. I moved in to sort through his belongings and maybe sell the place. The first few days were uneventful, aside from the cold. The house never warmed up, no matter how high I turned the heat. The lights buzzed with a faint hum, like old CRT televisions. I chalked it up to bad wiring. It was the third night when I found the door. Not a front door, not a closet, just a narrow wooden door at the end of a hallway I didn't remember being there. I could have sworn the hallway ended at the old linen cabinet, but now it stretched a few feet farther, just enough space for that odd little door. No knob, just a thin brass pull. I opened it. The room beyond wasn't a room at all. It was a box. No windows, no furniture. Every inch of the walls was covered in televisions, old ones, boxy, flickering, static crawling across each screen. Hundreds of them stacked floor to ceiling, some humming, some popping with bursts of white light. The only illumination in the room came from their flickering glow. I should have shut the door and walked away. Instead, I stepped inside. The second my foot crossed the threshold, the door slammed behind me. The temperature dropped instantly. My breath turned to fog. I turned, tried the door. It was gone. Not locked. Gone. Just more walls, more televisions. I turned back. All the screens changed at once, no longer static. Now each screen showed me, standing there, trapped, dozens of angles, some impossible, like one from above the ceiling, one from behind my eyeballs, one from inside my throat. And then the whispering started. Not from the speakers, but from the air itself. A low, wet hiss that sounded like something trying to speak through radio snow. Welcome back. The lights dimmed. On every screen, my reflection began to move, but I didn't. The other me smiled, tilted its head, and blinked out of sync. One by one, the reflections started doing different things. One reached forward, fingers pressing against the inside of the glass. One opened its mouth and screamed, but no sound came out. One simply turned away and pointed at something behind me. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was a figure standing in the center of the room, tall, thin, wrapped in something that shimmered and hissed like television snow. Its face was a blur, constantly shifting. One moment my grandfather, then my own face, then something else entirely. Hollow eyes, a mouth stitched shut with static lines. The televisions began to screech, white noise so loud it drove me to my knees, and then everything went black. I woke up in the hallway, back in the house. Daylight poured in through the windows. The door was gone. I searched every wall, every corner. Nothing. No hallway extension. No static room. I thought maybe it had been a dream. A night terror brought on by stress and grief. Until I turned on the television in the living room. It showed static for a moment, then a flicker of me in the room, screaming, then black. I unplugged it and threw a blanket over the screen. But it didn't matter. Every electronic screen I touched after that, my phone, my laptop, the GPS in my car, would flicker once, then show me a glimpse of that room, or that figure, or myself, distorted and whispering things I didn't understand. I started getting headaches, sharp, pulsing pain behind my eyes, static in my ears when I closed them. And at night, I'd hear it. A soft hum in the walls, flicker, flicker, whisper, whisper. I left the house within a week, but it followed me. Hotel mirrors began to shimmer. TVs turned on by themselves, even when unplugged. The worst was the night I dreamed I was in the static room again. Only this time, the figure stepped forward. It touched my forehead with one long, glitched finger and said, "Shh, you saw it!" That's enough. I woke up with blood on my pillow, from my ears. Doctors found nothing wrong. No tumors, no seizures, no brain abnormalities. They gave me sedatives, antipsychotics, sleep aids. None worked. I stopped sleeping altogether. The last time I turned on the TV, it didn't show me the room. It showed you. Reading this, sitting wherever you are, lit by whatever screen you're using. And behind you, just for a second, something moved. Something tall, wrapped in flickering light. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it with me, but once you've seen it, it sees you too. Whispers from the cabin. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. Just me, the trees, and the old family cabin that had sat untouched since my uncle died last winter. I hadn't been up there since I was a kid, but something about the silence of the woods always felt like home, until it didn't. I arrived just before dusk, the sky heavy with clouds and the pine needles wet under my boots. The cabin sat where it always had, tucked deep in the trees, far enough off the trail that no one stumbled on it by accident. The wood was dark, damp, the porch slumped to one side like a tired old man. Moss clung to the roof. The door creaked open on its own before I could unlock it. I should have taken that as a warning. Inside, the air was stale and thick with the smell of mildew and old wood. Dust coated every surface, and the fireplace was full of long dead ashes. The windows were shut tight, but the curtains moved as if a breeze was passing through. Still, I unpacked, lit a fire, and told myself the unease was just in my head. By nightfall, the forest outside had gone completely silent. Not quiet, silent. No crickets. No wind. Not even the groan of tree branches rubbing together. It was like the woods were holding their breath. I chalked it up to nerves and poured myself a drink. Sat on the couch, watched the flames twist and curl in the fireplace. That's when I heard the knock. 3 soft raps on the front door. I stood up slowly, looked out the window, no one there, opened the door, nothing. I stepped out onto the porch, flashlight in hand, sweeping it across the clearing. The woods stared back, still, empty. I turned around to go inside and found the door closed. I hadn't shut it. I grabbed the handle, it didn't budge. Locked from the inside. Then, from behind me, deep in the woods, a voice called out, childlike. "Let me in." I spun around, heart pounding, light shaking in my hand. No one, but I heard it again. "It's cold out here. Please." I backed up against the door, panic settling like a weight in my chest. The voice came closer, still gentle, still wrong. "I'm scared. Won't you let me in?" I didn't respond, didn't breathe. Then a whisper, right beside my ear. "Let me wear your skin." I screamed, slammed my fist on the door, and suddenly it gave way. I fell inside and shut it behind me. Heart racing. The room was dark, the fire was out, and all the candles I'd lit were snuffed. Worse, everything inside the cabin was wrong, older, rotten. The furniture was covered in mold, the walls were damp and caving in, my bag was gone. Dust floated through the air in thick clouds, and the scent of rot filled my lungs. I stumbled to the fireplace, cold, dead, as if it hadn't been lit in years. I checked my phone. No signal. Battery, 6%. I turned on the flashlight app and shone it around the cabin. Someone had carved words into the walls, hundreds of them. "Let me in. Let me in." Over and over, scratched deep into the wood by something small, or maybe something sharp. In the corner, something shifted. I raised the light and nearly dropped the phone. There was a figure crouched in the shadows, thin, pale, no face, just smooth skin where eyes and a mouth should be. Its head turned toward the light and its body began to unfold. Slowly, too slowly. I ran into the back room and slammed the door. It had a lock. Thank God, I threw the bolt and backed away. Silence, then scratching. On the other side of the door, tap, tap, tap. Then that soft, horrible voice again. You let me in once. Why stop now? I didn't sleep that night. Just sat on the floor, flashlight dying, listening to the scratching at the door, the whispering in the walls, the soft, slick sound of something moving through the wet wood. When morning came, the noises stopped. I opened the door slowly. The figure was gone. So were the carvings. The furniture was whole again. The fire was burning. My bag sat by the couch, untouched. It was like nothing had happened, but something had changed. I walked outside. The forest was still quiet. But at the edge of the trees, I saw footprints. Bare, small, leading away from the cabin. And carved into the bark of the nearest tree were 3 words, "Let me in." I left that day, never went back. But sometimes, late at night, I hear knocking. 3 soft raps on the window, and a voice that says, "It's cold out here, please." The Lantern Cabin. Everyone in town called it Lantern Cabin. They said a light burned in its window every night, even though no one had lived there for decades. Some said it was a caretaker. Others said it was a ghost. My uncle said it was the forest itself, keeping watch. So naturally, when my friends and I rented a cabin for the weekend, I convinced them to hike out and see it. There were 4 of us, me, Reese, Matt, and Alina. We were all bored of the usual campfire stories and cheap whiskey. Lantern Cabin was an hour's hike through thick woods, just past a rusted sign that read, "Do not follow the light." I laughed when I saw it. Reese took a picture. Alina didn't want to go any farther, but Matt rolled his eyes and kept walking. The cabin was exactly where the old map said it would be, sitting alone in a clearing too circular to be natural. The trees around it leaned away, as if trying not to touch it. The wood siding was gray and warped, the roof slanted, the windows dark, except for the front left one, where the lantern glowed, not flickering, steady, unmoving, like a lighthouse waiting for something to return. We stood in silence, staring at it. "Probably battery-powered," Reese said, walking up to the porch. Alina stayed behind. "I don't like this," she whispered. "It's too quiet. There were no birds, no insects, and just windless air and the creak of old wood as Reese opened the door. We stepped inside. It smelled like earth and soot. The lantern sat on a small wooden table lit with a dull yellow flame. No oil, no wick, just fire. The inside of the cabin was intact, too intact. No dust, no cobwebs. Everything looked paused, like someone had just stepped out and would return any second. "Guys," Alina called from the porch, "let's just go." But the door closed behind us, and the lantern went out. Darkness swallowed the room, pure, sudden dark. No moonlight, no glow from outside. Then the room changed. I felt it. The air shifted, grew colder. When Reese lit his phone flashlight, the cabin was different. Rotting, warped, walls wet with mildew and black moss. The table was gone, so was the lantern. We turned to leave, but the door was gone too. Just another wall. Matt started laughing nervously. "Okay, cool trick. You got us." No one responded, because we all heard it. Footsteps. Upstairs. Slow. Dragging. We hadn't noticed stairs before. There were none, but now a staircase curled up from the corner like it had always been there. I backed away, breath shaking. "Let's not," I started, but Reese had already stepped toward it, phone light raised. "You wanted to see the lantern," he said. "Maybe it's up there." He started climbing. Matt followed. I looked at Alina. She was crying. I took her hand and whispered, "We're leaving. Now." We turned to find a window. Just one, covered in soot. I wiped it clean and saw nothing but more cabin on the other side, an identical room, a mirror of ours. Except in that one, the lantern was still burning, and in its glow were 4 people. Us, only not. Their faces were wrong, stretched, warped, their mouths too wide. They stared at us, unmoving until their eyes all turned black. Then they smiled. I grabbed Alina and ran, but the floor cracked beneath us, split open like paper. We fell into darkness. I woke up alone, not in the cabin, in a hallway, endless. Wooden walls, lanterns lining each side, all lit with that same yellow flame. Behind me, footsteps. I didn't look back. I ran. Room after room passed me. Each one filled with versions of the cabin. Some burned, some drowned in water, some with things in the corners that didn't move but breathed. I screamed for Alina, for Reese, for Matt. Only the lanterns answered, flickering. Then I found a door. Real, heavy, old iron hinges. I opened it and was back in the cabin. Normal. Fireplace crackling, dust on the shelves, light pouring in through the windows. The lantern sat on the table again. Reese was there too, staring into the flame. "Where's Alina?" I asked. He didn't answer. I stepped closer. "Reese." He turned. His eyes were gone, just empty, smoldering sockets glowing with yellow light. He opened his mouth and the lantern's flame rose higher. From behind me, I heard Alina scream. Then silence. When I turned around, I was alone. Reese gone, lantern still burning, and outside the window, the trees were moving. But there was no wind. I took the lantern and ran, out the door, into the woods. Didn't stop until the sky broke open with thunder and I saw the lights of our rented cabin. I collapsed on the porch, lantern still clutched in my arms. It hasn't gone out since. It doesn't need oil. It doesn't need fuel. It just burns. And sometimes, in its light, I see them. Reese, Matt, Alina, standing just at the edge of the glow, mouths open, eyes hollow, waiting, watching, smiling. They never left, and the light never fades. The man at the end of the bed. It started the week I moved into the new apartment. A cheap studio tucked above a boarded-up laundromat. Nothing fancy, just enough space for a bed, a desk, and a tiny kitchen that smelled faintly of bleach and wet rust. It wasn't home, but I was broke, and it was all I could afford. The first night, I slept like a stone. The second, I woke up to the sensation of someone watching me. Eyes in the dark, no sounds, no movement. Just that overwhelming weight in the room, like the air had thickened into syrup. I turned on the light. Nothing there. But I didn't sleep after that. By the third night, the dreams started. I'd wake up thinking I was still asleep, my limbs heavy, the room dim and grainy. I could see everything, the cracked ceiling, the flicker of the neon sign through the window, the crooked shadow of my closet door. But I couldn't move, couldn't speak, could only lie there and stare as something shifted in the dark corner of the room. It was always the same. A figure. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe skin stretched too tightly over bone. I could never see its face, only the way it tilted its head bird-like, too fast, too precise, and it watched me, every night, always at the end of the bed. I tried telling myself it was sleep paralysis, a known condition, a trick of the brain, common even, but it didn't feel common. It felt deliberate, like it was trying to learn me. The way I breathed, the way my eyes moved, the way my fear tasted. I began staying up later, drinking more coffee, watching late-night TV with the volume low and the lights all on. It didn't help. On the seventh night, I woke up unable to breathe. My chest felt crushed, like something was kneeling on it. My eyes darted wildly around the room, searching for the figure. He wasn't in the corner. He was sitting on my chest. His face, finally visible, was wrong. Smooth and gray, with a grin that ran from cheek to cheek, filled with dozens of tiny childlike teeth. His eyes were pinpricks of wet black, staring straight into mine. He leaned down slowly, his neck cracking with emotion until his forehead touched mine. Then he whispered. I couldn't understand the words, but I felt them crawl into my ears, curl around my spine, nest beneath my ribs. I passed out before the whispering stopped. When I woke up, the lights were on. My phone was on the floor, the bed was soaked with sweat, my fingernails were broken and bleeding. I moved out that day, didn't pack, didn't look back. I found a motel 2 towns over, paid cash, slept with the bathroom light on and a Bible under my pillow. And for one night, just one, I slept in peace. Then the whispers returned, not during sleep, while I was awake, from the mirror, from under the bed, from the static between TV channels. You brought him with you. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, reflections that didn't match, shadows that moved the wrong way, and every time I blinked, I swore he was closer. The worst part was realizing that it didn't matter where I went. He wasn't tied to the apartment. He was tied to me. I stopped sleeping entirely after that. 3 days without rest. Then 4. Until I passed out on the motel carpet and slid into a waking nightmare. I was paralyzed again, but this time the room was filled with others. People. Lying on the floor, on the bed, against the walls, hundreds of them, eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams. Frozen. I tried to scream too, but I had no voice. The man was there, walking between them, touching them gently like a child admiring dolls. When he reached me, he smiled again, that same too wide grin. Then he said, in a voice that was mine, "You're awake now. but I'm always watching. I woke up screaming, throat raw, blood on my sheets. The police thought I was having a breakdown. So did the doctors. They gave me pills, they gave me pamphlets. They didn't believe me, but I know what I saw, what I still see. He's real, and he's patient. He doesn't need to chase you or break through your door. He just needs you to lie still, close your eyes, and let your body forget how to move. Because once you're frozen, he climbs in, and he never really leaves. The third door. I found the third door on a Wednesday. It was raining hard, the kind of cold spring rain that soaks your clothes before you even get the key in the lock. I just moved to the basement flat of an old brownstone on the edge of town, a quiet street, ivy up the bricks, neighbors who didn't wave. The landlord said the place had charm. It didn't. It had creaking pipes, a mildew smell, and 3 doors. One to the hallway, one to the bedroom, and one I hadn't noticed during the walkthrough. The third door was on the far wall, half hidden behind a sagging bookcase. No frame, no handle, just a smooth wooden surface, cracked and pale like stretched skin. I thought it was a closet at first, or maybe sealed shut for safety, but I was wrong. The first time I touched it, it was warm. Not just room temperature, warm, like the back of someone's neck. I yanked my hand back and laughed nervously. Maybe the heat from the furnace ran behind it. Maybe the wall was thin. Logical, normal things. But when I pressed my ear to the wood, I didn't hear heat. I heard breathing. That night, I dreamed of the door. It opened in the dream, slowly, without sound. And inside was blackness, not darkness, blackness. A thick, living void that hummed like a beehive. Something moved in it, crawling just under the surface, shapes with too many joints, jaws that clicked open too wide. I woke up to the sound of knocking. 3 slow knocks from the third door. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just stared across the room in the dark. The knock didn't come again, but something new was carved into the door. Let me see. I left the apartment the next morning, spent the entire day at the library drinking stale coffee and pretending I wasn't going back. But eventually the sun went down and I had nowhere else to go. When I returned, the apartment was colder, too cold. The third door was wet with condensation, and on the floor in front of it, drag marks. 4 of them, like fingers, clawed. I told myself it was a prank, a bad dream, a trick of old plumbing and older paranoia. I placed the bookcase back in front of the door. I bolted it to the wall. I didn't sleep. Over the next week, the breathing grew louder. It wasn't in my head. I could hear it when I washed dishes, when I brushed my teeth, a slow inhale, exhale, like the apartment had lungs, and the scratches kept appearing on the walls, on the mirrors, on the inside of my closet door. Each one said something different. A little closer. Almost open. Do you remember me? That last one chilled me, because I started having memories I couldn't place. Waking up in strange rooms, hallways with too many corners, a voice behind me saying my name, in a voice that was nearly but not quite my own. The landlord stopped answering my calls. So did everyone else. It was like I was slipping out of the world. Like I'd opened something I shouldn't have. And every night, the knocks returned. 3 knocks. Always 3. Always slow. On the 14th night, I snapped. I dragged the bookcase away and stared at the third door. It was pulsing, breathing in rhythm with me. I grabbed a hammer. I didn't plan to open it, just damage it. Break it enough that whatever was behind it stayed there. But when I raised the hammer, the door opened by itself. No creak, no swing. It just split down the center like skin unzipping. And the void behind it smiled. I didn't know a void could smile, but it did. I felt it deep in my skull, curling like a worm behind my eyes. I dropped the hammer, and something stepped through. I don't remember what happened next, just fragments. A scream, mine or someone else's. Blood. The scent of soil, something brushing my face with too many fingers. When I came to, it was morning. The door was gone, not closed. Gone. Just wall. Smooth, blank wall. And behind it, silence. I moved out the same day, left everything behind. No one believed me. Not the cops, not my sister, not the therapist I saw once and never again. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard last night in my new apartment. 3 knocks. Soft. Slow. From the closet this time. There's only 1 door there, but I think it's becoming 2. And soon, 3. When I moved into the old house on Wren Street, I knew it needed work. The foundation sagged, the windows stuck, and the pipes groaned with every twist of the faucet. But it was mine. A place to start over, a place to forget what had come before. The first time I noticed the drain, I didn't think anything of it. It was in the basement, an old rust-ringed floor drain sunk into cracked concrete right in the center of the room. A thin trickle of water constantly leaked into it, even when the house was bone dry. The plumber shrugged it off. Old pipes, he said, groundwater. But the drain didn't sound like groundwater. At night it whispered, faint, soft, barely audible over the hum of the furnace or the creak of settling walls. But it was there. Slunk, slunk, a wet sound, like something shifting below. The first week, I tried to ignore it. The second week, I started closing the basement door. By the third, I was sleeping with a towel shoved under the crack. I couldn't shake the feeling something was listening from below. It escalated on a Sunday. I had dropped a spoon in the sink, and it made a sharp clang against the drain. From the basement, I heard something answer, louder than usual. A knock, maybe, or something hitting the underside of the floor. I froze. Then it knocked again, 3 times. Clang, clang, clang. I didn't move for a long time. That night, I dreamed of water. Black, thick water rising from the basement floor, flooding the stairs, slithering under my door. In the dream, I couldn't move. I watched as something pale and bloated rose from the water, crawling on all fours, smiling with a mouthful of teeth that weren't sharp, just too many. I woke up to find my bedsheets soaked. No leaks, no spills, just wet. And when I checked the basement the next morning, the drain was open. Not a little. The rusted grate had come loose, broken clean from the concrete. A perfect black circle stared up at me, the edges slick with some kind of slime. It smelled like rot and earth. I called the plumber again. He didn't show. Didn't answer his phone. That night, the whispering came back, but louder. Not just whispering now, words. I pressed my ear to the basement door, breath held. Let me in. I backed away, and from behind the door, splash, like something large hitting water. I didn't sleep. The following day, I bought a heavy slab of wood and nailed it across the basement door. I shoved furniture in front of it, chairs, bookshelves, anything I could move. I even sprinkled salt across the steps. Not because I believed it would help, but because I was desperate. The drain didn't like that. That night, the whole house shook. Not like an earthquake, more like it was being dragged. Nails creaked in the walls. Paint cracked. The whispering turned to moans, and I heard something clawing up the stairs. Not scratching, clawing. When the noise stopped, I checked the door. The boards were split, the salt was gone, and a fingerprint, wet, long, inhuman, stained the top stair. I started staying at work late, sleeping in my car, showering at the gym, anything to avoid going back. But I couldn't leave forever. I still had to pay the mortgage, check the mail, keep the lights on. Every time I returned, the house felt worse. The air was thick, heavy, like breathing through damp cloth, and the drain was always open, waiting. Sometimes I'd catch a smell, wet meat, like something drowned, then cooked in the sun. The power started flickering, light bulbs popped, my phone wouldn't charge in the house. One day I found the basement door wide open, the boards lying in splinters on the floor. On the walls, smeared in dark dripping streaks, was one word: thirsty. I decided to leave for good. I packed what I could, shoved clothes into bags, unplugged everything. But when I tried the front door, it was gone. Not locked. Gone. Just a wall where it used to be. The windows, too. Covered in thick, pulsing roots, like veins. The house wasn't a house anymore. It was him, and he was awake. That night, the drain called. No whispers now. Come down. See me. I'm so close. I fought sleep, but it dragged me down. And in my dream, I was in the basement again. Only this time, the drain wasn't just a hole, it was a... And something was climbing out. Too long, too slick, bones bending the wrong way. Its skin sloughed off as it moved, and it carried dozens of faces on its back. Twisted, waterlogged faces that screamed silently. My face was among them, still screaming. I woke up in the hallway, knees soaked, clothes muddy, door to the basement wide open. The drain was inches from my feet. Bubbling, laughing. That was 3 days ago. I haven't left the hallway since. I haven't eaten, haven't slept, but I can hear him in the pipes. Closer now. He says he only needs one more soul to climb free, and I'm the one who opened him. So if you ever hear whispering from your drain, Don't listen. Don't answer. Don't get curious, because he's hungry and he's patient. Voices in the vents. I moved into the apartment at the end of October, just as the nights started stretching longer than the days, and the chill in the air felt less like weather and more like warning. It was a sublet from a guy named Rory who left town in a hurry. The kind of rental where the locks are old, the paint peels if you look at it too hard, and the radiators bang like they're trying to get your attention. But it was cheap, and I was broke, so I took it. The first night, I didn't notice anything unusual, just the usual creaks and groans of an old building. But by the third night, I started hearing voices. They came from the vents, soft at first, like someone muttering in the next room. Male, female. Sometimes both at once, layered like a whispering duet. I'd stop what I was doing and lean toward the wall, listening. But the moment I tried to focus, the voices would fade into nothing. I assumed it was my neighbors. Old buildings have thin walls. It made sense. Until I realized the apartment on the other side of mine was empty. Vacant. Has been for months, according to the landlord. So I started recording the sounds, just a voice memo app on my phone, left running while I slept. The next morning I played it back. Static. Then at 2:13 a.m., a faint voice. Clear. Are you listening yet? I dropped my phone. The next few nights the voices grew louder, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping. Once I woke up to hear someone breathing directly through the vent above my bed. I didn't move, didn't even blink. I just stared at the ceiling while warm, ragged breath echoed down through the grate. I started avoiding the apartment. I'd walk for hours, sit in diners until sunrise, anything to avoid sleeping there. But I always had to come back eventually. And every time, the voices welcomed me. Welcome home, they said. Don't stay out so late. You left us alone too long. I asked the landlord about it. He gave me a tight smile and a shrug. Old buildings talk, he said. They settle, rattle, whisper sometimes. I told him it wasn't just sounds. He gave me a new air filter and told me to relax. That weekend, I pulled the grate off the vent in the living room, just to look. Inside was dark, dusty. A smell like mildew and something sweet, like rotting fruit. I shone my phone's flashlight inside and froze. There were scratch marks on the inside of the vent. Deep, jagged, too small to be from a tool, more like fingernails. They trailed deep into the duct, far past where I could see, and wedged between two rusted bolts was something small and pale. I pulled it out. A tooth, human, tiny, like a child's. I stopped sleeping altogether. The voices followed me into the waking hours. I'd hear them from the kitchen faucet, from the crack under the closet door, from the fridge when it hummed at night. They started saying things I couldn't ignore. You've been here before. You know how this ends. You left her. One night I passed out on the couch and dreamed of a little girl in the vent, trapped, nails torn to the quick, eyes wide with fear. She looked at me and mouthed something over and over. Why didn't you help me? When I woke up, my fingernails were bloody, and the word liar was scratched into the living room wall. I hadn't moved from the couch, but my hands ached like I'd been digging through concrete. I called Rory, the guy I was subletting from. He didn't answer, so I searched his name online. Found one article from 4 years ago about a little girl named Annie who went missing in this very building. Rory had been questioned, but not charged. The case went cold, and the apartment stayed empty until I moved in. I checked the vents again. This time I climbed inside, pulled myself through feet of dust and rust and cobwebs until I found a small junction barely the size of a crawl space, and in it, a bundle of cloth, wrapped tightly, wrapped bones inside, small ones, a child's. Tucked next to it, a necklace with the name Annie engraved on a silver charm. The air turned cold, and behind me, in the darkness of the vent, I heard it. Thank you. A whisper. A sigh, and then silence. I went to the police. They recovered the remains, identified them as Annie's, but the case never led anywhere. Rory was gone, vanished. They thanked me for reporting it and suggested therapy. I moved out, started over. Different city, different building, no vents this time, no more whispering until last night when I turned on the kitchen faucet and instead of water, a voice came out. You left her too. Then the lights went out, and from behind the fridge came the sound of something crawling. Thanks for watching. If you're still here, maybe check the nearest drain, just to be safe. Don't forget to subscribe and let us know where and when you're watching from. We'll be listening. Welcome back, Night Dwellers. Before we begin, make sure you're somewhere quiet, somewhere dark, and somewhere safe. Hit subscribe and let us know where and when you're watching from. Now, let the story begin. The Red Room. I found the website by accident. It was buried on an old forum, one of those half-dead threads from the early 2000s with pixelated avatars and usernames like Neon Ghost and Shadowman42. The post was simple: whatever you do, don't click the Red Room link after midnight. It included a link, of course. A dead one. Except it wasn't. The first time I clicked it, nothing happened. Just a black screen with a blinking red dot in the center. No text, no back button, no way to close the tab. I had to restart my laptop to get out of it. I thought it was a prank, until it came back. The next morning, when I opened my browser, the Red Room was there again. The same black background, the same red dot. Only this time, there was a message. You were warned. I tried to delete my history, clear the cache, run antivirus. Nothing worked. The Red Room kept opening on its own. Every day, it stayed up a little longer. The dot got bigger, brighter, like it was pulsing, like it was alive. At night, I started hearing whispers, not from the screen, from inside the room, from the walls. I lived alone. At first, I thought it was in my head, just anxiety from lack of sleep. But then the light bulbs started blowing out one by one, and my mirrors began to fog over without steam. And in that fog, I saw shapes standing behind me, watching, always watching. I stopped using my laptop, bought a new one. Didn't matter. The Red Room came back, always midnight, always silent, until the fifth night. That's when the dot vanished and a door appeared, red, slightly ajar, a soft glow leaking out like candlelight, and then the message, enter? I closed the lid, unplugged it, took the battery out, and still at 12:01 I woke to find the glow from the laptop filling my room. The screen open, the door wider, waiting. I called my friend Malik, told him everything. He laughed at first, then offered to stay the night, said we'd burn the thing if it helped. That evening, we drank, played cards, talked about anything else, until midnight. When the laptop turned itself on, the glow filled the room, the Red Room opened. We stared, neither of us spoke. Then Malik leaned closer. What's that? On the screen, a figure was walking through the red-lit hallway. Small, distant, getting closer and closer, until it was standing right in front of the camera. Face pale and flickering, eyes black, smile wide and wrong. Malik slammed the lid shut and the lights went out. All of them. The apartment was silent. Then, tap, tap, tap. On the front door, Malik turned toward it, but I stopped him. Don't, I whispered. The tapping continued. Then a new sound. Typing. From the laptop, I opened it slowly. The Red Room was still there, but the figure was gone. In its place, a blinking cursor beneath a new message. You brought him. We didn't sleep. When the sun rose, Malik left, said he didn't feel right. I never saw him again. His number went dead. His apartment was empty, vanished, like he'd never existed. I tried destroying the laptop, took a hammer to it, smashed the screen, bent the casing until sparks flew out. The next night, it was back on my desk, fully intact. The door opened wider than ever. Inside, I could see movement, shadows pacing, clawing at the walls. The whispers returned. They never stopped, even during the day. Always saying the same thing, it's your turn. I moved, different city, changed my name, threw the laptop in a river. I thought it was over. But tonight, as I write this, my new phone just lit up. I didn't touch it. There's a notification. A website is opened in the browser. Black background, red dot, blinking, and the words, "The Red Room never closes." The third floor of the Amberlight Motel was supposed to be closed. That's what the manager told me when I checked in. He was a heavy-set man with thinning hair and a look in his eyes like he hadn't slept properly in a decade. He handed me the key to room 210 and warned, "Don't go up to the third floor. Power's out up there. Whole level's shut down." I wasn't planning on it. I was just passing through town, one night on the road, trying to get some distance between myself and the city where everything went wrong. I didn't need much, just a bed, a lock on the door, and something stronger than tap water in my cup. The first night was quiet until 3:13 a.m. I woke to footsteps above me. Slow, heavy, deliberate. I sat up in bed, confused. I remembered what the manager said. There wasn't supposed to be anyone above me. And yet the footsteps continued, pacing back and forth across the ceiling. Then I heard dragging, like something heavy was being pulled across the floor. I tried to go back to sleep, but it was impossible. The next morning, I mentioned it at the front desk. The manager looked up from his paper, grimaced. "Room 313, he muttered, then caught himself and shook his head. "Never mind. It's just old plumbing. Pipes knock at night." Those weren't pipes. I knew that sound. It had rhythm. It had weight. It was someone walking. The second night, I stayed up. I sat in the dark, TV off, watching the ceiling. Sure enough, at exactly 3:13 a.m., the footsteps began. But this time they didn't just pace. They stopped right above me, and then knock, knock, knock. 3 slow knocks from the ceiling. I didn't move, didn't breathe. And from the silence that followed, I could hear breathing, not mine. Someone else's. Shallow, wet, right above me. The next morning, I asked the maid if anyone had a key to room 313. She looked startled. "That room's sealed. Hasn't been opened in years." "Why?" She hesitated. "Some girl, long time ago. She rented it for one night. They found her in the bathtub the next morning. Said she'd clawed at the walls so hard her fingers broke. No sign of anyone else being there, but they closed the floor after that." "What was her name?" The maid looked away. "Doesn't matter. She's not the one knocking." That night, I made the mistake of going upstairs. I don't know what drove me. Curiosity, maybe. Maybe something worse. But around midnight, I crept past the front desk, up the stairwell, and onto the 3rd floor. The hallway lights were out. The carpet smelled like mildew and dust. All the doors were shut, except one. Room 313. It was open a crack, a sliver of dark beyond, and a faint whisper, "Come in." I should have left, run back to my room, packed my bags, and never looked back. But I pushed the door open. Inside, the room was in perfect condition. Bed made, lamp on, mirror polished. But the air was cold, wrong cold, the kind that sinks into your teeth and makes your bones ache. I stepped inside. The door shut behind me. I spun, heart racing, but no one was there. The window was nailed shut, the bathroom door slightly ajar. And from within, the sound of water dripping. I reached out, opened the door, and saw the tub full of dark water. Something floated in it. Hair, pale skin, eyes open and staring up at me. I stumbled back, hit the wall, the lights flickered. The body in the tub sat up, water spilling onto the floor. She pointed at me with broken fingers. "You're in my room." I ran. Didn't stop until I was back in my bed, heart racing, covers pulled to my chin like a child hiding from a nightmare. But I wasn't asleep, and the nightmare wasn't over, because at 3:13 a.m. I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. Only this time, it came from my door. I left at sunrise. Didn't bother checking out, just drove until the motel was miles behind me. But I keep hearing the knocks, different places now, hotel rooms, friends' guest rooms, even in my apartment. Always at 3:13 a.m., always 3 knocks, and sometimes when I open the door, there's water on the floor. Echoes from the deep. Lena had always been afraid of the ocean. Even as a kid, she avoided beaches, aquariums, even deep bathtubs. She didn't like not knowing what was beneath her. That vast blackness, cold and ancient, hiding things with too many teeth. Her friends teased her for it. Her family called it irrational. But she knew. She knew something waited down there. So when she took the research internship on the Oceanus Deep Sea Observation Platform, it was supposed to be an act of defiance, a way to prove she wasn't afraid anymore. She told herself she was just facing a fear, exposing the ghost in the dark so it could finally disappear. But it didn't disappear. It woke up. The Oceanus platform floated 50 miles off the coast. It was a strange, skeletal thing, an abandoned oil rig retrofitted with labs and living quarters, perched on steel legs that plunged straight into the abyss. Only 6 people lived on board at any time, a rotating staff of scientists, divers, and technicians. Lena was one of the youngest, still in university, still pretending not to be afraid. The first week was uneventful. She cataloged sonar readings, logged deep-sea audio feeds, ran corrosion tests on steel samples, but every night she would lie awake and listen, because the rig hummed. Not the kind of hum you'd expect from generators or wind. This was low, resonant, alive, like something enormous was groaning beneath them, straining upward. The others didn't talk about it, but Lena saw it in their eyes. They all heard it, and they were all pretending not to. On day 8, The dive team brought something back. They weren't supposed to bring back anything. The mission was observation only, non-intrusive. The ocean was too unpredictable, and there were regulations about deep-sea disturbance. But Dr. Morrow, the lead biologist, had insisted. They'd found it on a shelf 11,000 feet below the rig, a black stone, or at least it looked like stone, smooth, egg-shaped with faint ridges like gills running along its surface. It pulsed faintly when touched, like it had a heartbeat. They placed it in a reinforced tank in the observation bay, locked it up, monitored it. The humming grew louder that night, and Lena dreamed of drowning. Only it wasn't water that filled her lungs. It was voices. By day 10, the crew started acting strangely. One technician stopped eating, just sat by the tank staring at the black object, whispering to it. Another began pacing the halls at night, eyes wide, fingers twitching, muttering fragments of languages Lena didn't recognize. Morrow refused to acknowledge anything was wrong. He was obsessed, said the object was alive, maybe ancient, maybe extraterrestrial. It was the discovery of a lifetime, and he wouldn't let fear ruin it. But Lena wasn't afraid of the object. She was afraid of the ocean around it, because the sonar was picking up something huge beneath the rig, something that hadn't been there before, something that moved when the stone pulsed. Day 13. The communications array failed. No messages in or out. The supply vessel due to arrive didn't show. The wind picked up, the sea swelled, and the object cracked. Not shattered, hatched. The shell fell away in pieces, revealing a mass of tendrils, thin and translucent, like jellyfish limbs tangled around a central eye that didn't blink. It just stared. Dr. Morrow tried to touch it. The glass of the tank shattered, and the creature vanished. They searched the entire rig, found nothing, except a trail of salt water leading back to the central shaft, the one that descended straight into the deep. Lena begged them to leave it, seal it off, wait for help, but Morrow was already climbing down. 3 others followed him. Only one came back. She didn't speak, just sat in the galley, eyes staring into a corner no one else could see, lips moving in a silent conversation with something beneath the floor. That night, Lena heard it again, the hum, now a chorus, and something brushing the underside of the rig like a hand or a fin, or both. Day 15. Only 3 of them left. The woman from the shaft jumped overboard during breakfast, didn't scream, didn't hesitate, just walked off the edge into the waves. Lena ran to the comms room and smashed the emergency beacon, hoping the failsafe still worked. The platform shuddered. Somewhere far below, metal groaned and tore. The lights flickered, and the humming became a song. Something was rising. She ran to the observation deck. Far beneath the waves, a shape twisted and turned. It was impossible to gauge its size, too big to be real. Its skin rippled like liquid shadow. Eyes blinked open, dozens at once, glowing with a pale, hungry light. And from its back, hundreds of tendrils reached up like arms. One of them touched the platform, and everything went dark. Lena doesn't remember how she survived. The rescue vessel found her days later, adrift on a section of torn decking, alone, rambling about the deep and the song and the egg that was not an egg. They said the Oceanus platform sank. No survivors, no debris, no explanation. They never found the object. And Lena never spoke again, but every night she dreams of the hum, of eyes watching from beneath the waves, of something ancient and patient, still rising, waiting for the next door to open. The reflection room. The hospital was never supposed to be that quiet. Even at night, there should have been the buzz of fluorescence, the steady beeping of machines, nurses shuffling down linoleum floors, murmurs behind curtains. But when I arrived at Old Briar General, it was silent. I was there to photograph the abandoned structure for an architectural archive. The hospital had been shut down for nearly a decade. Budget cuts and rumors of malpractice, and it was scheduled for demolition at the end of the month. My job was to document what was left before the wrecking crew came through. The security guard on duty was half asleep and didn't seem to care what I did as long as I signed in and left before dawn. He handed me a flashlight, a worn map of the facility, and pointed down the west wing. "Stay out of the reflection room," he muttered, not looking up. I paused. "What's that?" "Just don't go in there." Then he turned the volume up on his little TV and said nothing more. The hospital was a maze. Rooms still held rusted beds, Wheelchairs stood abandoned in corners. Faded signs with flaking letters pointed toward radiology, surgery, maternity. Every step echoed too loud, like the walls were listening. I took photos in silence. The camera worked fine in the upper floors, but when I descended to the basement, where the psych ward used to be, the flash flickered and died. My flashlight began to dim, even though I'd checked the batteries twice. I told myself it was fine, just old wiring, old batteries. Nothing strange, nothing wrong. I found the reflection room by accident. There was no label on the door, just a warped wooden plaque with the number B100T etched faintly into it. The door was different from the others, thicker with a black, glassy sheen where a window used to be. I shouldn't have gone in, but I'd already pushed the door open before I realized where I was. The room was empty. No bed, no machines, just walls covered entirely in mirrors. Not decorative ones, institutional. The kind you find in interrogation rooms, stretched wall to wall, aged with streaks and fingerprints, floor to ceiling, all four sides. And in every mirror, I saw myself, except I didn't. Because in one of them, I didn't blink. The real me blinked. The reflection didn't. I froze. The light above buzzed, then popped. Everything went black, except the mirrors. They glowed faintly, and all of my reflections were still staring, but only one was smiling. I ran, tripped over the threshold, and scrambled up the basement stairs, heart pounding. When I reached the main level, the lights were fine again. The hum of the building returned. But something had changed. Every mirror I passed, from bathroom sinks to old patient rooms, reflected things wrong. A delay, a smirk, a tilt of the head that didn't match mine. I covered the lens of my camera, didn't take another photo, didn't want to see what it might capture. Back at home, I deleted the reflection room photos, but they came back. Every time I opened the folder, they were there. A dozen shots I hadn't taken, me standing in the center of the mirrored room, surrounded by smiling copies. Each photo slightly different. In one, my eyes were missing. In another, my hands were pressed flat against the glass, blood smearing from torn fingertips. In the last, my reflection was facing away, walking deeper into a hallway that didn't exist. I deleted them again. They returned. I smashed the camera. It didn't help. That night, I covered all the mirrors in my apartment. Blankets, towels, anything I could find, even the TV screen. But around 3 a.m., I woke to a faint sound. Glass tapping. Tap, tap, tap. I turned on the light. The sheet over my bedroom mirror had fallen, and in the reflection, I wasn't alone. My double stood behind me, same hair, same face, but smiling too wide, and its fingers were tapping the inside of the mirror. I turned. No one there, but in the reflection, it raised its hand and waved. I moved out the next day, stayed in motels, slept under dim lights, avoided mirrors at all costs, but they found me anyway in the chrome of faucets and elevator doors, in the eyes of strangers that looked too familiar. I saw myself, always smiling, always watching, sometimes mouthing words I couldn't hear, sometimes pressing a hand to the glass, inviting me back. I don't sleep much now, and when I do, I dream of B113. I dream of mirrors that lead to somewhere else. Somewhere I'm still trapped, because I think the me that walked out of that hospital isn't me at all. And the real me, he's still in the reflection room, waiting for someone else to take his place. Whispers in the static. When my grandfather died, he left behind a farmhouse deep in the hills of Vermont. The kind of place that looks like it's held together by memory and rot. Slanted porch, moss-covered roof, and furniture older than most small countries. I inherited it because no one else wanted it. My mother hadn't spoken to him in 20 years, and the rest of the family pretended he didn't exist. Still, I went. I needed space, silence, and a break from the chaos of the city. I should have stayed in the chaos, because the farmhouse wasn't empty, and the silence was never really silence. The first few days were uneventful. The plumbing moaned, the wind howled through cracks, and the old floorboards creaked under every step like they were complaining about being disturbed. I explored the attic, found boxes of dusty war medals, yellowing photographs, and a stack of VHS tapes marked only with dates. But what caught my attention was the radio. It sat in the kitchen, bulky, old-fashioned, the kind with knobs and an analog tuner. A thick cord connected it to the wall, and when I plugged it in out of curiosity, it clicked to life with a low hum. No music, no talk shows, just static. I turned the dial slowly, passing nothing but white noise until Click. A voice. Not a station, not a broadcast. A single voice whispering from beneath the static, "You can hear me now." I unplugged the radio immediately, but the voice didn't stop. That night, I heard the static again, faint, drifting up the stairs. The radio wasn't plugged in. I went down, flashlight in hand, and found the radio on. The cord still lay limp on the floor. No power, no batteries, just static, and underneath it, a voice humming. Low, off-key, familiar, my grandfather's favorite song. I didn't sleep that night. In the morning, I took the radio outside and buried it behind the barn, 6 feet deep, just in case. By afternoon, it was back in the kitchen, covered in dirt, still humming, still whispering. I left the house, drove into town, asked the local mechanic if he knew anything about radios that worked without power. He looked at me long, then asked, "You staying out at the Brooks place?" I nodded. His face paled. "You hear it yet?" "Hear what?" He leaned in, voice low. "They say he built that radio to talk to his wife after she passed. Sat in that kitchen every night for years, just listening. Said she was in the static, said she answered." I laughed nervously. He didn't. "Don't stay too long," he said. "Some voices you don't want to hear." That night, the radio didn't whisper. It spoke, clear, cold, female. "Why did you leave me?" I backed away slowly. The air in the kitchen grew thick, like the house was holding its breath. "You promised." The lights flickered, then blew out. In the dark, I could still hear the radio, but it wasn't just one voice now. It was many, all whispering at once. "Stay." "Stay." I ran upstairs and locked the door. But the whispering was inside my head now, beneath the floor, inside the walls, in the static ringing in my ears. I found my grandfather's journal the next morning, hidden beneath a loose floorboard in the study. The last entries were frantic. "She's closer now. She won't let me leave. The voices aren't hers anymore. The static is a door." And the very last page, "If you hear them, it's too late." I packed my things and tried to leave. The car wouldn't start. The keys went missing. The roads out of town were suddenly closed for construction, signs I hadn't seen the day before. I was trapped, and the radio knew. That night, it said my name. "Elliot," over and over. "Elliot, come down." I stayed in bed, lights on, blanket pulled to my chin like a child hiding from a nightmare. But nightmares don't knock, and something was knocking. Soft, slow, from inside the closet. I opened it at dawn, empty, except for the radio, balanced neatly on a shelf, still humming, still whispering. I smashed it, threw it into the fireplace and lit it with lighter fluid, watched it burn to melted metal and black ash. Then I turned and saw 3 more radios on the kitchen table, all tuned to the same frequency, all whispering the same word, "Stay." I'm writing this from the attic now. The house won't let me leave. The whispers are louder than ever. Sometimes they sound like my grandfather. Sometimes they sound like my own voice. I haven't slept in days. The radios are multiplying. They've filled the house, one in every room, every drawer, every mirror. All whispering, all humming, all waiting. If you ever come to the Brooks farmhouse, don't plug anything in, don't tune the dial, don't listen to the static, because once you hear them, they never stop. The 5th door. It was a dare, like all the worst things in life. 5 of us snuck into the old Green Hollow Asylum just before midnight. My cousin Wes had a bolt cutter, 2 flashlights, and a 6-pack of flat beer that made him feel invincible. He was the one who first mentioned the 5th door. "You know the story," he said, grinning. 4 padded rooms in the basement, and 1 more that's locked shut. "There's always a 5th door," I muttered, trying to sound unimpressed. But my voice cracked. The rest of them, Jess, Marcus, and Talia, laughed nervously. We all knew the legend. Green Hollow Asylum was shut down in the 60s after a fire and a string of unexplained deaths. They said one of the doctors had gone mad and sealed a patient inside a room that didn't exist on any blueprint. Staff who got too close heard knocking, screaming. Some say one nurse opened the door and never came back out. The state closed the facility, and no one ever reopened it. But the 5th door remained. We shouldn't have gone looking for it. The inside of Green Hollow was rotten with time. Peeling paint, waterlogged ceilings, and graffiti tags from braver idiots than us. The floor tiles crunched under our shoes. The air smelled like mildew, dust, and something sour underneath it all, like old meat left too long in the sun. "This place is cursed," Jess whispered, and I didn't laugh. It took us nearly an hour to find the stairs down to the basement. Every turn was a dead end, every corridor darker than the last. The power, obviously, had been cut for decades. We moved by flashlight, cones of pale light flickering as the batteries strained. Then Wes found the padded cells. The first 4 doors were just like the stories, heavy, rusted steel with tiny square windows. Most of the padding inside was ripped and black with mold. On the 3rd door, someone had scratched "help" into the padding with what looked like fingernails. But there was no 5th door. Not at first. "I swear it's here," Wes said, running his hands along the wall. "There's a hidden scene, like the wall is fake." Talia rolled her eyes. "Maybe the legend's just that, a legend." But then Marcus said, "Guys, look." In the far corner, the brickwork didn't match the rest of the foundation. It was smoother, seamless. Wes tapped it. Hollow. He grinned and pulled out the bolt cutter. One solid slam, and the wall cracked. Behind it, a black steel door stood waiting. No window, no handle, just a tiny keyhole. A handprint had been smeared across it in something long dried and dark brown. Jess backed away. "Nope, I'm done." Talia followed her. "We've seen it." "Great, let's go." But Wes reached into his coat and pulled out an old brass key. We stared at him. "You brought that?" "Found it online. Old collector brass said it was from Green Hollow. I figured if we found the door..." He didn't finish the sentence, just slid the key into the lock. It turned with a click, and the door opened. Inside was darkness. Not just the absence of light, a presence of dark. The kind that drinks your flashlight beams and throws them back cold and empty. I felt it immediately. Wrong. Heavy, like the room was holding its breath, waiting for someone to step inside. Wes didn't hesitate. He walked in first. Then Marcus, then me. The room was bare, concrete walls, no furniture, no light fixture, just a mirror. A single, full-length mirror mounted to the far wall. No dust, no cracks, perfectly clean. Our reflections stared back at us. Except they weren't us. My reflection didn't move when I did. Its eyes were just a little too wide. Its smile a little too sharp. I stepped to the side. It stayed still. Marcus reached forward to touch the glass. His reflection raised its hand too, but half a second too late. Then it smiled, and so did mine, and Wes's. All of them smiling, not in sync, not real. Wes stepped closer, entranced. "Guys, they're trying to talk." The mirror shimmered like water, and his reflection moved through it. Wes didn't scream. He just vanished. The mirror rippled again, and where his reflection had been, something else stood. Still in his shape, still in his clothes, but not Wes. The eyes were black. The smile was wrong, and it reached out from the mirror, pressing fingers against the glass. I grabbed Marcus. We ran. The door slammed behind us, nearly catching my foot. The others screamed. Wes's voice came from behind the steel, low, muffled. "Let me out." Then it laughed, and we ran. We made it outside just before dawn. Jess was crying. Talia couldn't stop shaking. Marcus kept whispering. He looked like Wes, but it wasn't Wes. I didn't sleep for days. But eventually, life moved on. Sort of. Wes was declared missing. We never told anyone what happened. We couldn't explain it, but the worst part? Last night I heard a knock at my apartment door. I looked through the peephole, and Wes was standing there, smiling, holding a mirror. There's a stretch of land outside my hometown that no one plows anymore. Not since the summer of 1998. They call it the Smiling Field. You won't find it on maps. It's not labeled on any property surveys. You won't even notice it if you're driving by, just a slight dip off County Road 14 where the grass grows too tall and the wind dies before it reaches the fence line. But if you stop your car, if you roll down your window, you'll hear them. The laughter. Soft and low, like it's being swallowed by the dirt. My older brother Sam dared me to go in when I was 10. Back then, we didn't believe the stories. At least, not really. Every town has its own haunted hill, its own dead forest or devil's bridge. We thought it was just a myth, something the older kids made up to scare us. So we brought flashlights, granola bars, a BB gun, and we climbed the fence. The air changed immediately. It smelled like old pennies and wet earth. The sky looked the same, blue and cloudless, but the sun felt farther away, like it had dimmed somehow, like we were standing in a shadow no one else could see. Still, we laughed it off. We walked into the field. The grass was tall, almost chest height for me. We followed a narrow trail of trampled stalks winding deeper through the green. Sam led the way, holding the BB gun like it mattered. Probably just deer paths, he said. We walked for 10 minutes, then 20. Then we heard it. Laughter. Not close, not loud, but wrong. Too smooth, too even. Like a recording played on loop. No breaths, no variation, no emotion. Just laughter. We stopped. Sam raised the gun. It's probably a prank, he said, though his voice shook. The grass ahead of us moved, then parted, and a woman stepped into view. She was smiling. That was the first thing I noticed. Not a polite smile, not a friendly one, a wide, toothy grin that never touched her eyes. Her dress was white, soaked brown at the hem. Her feet were bare. She had long black hair that didn't move, even though there was wind now, wind that somehow only touched us. But her smile stayed, unbroken, unblinking. "I'm so glad you came," she said. Her voice was thick, slow, like it had to crawl out of her throat. Sam raised the BB gun. "We're leaving." "Are you?" she asked. The laughter returned, but it didn't come from her. It came from everywhere. The grass, the sky, the earth beneath our feet. I turned to run. The grass behind us was gone, replaced by a row of people, men, women, children, all smiling, all standing perfectly still, blocking the path, and behind them more emerged from the grass, from the air, from nowhere. Sam fired. The BB pinged off the woman's shoulder. She didn't react, didn't even blink. He grabbed my hand and ran sideways, away from the crowd, through the grass that no longer felt like grass. It felt like fingers, grabbing, reaching, trying to pull us down. We stumbled, fell, got up again, ran until we couldn't hear the laughter, until we reached the fence. We climbed over and didn't look back. That was 27 years ago. Sam never talked about it, neither did I, until this morning when I got a call from Mom. She said Sam had gone missing, left town 2 weeks ago, said he had unfinished business, said he was heading to the field. I told her I'd find him. I'm sitting in my truck now, just off County Road 14. The sun is bright, the grass is tall, and the fence looks older than it should. I'm not 10 anymore, and I know what waits out there, but I can hear the laughter again, and it's louder now, because this time, they're expecting me. The light in the drain. It started with the storm. We get plenty of rain in Lockwood, but this one was different. Sheets of lightning that lit up the sky like a war zone, and thunder that shook dishes off the shelves. The streets flooded in minutes. Manholes overflowed. Sewers gurgled like something was trying to crawl out. I live in a cul-de-sac that backs up against the old ravine, right where the town's drainage system empties out. After the power went out, I lit candles and tried to pretend I wasn't creeped out by the sounds outside. Groaning pipes, wind howling through the chimney, and something else. Something faint, like whispering, coming from the bathtub drain. I live alone, no pets, no roommates. So when I heard that whisper, I assumed it was just the storm messing with my ears. White noise, static nerves. I leaned closer to the tub out of dumb curiosity, candlelight flickering on the tile. The whispering stopped, but then something blinked back at me. From inside the drain. 2 pale, colorless eyes. Human, but not, and just below them, light. A soft, pulsing glow like a firefly caught in the plumbing. I jerked back so hard I hit the sink. Water bubbled up from the drain, thick and dark, like oil. It smelled like rot. The next day I called a plumber. Didn't mention the eyes, just said the drain was backed up and smelled off. He poked around for 10 minutes before telling me the entire system was pressurized wrong. Said he'd never seen anything like it. Then he went quiet and asked if anyone else lived in the house. I said no. He frowned, walked back to the tub, and pointed. "Looks like hair," he said. I leaned closer. It wasn't hair, it was string. Wet, gray, and fibrous, like plant roots or veins, trailing down into the dark. He left 20 minutes later, visibly shaken, and told me, half joking, that I might want to call a priest instead. I didn't laugh, because that night, the whispering came back, and this time it knew my name. Elliot. It came up from the kitchen sink, from the bathroom drain, from the toilet, even from the gap under the dishwasher. Always the same voice, gentle, like a mother calling her child home. "Elliot, come down." I stuffed towels into the drains, taped over the sinks, didn't shower, didn't flush, but it wasn't enough, because the light was spreading. Tiny glowing veins crept from the kitchen drain, glowing a dull, sickly yellow. I followed them under the cabinets, into the walls, and out to the backyard, straight to the storm drain at the bottom of the ravine. The metal grate had split open. The light spilled up from inside like fog, and something in the dark below whispered, "Louder now, we've made room." I dreamt of water that night, black and warm, endless. I floated in it, limbs heavy, unable to move. Beneath me, a shape swam in circles, pale arms, long fingers, and a stitched mouth that opened wide without tearing. When I woke, my feet were wet, the bathtub had filled itself, and the drain was whispering again. Only this time, it wasn't just my name, it was everyone's. Voices layered over voices, hundreds, thousands, calling out, crying, begging, and beneath them all, that one same promise: we made room. I tried to leave town, got maybe 15 miles before my engine cut out, tried another route. Flooded, every road out was blocked by construction or wreckage. Power lines down, trees snapped like matchsticks. And I realized then, no one else had left either, because no one else had noticed. Neighbors still walked dogs, went to work, watered lawns, even as the glow spread beneath their feet, even as the drains whispered. Even as the light crept out of the manholes at night and slithered up through vents and floorboards, it had already gotten inside, only I could hear it. And it wanted me back. I stayed awake for 2 days, barricaded in my bedroom. Then on the third night, the lights went out again, a final blackout, and the whispering stopped. Not faded, stopped. The silence was worse. I crept to the bathroom, candle in hand, and peeled away the towels covering the drain. It was gone, just blackness now. But deep in that silence, I heard water dripping, and then something else. A knock from inside the pipes. Tap, tap, tap. Then, "We made room for you, Elliot." The light blinked back on, so did the eyes, so did the smile, and the last thing I saw before the world went black was a hand, pale, wet, reaching up from the drain, inviting me home. Shh, the ragman's song. Every town has an old legend meant to scare kids into behaving. Bloody Mary in the mirror, the hook-handed man in the woods, the woman in white who walks the roadside. Ours was the ragman. He wasn't a ghost or a killer or even a monster, really. The story went that he came to your house when the wind changed, dragging a cart full of empty cages behind him. He only showed up if you left your window open at night. And if you heard him singing, you had to close your eyes and pretend to sleep. Because if you saw him, really saw him, he'd see you too. And then he'd come back the next night and the next, until there was a cage with your name on it. We all used to dare each other to sleep with the window cracked. Nobody lasted more than an hour before slamming it shut and laughing it off. Until Mason. He lived 2 doors down from me. Tall, quiet kid with messy hair and a nervous laugh. We were both 12 when he decided to prove the ragman was just a story. Left his window wide open. Put a little tape recorder on the sill to catch the song. He didn't come to school the next day or the day after that. His parents said he'd gone to visit family, but his room stayed dark, and when the wind blew, I thought I heard wheels rolling past my house, squeaking, dragging, and a low voice humming something slow and broken. The ragman's song. Shh, I'm older now, 29. I moved away, lived in 3 different states, worked forgettable jobs, dated forgettable people. I never told anyone about Mason or how that wind still unsettles me. It's easy to forget things like the ragman when you've got bills to pay and no time for nightmares. But last week my mom called, said she found something in the attic while cleaning, an old cassette tape with my name on it. Said it sounded like someone singing. I told her to throw it out. She didn't. She mailed it to me. It arrived yesterday. I stared at the package for a long time before opening it. The tape was unlabeled, dusty, but intact. I didn't even own a player anymore, so I dug one up at a thrift store. Just curiosity. That's all it was. I hit play. At first, just static. Then beneath the hiss, a sound. Wheels turning, metal rattling, and then singing. A voice so low and cracked it barely sounded human. Tattered eyes and tattered skin, the ragman comes to pull you in. Wagons roll and windows cry. He counts the hearts that will not lie. I hit stop. My hands were shaking because I recognized that voice. It was Mason, and he was whispering over the end of the song. He's real. Don't look at him. Don't listen. Don't open the window. I unplugged the player and threw the tape in the trash. Then I locked every window in the apartment. But I couldn't sleep because the wind had picked up and something was squeaking down the street. I woke up at 3:11 a.m. to a soft clang outside my window. I live on the 2nd floor. I didn't move. Didn't breathe, the blinds fluttered, and something sang just outside the glass. Rags for liars, rags for thieves, rags for those who don't believe. I shut my eyes, held my breath. I heard fingers tapping on the glass. 1, 2, 3, then silence. When I opened my eyes, the blinds were still, but the window was unlocked, and on the floor was a scrap of dirty gray cloth wrapped around a tooth. I didn't go to work the next day, didn't answer my phone. I sat in my apartment with every light on, a bat in my hand, and towels jammed into every crevice of the windows and door frames. Just before sunset, I heard a knock at the door. 3 short taps. I didn't answer. Something slid under the door. A photograph. In a cage. Screaming. Behind him, shadows, dozens of them, all pressed against the bars, and in the corner of the photo, partially visible, was the edge of a cartwheel. Rusty. Familiar, and a long gloved hand holding a keyring. I don't know how to stop him. No one ever said how. There's no ritual, no chant, just warnings. Don't open the window. Don't listen to the song. Don't look at him. But it's too late for me. I heard the song. I saw the photograph. And now, when the wind blows, he parks his cart beneath my window. I hear the cages creaking, the locks clicking, and that awful rusted music box melody as he hums to himself. Tonight I found a second scrap of cloth, this one embroidered, with my name. The waiting room. It started with a wrong turn. I'd been driving all night through back roads, trying to avoid the flooded highway. My phone had no service, GPS was dead, and the last gas station I passed was boarded up and abandoned. The road was so dark it looked like the headlights were being swallowed, and the rain hadn't let up in hours. I was half asleep at the wheel when I saw the sign. Urgent care. 0.3 miles. I didn't need a hospital, but I figured it was a place with lights, maybe even a bathroom and someone to point me back to the interstate. So I followed the gravel road, tires kicking up muddy water, until I saw it. A single-story building with a flickering red cross above the entrance. The parking lot was empty. Not just empty, perfect. Not a puddle, not a leaf. The lines freshly painted, the bushes trimmed. It was like someone had taken a photo of a parking lot from 1974 and printed it into reality. Something about it felt wrong, but I went inside anyway. The lobby was silent. Plastic chairs, pale green walls, fluorescent lights that buzzed faintly overhead. There was no receptionist, no nurse, no sound, except for a small old TV mounted in the corner, playing static. I called out, no answer. Then I noticed the door labeled waiting room just ahead. It looked older than the rest of the building. The wood swollen with age, the letters painted by hand, the knob cold to the touch. I should have left then. I should have turned around and walked back into the rain. But I opened the door and stepped inside. The waiting room wasn't empty. It was full. Dozens of people sat shoulder to shoulder in dusty chairs. No one moved, no one spoke. They all stared straight ahead. There was no sound, not a cough, not a breath, just silence. And all of them looked wrong, like wax statues or something close. Skin pale and slightly translucent, eyes cloudy like glass, and every single one had a paper number pinned to their chest. I looked down. Someone had pinned one to me. 52. I hadn't noticed anyone approach. There was no safety pin, no hole in my shirt, but it was there. I turned to leave. The door was gone. Where the door had been, there was now only a wall. I backed away, heart thudding. One of the people, an old woman in a hospital gown, tilted her head toward me, joints cracking like dried wood. "You can't leave," she whispered. It was the only sound in the room. "You have to wait your turn." "What is this place?" I asked, but she just smiled faintly, then looked straight ahead again. I walked past the others, trying to find an exit. But the room never ended. Rows and rows of chairs, flickering lights overhead, a soft smell of antiseptic and rot, then a bell rang. Ding! Everyone turned toward the front. A red digital counter above the far wall lit up. 1. The man with the 1 tag stood up and shuffled forward, disappearing through a swinging door. No one said a word. Then the silence returned. I sat down. I don't know why. Maybe because I was tired. Maybe because something made me. I tried talking to the others. Most didn't respond. Some whispered nonsense. One man cried but made no sound. The woman beside me was mouthing something over and over. I leaned in to listen. "Don't lose your number." Hours passed. I tried ripping the tag off my shirt, but it wouldn't move. like it was part of me now, like skin. I stopped counting how many people had gone through the door. Every time the bell rang, the room shifted. More chairs, more people. I stopped recognizing the language on some of their tags. I watched someone try to run when their number came up. The floor opened beneath them, swallowed them whole. Then the number rang again, and the person was back in their seat. Only this time they looked worse, older, grayer, tired, like time itself had passed through them. Eventually I stopped trying to leave. I just waited. I watched, and I counted, until finally, ding! 52. I stood up, the door swung open. I walked forward and found myself in a hallway that seemed too long for the size of the building. At the end was a room. One bed, one chair, one mirror. The walls were soft, padded, wet like skin. The mirror didn't reflect me. It showed a waiting room full of empty chairs, no people, just tags, numbered, floating, waiting. I turned around, the door was gone, the lights flickered, and in the silence I heard the bell again. But this time it was inside me, ringing, constant, calling the next number. The boy in the crawlspace. When Julia and her 6-year-old son Adam moved into the old Victorian house on Elderberry Lane, she thought they were finally getting a fresh start. The house was cheap, suspiciously cheap, but after the divorce and the cramped apartment life, it felt like a gift, a creaky, dusty, drafty gift, but still a new beginning. The first week was filled with small discoveries, a drawer full of yellowed recipes, a loose step on the staircase that groaned when you stepped just right, and a small wooden door behind the pantry shelves, barely 3 feet high. A crawl space. Julia didn't think much of it at first. She sealed it off with boxes and forgot about it. Adam didn't. On the 10th night in the new house, Julia woke to a faint sound, a whisper maybe, or fabric brushing across wood. She got up, bleary-eyed, and found Adam standing in the hallway, facing the pantry. "Sweetie?" She whispered. "What are you doing?" He didn't turn around. "He's crying," Adam said softly. "Who is?" "The boy. He lives under the house. He's lonely." Julia's stomach dropped. She gently touched Adam's shoulder and led him back to bed, brushing off his words as an act of imagination. New house, new shadows. It made sense. He'd adjust. But the next morning, she found the pantry door wide open, and the boxes she'd placed in front of the crawl space pushed aside. The little wooden door stood open, just a crack. That night, she nailed it shut. 3 thick nails driven deep. Then she sprinkled flour on the floor in front of it. She didn't know why, just to be sure. When she checked the next morning, the nails were still in place, but there were footprints in the flour, small, bare, leading out of the crawl space. Adam changed after that. He grew quiet, pale, listened to things that weren't there. At dinner, he'd leave an empty chair next to him. "It's for Henry," he said. "That your imaginary friend?" Julia asked with a forced smile. Adam nodded but didn't look up from his plate. "He says I can stay with him forever if I want." Julia stopped chewing. "Who told you that?" "Henry. He says there's more room under the house now." She put him to bed early that night and locked the pantry door. But at 2:11 a.m., she woke to a noise she couldn't explain. Laughter. High-pitched. Giggling. Not Adam's voice. She ran to his room. Empty. The window was locked, the closet was open, and inside the closet was a tunnel, too narrow for an adult, but just big enough for a child to crawl through. She called the police. They searched the house, tore up floorboards, opened the walls. No tunnel, no crawl space, no pantry door. They asked if she'd been sleeping well, if she was taking any medication. They gave her a card for a grief counselor and left. But Julia didn't sleep after that. She sat by the kitchen all night, eyes fixed on the wall where the pantry had been. By dawn, there was a door again, same shape, same hinges, wide open. Inside the crawl space, she found toys, rotting dolls, rusted trucks, and drawings, dozens of them, nailed to the walls. Crayon pictures of children underground, smiling, holding hands with something tall and thin and eyeless. At the end of the tunnel was a trapdoor. She opened it and heard voices, children's voices, laughing, calling her name. She didn't go down. She couldn't. Instead, she sealed it again and burned the house down 2 days later. They called it arson. She didn't fight it. She just kept repeating one thing to anyone who would listen, over and over. The boy in the crawl space is still lonely. The Lantern Keeper. They say no one ever volunteered to work the Gray Harrow Lighthouse. It wasn't because it was remote. though it was, perched on the edge of a jagged cliff with 30 miles of frozen Atlantic crashing below. And it wasn't because the pay was poor, though it barely covered whiskey and bread. It was because of the light. Not the beacon, the old rotating Fresnel lens that had guided ships for over a century, but the other light. The one that sometimes flickered from beneath the tower, the one that moved upward when there were no stairs. I was the last keeper assigned to Grey Harrow before it was decommissioned. Didn't have much of a choice. I needed to disappear for a while, and the lighthouse was a perfect place to be forgotten. Just me, the sea, and a logbook. The previous keeper had quit mid-shift, leaving no note. They said he rowed to shore, walked straight into the tree line, and never came back out. I arrived on a Monday. By Wednesday, I'd started to hear footsteps on the stairs at night. It's a spiral staircase, winding tight through the stone tower, worn slick by decades of sea salt and boots. The echo of footsteps was unmistakable, measured, slow, heavy. They never came while I was moving, only when I sat still, ate, wrote, read. At first I thought it was the metal contracting in the cold, or maybe the wind pushing on the tower. But the steps always paused right outside the room, as if waiting, and then they continued up, only upward, never down, always one step higher. On the sixth night, the light from the beacon went out. The bulb was new, no storms, no wind, just silence and sudden blackness. I grabbed my lantern and climbed the stairs to the top. Halfway up, the air changed. It smelled like brine and mildew, like wet rope left to rot in a cellar. My flame flickered. Then, for a single second, every window in the tower blacked out, like something had passed in front of them. I reached the top. The bulb was still intact, still warm. The wires, though, they were torn out, clean, like they'd been pulled by gloved hands, and scratched into the metal housing were 4 words, "You are the light." After that, I started seeing the lanterns. At first, just one, glowing faintly at the bottom of the cliffs, swinging back and forth in the dark. Too far down for a person to stand, too steady for a wave. Then another, and another. Each night more appeared, floating in a slow circle around the base of the lighthouse, each swinging at the same pace, like a ritual, like a signal. One night I used binoculars, and in each lantern glow I saw a face, pale, salt-bleached, eyes hollowed like driftwood, each one staring up at me, unblinking, smiling. The journal in the keeper's desk had only a few pages filled. Just one entry stood out. There must always be a lantern keeper. If the tower goes dark, the others will rise, and they remember being drowned. The next page was torn out. I slept with the lantern beside my bed after that, didn't use the electric lights anymore, didn't climb to the top, and still the footsteps came, closer, louder. Sometimes I heard breathing. Not mine. I tried to leave on the 12th day. Took the rowboat out, eyes fixed on the horizon. Halfway to shore, the fog rolled in, fast, heavy. The sea turned to syrup beneath the boat. Something bumped the hull from below. Once, then again. A third time. I dropped the oars, looked down, lanterns, dozens, all beneath the surface. Still lit, still swinging. And between them, the outline of a face. Eyes open, smiling, mouth moving, singing something I couldn't hear. I turned back, rowed until my arms bled. The fog never lifted, but when I reached the shore, the lighthouse door was open, and the light in the tower was already on. I've been here for 73 days now. The beacon works again, but not because I fixed it. I never touched the wires, never climbed those stairs again. The tower lights itself now, always just before midnight. And the footsteps, they still climb, still one step higher each night. Last night they reached my floor. Tonight they'll pass it. There's only one level left, the lantern room. I haven't seen the lanterns outside in 3 days. I think they're waiting for the light to fail again. Or for me to take my place, because I understand now. The lighthouse doesn't warn ships. It warns what's below to stay back. And when there's no keeper, the others rise. Altitude. Flight 237 took off from Denver just after midnight, bound for Seattle with only 13 passengers on board. A red-eye, quiet, and uneventful. The kind of flight no one remembers. Except this one, because I was on it. And I remember everything. It started around cruising altitude. The plane leveled out, seatbelt signs flicked off, and the flight attendants vanished behind the curtain at the front of the cabin. I was in seat 17A, window seat 2 rows ahead of the engine. The hum of the turbines soothed me into a drowsy state, just awake enough to notice the strange things begin. The overhead lights flickered once, then again, and then the cabin dropped into near darkness, only the blue aisle lights glowing faintly like veins. No announcement, no turbulence, just dim silence. The woman next to me, business suit, earbuds, didn't even notice. Most of the passengers were asleep or reading, faces lit by phones and tablets. Then the air changed, subtle at first, like walking into a room where someone's just left. The pressure felt wrong, slightly off, like the air was pushing in at a weird angle. And there was a smell. Something sweet, rotting, like fruit gone bad in a sealed container. I turned to look out the window and froze, because the sky wasn't right. It wasn't night anymore. No stars, no clouds, no moon, just endless gray. No horizon, no light source, just gray stretching in every direction. And we were no longer moving. I leaned forward, pressing my face to the glass. The engine was still spinning, but the clouds weren't passing. The wings weren't trembling. We were completely still, hovering, suspended in gray. I reached up to press the flight attendant button. No chime, no light. The woman next to me was gone, her seatbelt still buckled, her earbuds still resting on the cushion, her seat depression still warm, but no trace of her. I stood up, heart pounding. The other passengers were still there, mostly, but something was wrong with their faces, blurry, washed out, like badly restored paintings. Familiar features in the wrong proportions, mouths just a little too wide, noses slightly crooked, all of them staring forward, unmoving. Some blinked, none breathed. I walked toward the front of the plane. The curtains parted before I touched them. The cockpit door was wide open. Empty. No pilots, just the instrument lights blinking quietly, and a quiet hiss, like static or whispering. I turned around, and every passenger was standing in the aisle, silent, smiling, mouths closed, but smiling, and one by one they all pointed to my seat. 17A, I ran, back through the cabin toward the tail, past the lavatories and the galley. The back door was gone, just smooth wall, no emergency exit, no handle, no escape. I turned back. Seat 17A was no longer empty. The woman who'd been beside me was there again, except now her face was smooth, no eyes, no mouth, just a blank mask of skin. She turned her head toward me anyway, and tilted it like she could still see. A voice filled the cabin, not from the intercom, not from a person, just a voice. "Return to your seat, Mr. Kellis." I never gave them my name. I sat. The seat felt colder now, wetter. When I looked out the window again, the gray was gone. Now there was black, not night. Void, no stars, no light, just an endless consuming black. And from it, shapes, tall, thin, like branches or limbs, moving slowly like they were reaching toward the plane. The passengers were seated again too, all staring forward, all perfectly still, except one, 3 rows ahead, who turned around and looked exactly like me. He smiled, stood up, walked toward me, and I couldn't move, not from fear, from gravity. Something heavy held me down, like invisible hands pressing on my shoulders and chest. The copy of me leaned in close, its mouth opened, too wide, unhinged. Inside was more darkness, and from it I heard the sound of tearing paper, and my own voice whispering, "You're not supposed to be awake." The lights came on, warm, bright, cheerful. A flight attendant walked past, smiling kindly. "We'll be landing shortly, Mr. Kellis. Please remain seated." I blinked. The cabin looked normal again, passengers chatting softly, children playing with tablets, my drink untouched on the tray, everything fine. But outside the window, the sky was still black, and the ground was nowhere in sight. The seat next to me was empty, but there was a note on the cushion. In handwriting I recognized as my own, "Don't fall asleep again." We never landed. It's been hours, days. Time doesn't move up here. They bring food, they smile. But the windows never change, just endless dark. And sometimes when I blink too long, the cabin is full of strangers wearing my face, and they're all pointing at my seat. The trail that loops. It was supposed to be a simple weekend hike. Just me, my brother Nolan, and his friend Mia. We picked a lesser-known trail up in the northern ridge, a quiet loop through dense pine forest, great views, and barely any foot traffic. Nolan had done it once before, 2 years ago, and said it was peaceful, eerie even. We thought that sounded perfect. We packed light, food for 2 days, a tent, maps, compass, phones fully charged. We started early Saturday morning under a slate gray sky. The forest swallowed us up within minutes. The trees here grew close together, tall and dark, and the wind barely moved between them. It didn't feel like any forest I'd ever walked through. It was too quiet. Even the birds seemed hesitant. After about 3 hours of hiking, we reached a crooked wooden sign nailed to a bent tree. Loop trail, 5 miles ahead. Nolan looked confused. I don't remember that sign. You probably just forgot, Mia said. We kept going, but something shifted. The air grew heavier, the trees leaned closer, and though we followed the same direction, the trail beneath our boots began to look less worn, as if no one had walked it in years. At one point, we passed an old leather boot lying in the mud, the sole split open and filled with black moss. No one said anything. Then, after another hour, we reached the same crooked wooden sign. Loop trail, 5 miles ahead. Mia frowned. Is this a joke? Nolan checked the map, checked the compass, shook both. This isn't right. We didn't turn around. We've been walking in a straight line, I added. We stood in silence. Then Mia pointed at the sign. Her hand was trembling. There's blood on it. We looked. A dark smear ran along the bottom edge, fresh, sticky, and unmistakably red. No one spoke. We just turned around and started walking back the way we came. The trail was different now. The trees were too tall, the undergrowth had vanished, and there were no animal sounds. No rustling, no birds, not even the hum of insects. The only sound was our breathing and the crunch of boots on the dry path. Then we came across a second sign. Crooked, faded, rotten. Loop trail, 5 miles ahead. Mia started crying. We didn't turn. We didn't loop. We're lost, Nolan muttered. I shook my head. We're not lost. The trail's looping us. Don't, he said sharply. Don't say that. But we all knew it. We decided to set up camp just before dark. A clearing opened up unexpectedly. Perfect circle, no rocks, no branches. Too perfect. We lit a fire, ate granola bars in silence. Around midnight, Nolan shook me awake. Do you hear that? Mia was already sitting up, eyes wide. The forest was whispering, a low hiss just below the range of understanding. Not wind, not water. Words, thousands of them, all around us. Cover the fire, I whispered. We buried the flame, plunging the clearing into total darkness. Then the voices stopped. Footsteps began instead, soft, measured, surrounding us, circling. We huddled together, listening. Then a voice whispered directly into my ear, turn around. I spun. Nothing, just the dark, but the forest was breathing now. By morning, the clearing was gone. The trees had closed in, no path, no footprints, no signs. Just the three of us, standing in a dead grove, and another sign, half buried, old but somehow new. Loop trail 5 miles ahead. We lost it, screaming, crying, throwing things. Mia ran into the trees. Nolan and I chased after her, yelling her name. Branches whipped my face. The ground sloped, then dropped, then rose again. Time blurred. We found her an hour later, kneeling in a dry stream bed, staring at something. A pile of backpacks, dozens of them, all torn, moldy, ancient, each with a name stitched into the fabric. And on the very top, mine. The same color, same style, same initials burned into the strap. I've never been here, I whispered, but my bag was there, filled with things I didn't recognize. A torn photo of me and Nolan as kids. A blood-stained map and a note in my handwriting. Don't trust the signs, don't follow your voice, don't loop again. We didn't make camp that night. We walked until we couldn't, fell asleep on the trail. I woke up to screaming. Mia was gone. Nolan was standing over me, pale as death. She walked off, said she saw a house. We followed her footprints for a while until they stopped mid-step, like she vanished, like she was lifted. We searched all day. No sign of her, no sign of anything, just trees and a sign. Loop trail 5 miles ahead. Nolan stopped speaking after that, wouldn't eat, just stared at the trees. Sometimes I caught him whispering, sometimes he wasn't alone. He said he could hear Mia laughing, said she told him the way out. Said I needed to go back the way we came. I told him that's what it wants. That night, I pretended to sleep. I saw him get up. Saw him walk into the trees barefoot, following her voice. I didn't go after him. I knew I wouldn't come back if I did. I've been alone 3 days now, or maybe longer. The sun doesn't move. The birds don't sing. I eat what's left of the food. I don't sleep anymore, because the signs are everywhere now, growing out of trees, painted in blood on the bark. Loop trail 5 miles ahead. Keep walking. It's behind you. I don't look behind me anymore. The trees shift when I do. I hear breathing over my shoulder. I hear my voice calling for help. I just keep walking. I know I won't leave. I just want to stop before I loop again. The other mother. After Dad remarried, things got strange. At first, I thought it was just me being bitter. I was 12, my real mom had only been gone a year, and I didn't want anyone taking her place, especially not someone like Lorna. She was quiet, too quiet. Always smiling, but never in the way that reached her eyes. She never got mad, never raised her voice, even when I was being an absolute brat. That somehow made it worse. Dad said I'd get used to her, that she was trying. But I noticed things, like how she always locked the basement door at night, or how the cat, Pudding, wouldn't go near her, or how she'd stand outside my bedroom door in the middle of the night, just standing. I'd hear the floor creak and peek through the keyhole, and there she'd be, motionless in the dark, facing the door, always gone by morning. One night I asked her why she did that. She didn't even blink. "I worry about you, sweetie. I just want to make sure you're safe." She touched my cheek. Her skin was ice cold. Her fingers were too long. I told Dad. He laughed, said I had an overactive imagination. "She's trying to bond with you," he said. I didn't argue, but I started locking my door at night and I started listening. Lorna hummed when she thought she was alone. Not songs I recognized, just low, rhythmic sounds. Repetitive, ancient sounding, almost like chanting. I once caught her humming in the kitchen while slicing carrots, except the carrots weren't there, just the knife, and a cutting board soaked in something dark. When she saw me, she dropped the knife, smiled. "Dinner soon, sweetheart." She served takeout that night. Dad didn't notice anything. The basement was always locked. Padlock, deadbolt, steel latch. Once when Lorna went to the store, I found the keys. I told myself I was being stupid, paranoid, even cruel. But the second I stepped into that basement, I knew something was wrong. The walls weren't stone, they were skin, stretched thin and pulsing, threaded with dark veins. A pile of bones sat in one corner, small, clean, organized, children's bones. And at the center of the room stood a tall oval mirror, framed in something that looked like twisted teeth. And in the reflection, I wasn't there. But Lorna was, smiling, standing behind me, even though she wasn't in the room. I slammed the door and locked it again, burned the keys in the fireplace. That night, Lorna made my favorite meal. She said she could tell I was feeling better, that she was so proud of me. I didn't eat. Neither did Dad, because he wasn't at dinner. I asked where he was. She said, "He's resting." But his car was still in the driveway. His shoes were by the door. His phone was buzzing on the counter. I went to his room. The bed was empty, but the sheets were wet, and something was wriggling under the pillow. I didn't look. I ran to my room, locked the door, stayed awake all night, listening to Lorna's soft humming and the dragging sound outside my door. At sunrise, I crept out. The house was silent, no sign of Lorna. I grabbed my backpack and went for the front door. It was sealed shut. No knob, no hinges, just wall. All the windows were bricked over from the outside. The phone was dead. My cell had no service. The walls began to breathe, slow and steady like a sleeping lung. Then I heard her voice behind me. "You're not ready to leave yet." I turned. She wasn't Lorna anymore. Her skin was too loose. Her smile was too wide. Her eyes were all pupil, black and bottomless. "You're almost perfect," she whispered. "Almost ready." Then she opened her mouth, wider and wider, until her jaw unhinged, until the scream inside came pouring out, not from her throat, but from everywhere. The walls, the floor, the air, all screaming in 1,000 tiny voices. Children's voices, begging, crying, laughing, and underneath it all, my father's voice, calling my name. I ran, down the hall, through the bathroom, up into the attic, but it wasn't the attic anymore. It was the basement. The mirror waited for me. I saw myself in it, not as I was, but pale, empty-eyed, smiling, like her, like the others, and I realized what she was. Not a woman, not a stepmom, not anything with a name. She was something ancient, something that mimics mothers, that steps into their skin and waits until we're weakest, until we're sad, alone, vulnerable. She doesn't raise children. She harvests them, builds her own little perfect family inside the mirror, and I was next. I don't remember how I got out, only that I woke up 3 days later in a hospital bed. They said a neighbor found me outside, barefoot, covered in blood and ash, muttering nonsense. The house was gone. Burned down to the foundation, no trace of my father, no trace of her. They said the fire started in the basement. They asked me where I was. I said nothing. I was placed in temporary care, then a foster home, then another. But some nights I wake to soft humming outside my window, no matter where I am, and I see her reflection in the glass, smiling, waiting, still calling herself Mom. The exhibit room. The Harrogate Museum of Human Curiosities wasn't listed on any map. I found it while driving home from a friend's wedding, lost on winding back roads through a town that didn't seem to have a name. The sky had turned the color of old bruises, and the car's GPS just spun like a compass in a magnet storm. Then I saw the sign. Harrogate Museum, open dusk to dawn. I should have kept driving, but I needed directions. Maybe gas. A bathroom. And the museum's lantern-lit porch looked welcoming, old-fashioned, quiet. A mistake. The front room was like any small-town museum. Cracked tiles, moth-bitten carpet, too many mannequins dressed in clothes no one ever wore. A woman behind the front desk smiled without showing teeth. "Admission is free," she said, "but you must stay until sunrise." I laughed, thinking it was a joke. She didn't blink. Her eyes were glassy, like taxidermy. "Enjoy the exhibits." The first room was called the Hall of Forgotten Professions. Glass cases lined the walls, tools, outfits, letters from people long dead. A blacksmith's scorched apron, a match girl's wooden shoes, a chimney sweep's soot-covered cap. In the center of the room stood a mannequin dressed in a plague doctor's robes, beaked mask and all. As I passed, it turned to face me. Just slightly. I spun around, but it hadn't moved, except now it was pointing toward the next room, the children's gallery. Toys sat behind glass, spinning tops, cracked dolls, wooden teethers with bite marks. The lights buzzed overhead. I felt a headache blooming behind my eyes. Then I noticed the girl. She stood at the far end of the room in a white lace dress, staring at an empty cradle. Her hair was dark. Her hands trembled. I called out. She didn't move, but when I blinked, she was gone. The cradle was filled. Something inside it writhed beneath a sheet. I didn't look. I left the room, and the lights behind me went out. The hallway stretched too far, longer than the building could be. The carpet grew damp, the lights dimmed. Ahead, I saw the next exhibit, Artifacts from the Lost. A narrow room of glass pedestals, each holding a personal item. A single glove, a cracked mirror, a hairbrush filled with long black strands. One pedestal held a Polaroid of me, standing in the hallway. I hadn't taken it, and yet the background in the photo showed a room I hadn't entered yet. But the woman in the photo, standing behind me, I felt her breath on my neck. I ran. The doors wouldn't open. I screamed for help. No one came. Back at the front desk, the woman was gone. Her chair was empty. But in her place sat a new exhibit sign. Live Display, Visitor 2467. A glass case behind the counter was fogged with breath. From the inside, something moved behind the glass. I turned and bolted into the only room left unvisited. The exhibit room, and the door shut behind me. It was circular. Mirrored walls, flickering candles, and in the center, a chair, old, strapped, waiting. I backed away. The mirrors began to ripple, like water, and reflections stepped out of them. Each one was me, but not quite. One had no eyes, one had stitched lips, one dragged torn feet and bled with every step. They surrounded me, spoke in one voice. "You've seen too much." I tried to run. Hands grabbed me, pulled me into the chair, straps coiled around my wrists and ankles like vines, and then pain. White hot. Behind my eyes, inside my teeth, I screamed. The mirrors shattered, and the world blinked out. I woke at sunrise on the side of the road. My car sat beside me, keys in the ignition. A sign behind me read, "Thank you for visiting Harrogate." The museum was gone. No building, no path, just forest. But in my pocket was a slip of paper. On it, a list of names, all crossed out, except the last one. Visitor 467, exhibit pending. And I swear, when I pass a mirror now, sometimes my reflection doesn't follow. Open all night. I was 3 hours into a long night drive when I saw the gas station. It blinked into view like it had always been there. Fluorescent lights humming above rusting pumps, a flickering sign that read, "Open all night," and a single car parked beside the building, covered in dust like it hadn't moved in years. There hadn't been anything for miles. No towns, no other cars, no cell service. Just this gas station, sitting alone under a sky that looked too heavy to fall. I pulled in. My tank was near empty, and I figured I could at least get directions or maybe a coffee. The air was dead quiet. No wind, no insects, just the faint buzz of the sign and the low hum of the lights above. I stepped out of my car. As soon as my foot hit the ground, the gas station door opened, slowly, deliberately. A man stood in the doorway. Tall, pale, thin as fence wire. His eyes were gray, almost silver, and they didn't blink when he spoke. "Pump's broken, but we've got coffee." I tried to smile, tried to ask for directions. He didn't answer. He just turned and walked back inside. I followed. The inside was worse than the outside. The overhead lights buzzed like angry flies. The floor tiles were cracked and sticky. The fridges held rows of drinks that hadn't existed in decades, glass bottles with names I didn't recognize, some written in languages I couldn't place. A rack of beef jerky looked mummified. The coffee machine steamed behind the counter, but the glass pot was full of something too thick to be coffee. The man gestured to it without turning around. "Fresh pot." I shook my head. "I'm just looking for directions. Or maybe a phone. My signal dropped a while back." He nodded slowly. Then he pointed. Behind me. To a payphone, in the far corner. I hadn't seen it when I walked in. It looked too clean, too new, like it had been installed 5 minutes ago. I picked up the receiver. No dial tone. Just static. Then a voice, a whisper. Low, distant, and familiar. My voice. "You shouldn't be here." I dropped the phone, turned to leave. The door was gone. Just a wall. Shelves where the entrance had been. The man behind the counter hadn't moved. "You're inside now," he said. I walked the aisles, looking for another exit, another window, anything. The rows went on too far. Aisles stretched into shadows that didn't end. I passed cans of food that pulsed faintly, like they had heartbeats. A jar of pickled eggs turned to follow me with something that looked like an eye. I ran, turned corners, tried to retrace my steps, came back to the same aisle. Every time. And now the man behind the counter wasn't alone. Others had joined him. People, or at least things that wore people's faces. Their skin hung too loose, their mouths were too wide, their eyes were wrong. They smiled when I saw them, and in one voice they said, "Pump's working now." I bolted back outside. The door was there again. The lot was different. The sign was gone. My car was gone. And in its place, at pump number 4, was a new car. Just like mine. Same make, same color, same dent on the fender, but covered in frost. And behind the wheel was me. Frozen. Mouth open, eyes wide, a receipt stuck to the windshield. One fill-up, one soul. I stumbled back, turned toward the road, except there was no road. Just black, not darkness. Black. A wall of it. Like paint poured from the sky. I screamed. But the sound didn't leave my mouth. It curled inward, like everything else here. Pulled in. Swallowed. Trapped. The man was behind me again, closer this time. His eyes were gone, just holes. "We're open all night," he whispered. "And you're our favorite customer." I don't remember how long I ran. Time isn't right here. Clocks spin backward. The moon never rises. I find doors sometimes. Sometimes they lead to other aisles, sometimes to memories. I once opened a cooler door and saw my childhood bedroom. My mom standing in the doorway, calling me for dinner. I cried. She didn't see me. She peeled off her skin instead, hung it on a hook, and walked away. I think I'm part of the staff now. I wear the uniform. I greet the next ones when they come through the door. I pour the coffee. And when they ask for directions, I smile without blinking and say, "Pump's broken, but we've got coffee." Because once you've been inside the station, you never really leave. The carnival that comes at night. It arrived without warning. No flyers, no trucks, no music blaring through town. Just one morning, there it was, set up in the empty field off County Road 9. A rusted Ferris wheel turning slow as a heartbeat. A carousel that squealed like it remembered pain. Striped tents swaying in the breeze that didn't blow anywhere else. People said it had always been there. Others swore the land was empty the day before. No one saw them build it. But everyone saw the sign. Midnight Carnival, admission free, come alone. I didn't plan to go. I had heard the stories, whispers around school, about kids who came back, different, smiling too wide, eyes that didn't blink, or kids who never came back at all. They said it only opened at midnight, only for those who walked in alone. If you tried to follow someone else, the gate would vanish before your eyes. If you tried to leave with someone, the shadows would take care of it. I wasn't planning to go. But that night, I heard the music. A thin, reedy tune, carried on no wind. A Calliope's dying gasp. It came from nowhere. It came from inside me. And before I knew it, I was walking down County Road 9, flashlight in hand, pajamas under my coat, heart hammering like a second pulse. The entrance was lit by burning bulbs that didn't flicker. And the gate was open. Waiting. Shh. No one greeted me, but everything moved. The Ferris wheel turned empty. The carousel spun, the horses twitching beneath peeling paint. Games played themselves. Balloons popped with no darts, bells rang with no mallets, dolls grinned without strings. And the laughter, it didn't come from people. It came from behind things. From shadows too tall, from places your eyes slid away from. I turned to leave. The gate was gone. The path behind me, gone. Just tents, just spinning lights. Just me. Alone, like the sign said. The first tent was red and gold. The flap opened on its own. Inside, a fortune teller sat behind a table. She didn't speak, just slid a card toward me. It was blank, until I touched it. Then words appeared, scrawled in something too red to be ink. You've already been chosen. I stepped back. The tent was empty. The table was gone. Just mirrors now. Hundreds of them. Each showing me, but not quite. Some had no eyes, some had too many. Some weren't me at all. I ran. The mirrors laughed. The laughter followed. The next tent was silent. Inside, a stage, empty. Then the lights came on, a spotlight, and I was in it, alone. Chairs filled themselves. Silhouettes clapped with hands that bent the wrong way. A voice boomed. Tonight's act, the boy who trembled. And I did, because I couldn't move, couldn't run, and the curtains on either side pulled back, revealing me. Hanging from strings, puppet versions, dozens of them. Each one acting out moments from my life, crying alone, screaming in the dark, wishing someone would love me. The crowd laughed, the strings snapped, and the puppets fell, still smiling. One turned its head toward me. "We'll take your place when you leave," it whispered. I fled again, and the tent collapsed behind me. Every path curved back into the carnival. No exits, only new horrors. A maze of hallways filled with whispers of people I knew, begging for help or accusing me of things I hadn't done. A ride called the Spinner, which showed you how you'd die, but only if you didn't get off. I passed a boy holding a cotton candy stick. His face had no mouth, but his eyes pleaded with me as he dissolved into pink sugar. And above it all, the sound of a Calliope winding tighter and tighter, building toward something, a finale. Then I saw the final tent. Black and white, stripes like prison bars. The flap opened on its own. Inside, silence, just one figure. The ringmaster, 7 feet tall, no face, just a white mask, painted with a grin too wide. He tipped his hat without touching it, spoke without a mouth. Every carnival needs a star. I shook my head. He raised a hand, and behind him a curtain opened, revealing a cage. And inside the cage was me. Eyes wide, mouth sewn shut, beating against the bars. The ringmaster smiled wider. "You've been such a good audience," he said, and clapped. Once. The ground opened beneath me. I fell through blackness, spinning, screaming, choking on cotton candy and smoke and laughter. Then I woke up, in my bed, morning light, safe. For a moment, I thought it had been a dream, until I saw the ticket, pinned to my pillow, old, yellowed, stamped with wax. Admit 1, Midnight Carnival, next performance tonight. And in the distance, faint but rising, the sound of music. The silence between stars. The distress signal came from deep within Sector 19, a stretch of space known among long haulers as the Black Hollow, a place most avoided, not because of any law or hazard, but because nothing ever came back out. Nothing but static. And now, the signal. Faint, looping, old-style comms. Repeating one phrase in a cracked human voice, "Help us. We are not alone." Captain Reeve wasn't one to chase ghosts, but protocol was protocol. The Astra Morrow was the nearest vessel. We had to respond. I was on the bridge when we dropped out of warp. Nothing but stars. Empty black. And then, the ship. Drifting unpowered, lit only by the occasional flicker of emergency lights from within. Designation, Odyssey 2. Missing for 17 years. Declared lost with all hands. Except now it sat before us. Not damaged, not broken. Just waiting. Docking was smooth. Too smooth. Almost like it wanted us to come aboard. I was part of the 5-person boarding crew. We entered through the auxiliary hatch, flashlights cutting through the stale dark. The air inside was breathable but wrong, dry, too still, and carrying the faint scent of metal and rot. We expected chaos. Bodies, signs of struggle, but the corridors were pristine, polished, silent, like a museum of the dead. No crew, no blood, no signs of anything, except everything was in its place. Even the captain's chair on the bridge sat neatly made, waiting. We split up to sweep the ship. Harris and Lee took the lower decks. Murano went to engineering. I stayed on the bridge with Reeve, trying to access the logs. They were corrupted, entire months missing, dates looping endlessly, entries overwritten with static. But one file remained intact, audio only. Reeve played it. It started with laughter, crew voices, normal banter. Then a voice, calm, female, distant, not part of the crew. It said, "We are inside now." Then came the screaming, the tearing, the wet sounds of something too fast, too many limbs, too much hunger. Reeve shut it off. We sat in silence. Then my comm buzzed. Harris's voice. Crackling. Panicked. "Sir, we found something. Medbay. You need to see this." The medbay doors were sealed when we got there. We forced them open. Inside was a message, scrawled across every wall, every surface, in blood and what looked like fingernail gouges. "Don't listen to it. Don't look at it. Don't let it out." And on one of the tables, a crew member. Still alive. Barely. Eyes sewn shut with wire, ears plugged with melted plastic, heart monitor blinking slow and steady. His name tag read R. Connors, one of the Odyssey 2's engineers, missing 17 years. Reeve moved closer, reaching out. Connors opened his mouth and screamed without sound, screamed with everything he had. Then flatlined. The lights flickered. The sound system clicked on, and we heard it. That voice again. "You're listening now." Murano stopped responding next. Then Harris and Lee. We found Harris an hour later, curled in a crawl space, eyes gone, fingers chewed down to bone. He was smiling, a wide, unnatural grin stretching too far across his face. Something whispered through the vents above us. We weren't alone, not even close. We tried to leave. Docking clamps disengaged, but the hatch wouldn't open. Reeve slammed the controls again and again. The system just repeated, "Airlock sealed, observation in progress." Observation. We weren't rescuers. We were specimens. We bunkered in the command deck, guns drawn, lights flickering. Then Murano's voice came through the intercom. Except it wasn't Murano. It was her voice, but not her words. "Come to engineering. I fixed it. You can go home now." Reeve shook his head. "She's gone. That's not her." And yet I stood. I didn't want to, but my legs moved on their own, toward the corridor, toward the voice. Reeve tackled me, pinned me down. In my head, the voice laughed. "You're such good listeners." Reeve didn't make it. I don't know what took him. I never saw it, only heard the sound like bones snapping underwater. Now I'm alone, wandering the halls of the Odyssey 2. The lights follow me. The voice never stops. Sometimes it's my mother. Sometimes it's Reeve. Sometimes it's me, begging to be let out. The only place it's quiet is the medbay. I've wired my eyes shut, blocked my ears, just like Connors. The pain keeps it at bay, keeps me from listening, keeps it from fully crawling in. But I don't have long. The ship's moving now. Engines fired without a pilot. It's returning to known space. Back toward home. Back toward others who can listen. If you receive this message, don't come for us. Don't dock. Don't listen. Burn us before it finds a new voice to wear. The apartment next door. I moved into 6B on a rainy Thursday, lugging cardboard boxes through narrow stairwells while the fluorescent hallway lights buzzed like dying flies. The building was old. Yellowed wallpaper, carpet that reeked faintly of mildew, and walls so thin you could hear the elevator sigh in its shaft. But it was cheap, and I didn't have many options. I met my neighbor that night. A soft knock on my door just after midnight. When I opened it, a man stood there. Mid-40s, hair slicked back like it hadn't been washed in days, wearing a sweater 2 sizes too big. He smiled, teeth yellow and crooked. "Hi," he said. "Name's Mr. Alden. I live in 6A. Just wanted to welcome you to the building." "Thanks," I said, forcing a polite smile. "I'm Jamie." He nodded, eyes lingering a little too long. "If you ever need anything," he said, "I'm always home." Then he turned and disappeared into his apartment, the door shutting with a sound like a throat being cleared. I locked mine behind me. The first night, I heard noises through the wall. Not normal apartment sounds. No music, no television, no footsteps. Just humming. Low, tuneless, like a lullaby hummed without care, and then a dragging sound like something heavy being pulled across the floor. Sometimes there were knocks, rhythmic, deliberate. I told myself it was plumbing or an old fridge, but the humming continued every night, always around 2 a.m., and it never stopped at the same time. A week later, I got curious. I knocked on Alden's door. No answer. I knocked again. Nothing. I was about to leave when I heard something shift behind the door, slow, like someone had crawled across the floor and pressed their ear against it. Then a whisper, too quiet to fully hear, but just loud enough to chill the blood in my spine. I left. Didn't knock again. One night, around 3 a.m., I woke up to tapping. Not on the wall, on the window. I live on the 6th floor. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. The tapping continued, soft, deliberate. 3 knocks, pause. 3 knocks again. I crept to the window and peeled back the curtain. No one there. Just condensation on the glass and 5 smudged fingerprints. From the outside. The next morning, I found a note slid under my door. No envelope, just a scrap of paper. Shaky handwriting. You should stop watching me. He doesn't like that. No name, no signature. I ran to the building manager, asked who lived in 6A. She frowned, tapped a pen on her desk. No one's in 6A, she said. Been empty for almost a year. Last guy went missing. Police couldn't find anything. I blinked. What about Mr. Alden? She shook her head. No Alden in the building. I didn't sleep that night. The humming returned, louder now, and the dragging sound closer. I bought a small camera. Slid it into the air vent facing the adjoining wall. Set it to record overnight. What I saw the next morning made me throw up. At 2:07 a.m., the wall opened. Not like a door. Like flesh. The plaster split like skin peeling apart, revealing a hole that pulsed like a throat, and something crawled out. Not a man. Not exactly. It wore Alden's sweater, but its limbs were too long, elbows bending backward. Its face hung loose, like someone had draped skin over an empty frame. It didn't walk. It slithered, and it came right up to the vent. It stared into the camera for 5 full minutes. Then it smiled and whispered, "Now we're neighbors." The feed cut to static. I tried to leave that day, grabbed a bag, ran to the elevator, but the buttons didn't work. None of them lit up. The doors wouldn't open. The stairs were gone. Literally gone, just wall where the stairwell had been. I went back to 6B. My key didn't fit anymore, but the door opened anyway, and inside, everything was wrong. The furniture was mine, but it was moldy, warped, like it had been left in water for weeks. My bed had handprints on the sheets, deep, pressed in as if something had lain there for hours. The humming started again, from inside the closet. I didn't check. I sat in the hallway until morning. The building manager didn't remember me. Swore I'd never signed a lease. The apartment? Vacant. But she gave me the key again, cheerfully. Maybe the last tenant left it in the drop box, she said. She smiled, and I noticed her eyes didn't match. One was mine. I left, or tried to, but the road outside only led back to the building. No matter where I turned, no matter how far I drove, always back to 6B, always back to Mr. Alden. That was 2 weeks ago, I think. Time feels strange now. The days are short, the nights are endless, and the walls, they breathe. Sometimes he knocks from inside them. Sometimes he's already in the room. I don't sleep anymore, but I still hear the humming, low, constant. And last night I found a new note. It said, "You're always home now too." And below it, written in a child's shaky scrawl, "I hope the next neighbor's nice." Last train to Grenton. It was past midnight when I boarded the train. The platform at Holloway Station was deserted, save for an old man sleeping upright on a bench and the station clock, frozen at 12:13. I never taken this train before. It wasn't on any schedule I'd checked, but the overhead screen simply read, "Grenton, 1 a.m. on time." Grenton was my hometown. I hadn't been back in years, not since I left for university, then work, then life. But tonight something pulled me back, something unspoken. My phone had buzzed with a message hours earlier, one I never saw sent, from unknown. "You need to come home. He's waiting." No name, no number, just that. I told myself it was a prank, but I packed a bag anyway. And now, here I was, stepping onto the last train of the night, its doors opening with a long, tired hiss. The inside of the carriage was dim. Old-fashioned seats, green velvet, iron armrests, brass fittings dulled with time. No advertisements, no train map, no conductor. Just a few passengers, spaced out and silent. I sat by the window. Outside, the platform stretched too far, much farther than it should have. It faded into darkness like a hallway that never ends. The train began to move, and the lights overhead flickered. None of the other passengers looked up. I tried to check my phone. No service, not even Wi-Fi. The message was gone. My battery dropped from 54% to 1% in seconds, then died. The window beside me no longer showed the outside world. Just blackness, like the train was cutting through a void. We passed no stations, no signs, just darkness and the low hum of the engine. The man across from me turned his head. He looked familiar. His skin was pale and thin, almost translucent. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. I leaned forward. He mouthed 3 words, "Don't get off." I blinked. He was gone. His seat was empty. I stood up. Everyone around me was gone. The car was silent. Too silent. I moved to the next carriage. The door groaned as I opened it. Inside, dozens of people stood shoulder to shoulder, but their feet didn't touch the floor. They hovered, eyes closed, hands twitching as if dreaming. Their mouths moved in perfect unison. A whisper, layered and overlapping. I leaned closer. They were chanting something. My name. Over and over. I slammed the door shut. Returned to my seat. It was occupied now, by a boy, no older than 10. He looked at me. His eyes were completely white. He handed me something. A ticket stub. It had my name printed on it. Ha. One way. Non-transferable. Final. I tried to ask him who he was. He whispered, "I remember you." Then his skin crumbled like ash in the wind, and he was gone. Only the ticket remained. The train slowed. The intercom crackled to life. A voice spoke, distorted and broken. "Next stop, Grenton." I stood. My heart pounded. I wasn't ready. I didn't know why, but something inside screamed not to get off. The doors opened. Grenton station was empty, lit by flickering bulbs that swung despite no wind. The platform was wet with old blood. A sign above the exit read, "You left, he stayed." A child's toy sat on the bench, a stuffed bear missing one eye, my old bear, from my childhood, the one we buried with my brother. I stepped back. The doors began to close, but something climbed aboard. Something wrong. Tall, wrapped in rotting cloth, a face hidden in shadows. It smelled like grave dirt and rain. It sat across from me. Its voice sounded like my brother's. "You left me behind." I was 8 when it happened. My brother fell into the river behind our house. I ran. I didn't help. I watched him go under. I said nothing for hours. By the time they found him, it was too late, and I left, moved far away, never came home. Never visited his grave, never said goodbye, until now. The thing leaned closer, its face almost human, almost him. "You can stay. We can ride together, forever." I closed my eyes. When I opened them, I was the only one in the car. The train raced through the dark. The window reflected my face, and behind me his, still smiling, still waiting. I don't know how long I've been here. Hours, days, time doesn't work right anymore. The train never stops. The passengers change. Sometimes they whisper my name, sometimes they take my shape, sometimes they cry like he did. I never sleep. The lights never stay on, and every few hours the voice returns. "Next stop, Grenton." But the doors never open again. I missed my chance, and now I ride forever. It started with an email I shouldn't have opened. Subject line, bug report, fatal encounter, response 2. No sender, no signature, no body text, just a single attachment, a .zip folder titled response2.exe. At first I assumed it was spam or malware, but curiosity, well, it's a hell of a thing. I was a QA tester for an indie studio that had recently gone under. We'd been working on a roguelike dungeon crawler called Fatal Encounter. Standard stuff. Procedural levels, permadeath, grim soundtrack, blood and bones. We never finished it. The game became unstable toward the end. Random crashes, memory leaks, and occasional audio glitches, garbled whispers that weren't in any build files. The project lead vanished one night. His apartment locked from the inside. Code frozen on his monitor. One last commit on GitHub. Response2.cpp. That branch was locked. No one touched it after that. Until now. I extracted the file and ran it inside a sandbox. The window popped open instantly. No title screen. Just pixelated darkness and a flickering torchlight effect. I recognized the engine. Our engine. But the art was different. Wrong. The walls were veined with something red, pulsating. Shadows twitched when they shouldn't. The player's sprite was a figure I didn't recognize. Tall, distorted, no face. It moved without input. I watched for a minute, Then the screen glitched, flashed a single frame, a photo of me at my desk. I yanked the Ethernet cable from my PC, the game kept running, the figure stopped in front of a door. On it, response 1 received, proceed to response 2. The door opened on its own. Inside, a table, a single item, an envelope. The game made me click it. Inside was a note you were supposed to test. Instead, you watched. You left it open. You let it out. Now you will fix it. The screen went black. Then response 2 initiated. My monitor turned off. The lights in my apartment dimmed. And I heard a voice from my speakers, low and cold and close. You're already in the game. I shut everything down. Physically unplugged the tower, went to bed, had nightmares, labyrinths made of skin, eyes in the walls, voices whispering fragments of code I hadn't heard in years. In the dream, the exit door was labeled patch complete. I woke up with bloody fingernail gouges in my palm. The next morning, my phone buzzed. A notification from an app I'd never downloaded. Fatal encounter. Session resumes in 0030. I tried to delete it, wouldn't uninstall. The countdown reached 0. My phone screen filled with static, then showed the same sprite, faceless, tall, standing at my front door, in-game but rendered in real time. Then it knocked. I heard it from my actual front door. 3 soft knocks, I didn't answer. The app showed response failed, restarting protocol. I drove across town, stayed with an old friend, told him I was having a breakdown. He humored me, let me crash on his couch. That night, he opened his laptop, paused. "What the hell is this?" he asked. On his screen, the same game. Fatal encounter. But he'd never downloaded it. The sprite was in a new room now, his living room. Same couch. Same blanket, same lamp I was sitting under. I stood slowly, the sprite turned faceless. It raised one hand and waved. I threw the laptop across the room. The screen cracked. Didn't stop the game, it just changed. The sprite now had my face. Not pixelated. Real. Live feed level clarity, bleeding from the mouth, smiling. It typed something across the top of the screen. Response 2 accepted. You will spread us. My friend screamed. He vanished. One frame he was there. Next frame, static. I ran. The laptop still played the game. No power cord, no battery. Back home, my entire rig was on again. 3 monitors, glowing red. Lines of code scrolled across all 3. If user equals infected, launch response 3. And then, death is not an error. It is a patch note to shut it off. My keyboard burned hot under my hands, and the speakers whispered, "Where you go, we follow. What you open, we enter." Now, it's everywhere. USB sticks appearing in people's bags, QR codes on sidewalks that auto-install the game. Someone even streamed a playthrough on Twitch before their webcam glitched and showed something standing behind them. They haven't streamed since. The subreddit's gone. The Discord, corrupted. Every post ends with the same 3 words, "We are playing." You don't have to run the game anymore. You just have to see it. And now that you've read this story, well, welcome to Response 2. After hours. No one remembers when the Hollow Pines Mall first opened. It sat at the edge of town, nestled in a wooded dip that seemed to swallow sunlight no matter the season. Everyone in Greystone just accepted it had always been there. An aging behemoth of concrete and glass with too many corridors and too few customers. Most of the storefronts were empty, those still open barely scraped by. One dusty shoe store, a grimy food court kiosk, and a candle shop that smelled like wax and regret. And then there was level B2. Officially, the mall had no basement, but every janitor, every rent-a-cop who'd worked there more than a week whispered about it. An unlisted level beneath the service elevators. The kind of place only drunks and daredevils tried to find. I was 17 when I took the dare. It was the night of the mall lock-in. A stupid tradition where local teens spent the night in the abandoned wing, pretending to be braver than they were. Flashlights, pizza, urban legends. A group of us broke off around 2 a.m., drunk on energy drinks and egged on by the echoing dares of the others. There were 5 of us, me, my cousin Drew, twin girls from our school, and a quiet guy named Miles, who always wore headphones even when they weren't plugged into anything. The plan was simple. Get to the bottom of the service elevator, prove it was just old storage, and come back heroes. But when we pressed the elevator's button, something new appeared beneath it. A glowing key symbol. Miles, grinning like an idiot, held up a brass mall key he'd stolen from the janitor's cart earlier that night. He turned it in the panel. The elevator hummed. The display flickered. Shh, B2, staff only. The doors closed. No one spoke on the way down. It didn't feel like going down. It felt like being pulled sideways through a tunnel of wool and static. When the doors finally opened, the lights outside were dim red, like emergency lighting during a fire drill. Everything smelled damp, old. The corridor ahead was lined with mannequins, not arranged in any order, just placed facing walls, corners, each other. Their limbs were wrong, too many elbows, joints bent the wrong way. Some had faces, not plastic molds, real faces. Mimics of people we knew. Drew's ex, my mother, Miles. The one that looked like me didn't have eyes. We should have gone back up, but the elevator doors were already gone. Not closed. Gone. Just wall behind us. We ran. Took turns at random, deeper into the level. The mall below the mall stretched far too wide. Storefronts were rotted mockeries. Toys and joys filled with broken doll parts. A bookstore where every page was blank and damp to the touch. A food court stall serving slabs of meat that pulsed faintly when we got near. No people, no sounds, except one. Footsteps, always just behind us. Hev dragging, getting closer. We lost Miles near a carousel. Yes, a carousel. Indoors, underground. It turned slowly, though none of us touched it. The horses were bound in barbed wire, mouths open in silent screams. We heard Miles shout something, then static, then nothing. His headphones lay on the floor, melted. The twins refused to move after that. They stood arm in arm, whispering prayers, faces pale. When the lights above flickered, they were gone. No scream, no sign, just two perfect mannequins in their place, still holding hands. Drew ran. I followed. The mall twisted now, escalators that spiraled into ceilings, floor tiles with eyes that blinked when stepped on, exit signs pointing back into the dark. We finally stopped at a security kiosk. A map lay behind the cracked glass. "You are here," marked with a blinking red dot. We weren't near the elevator anymore. We were under the parking lot, 2 levels below it. And there were more dots now. 4 total. Ours, one approaching fast, and the 4th, stationary, right in the center of the map. The atrium, we made for it. As we ran, we passed mirrors. Old ones. Cracked, mismatched frames, none of them showed us. They showed what was following. A tall thing, gaunt, its head split open like a mouth. It moved with insect-fast bursts. It wore the mall's staff uniform. Its name tag read, Greeter. And it was closing in. We reached the atrium. It was a vast circular space, far too big to be underground. A glass dome stretched above, showing only shifting shadows behind the glass. In the center, a fountain of blood, or oil, or both, and something standing beside it. Not human, but once was. Its face was an amalgamation of the mannequins. Its hands were the same color as mine. It turned and whispered, "You came home." Drew pulled me back. The floor beneath us began to breathe. The walls blinked, and the greeter arrived. It didn't walk. It cracked across the tiles like breaking bone. It reached for Drew first. He didn't scream. He just crumpled, folded into a mannequin. Same hoodie, same shoes, mouth sewn shut, still breathing. I ran, found a janitor's door, inside, the elevator. Real this time, or as real as anything could be down there. I hit every button. The doors closed. The last thing I saw before they did was my reflection in the polished steel. Behind me, standing still. Me, but smiling wider. I woke in the food court, lights bright, mall bustling. No one noticed me lying there. Drew's name isn't in any records. The twins never existed. Miles? Found dead in a hotel 2 states over, headphones melted. My phone was full of photos from the night, all blank, except one. A security cam frame. 5 of us entering the elevator, only one of us had a shadow. And now every night when I sleep, I hear the mall music start again, low, off key. And I feel the mannequins watching. One of them is starting to look like me. The painted smile. I was 7 the first time I saw Mr. Jingles. It was my birthday party, one of those chaotic suburban backyards filled with streamers, cupcakes, and sugar-fueled screams. My parents had hired a clown, even though I told them I didn't want one. I hate clowns, I had said a dozen times, but they didn't listen. When he arrived, the backyard went quiet. His makeup was thick, crusted in the corners. Red smile painted impossibly wide, yellowed teeth behind it. The fabric of his costume looked damp, like it had been pulled from a trunk in a flooded basement. He didn't do tricks, he didn't juggle. He just stared at me. When my mom asked him to do balloon animals, he said, "No need. He already knows what I am." She laughed, nervously, but I didn't, because I did know. And every year after that, every birthday, Mr. Jingles showed up. Uninvited, unannounced, always just at the edge of the party. Never caught in photos, never seen by anyone but me. By age 12, I stopped celebrating my birthday, refused to have friends over, told my parents I didn't want cake, gifts, anything. They thought it was a phase, but I was trying to stop him from coming back. It didn't work. That year, he came to my window instead. It was just after midnight. I was lying in bed, trying to convince myself it was over, that maybe I'd imagined it all those years. Then came the squeak, that awful balloon rubber squeak, and I turned. There he was outside my second-story window, standing on nothing, just smiling. He held a balloon in one hand, but it wasn't a dog or a sword. It was a shape that looked wrong. Too many limbs, too many faces. He pressed it to the glass and whispered, "Time to laugh." That was the first year I heard the others. Laughter, but not mine. Children's laughter. Faint. Under my bed, inside the walls, sometimes crying, sometimes screaming, but always laughter in between. I stopped sleeping. By the time I was 17, I thought I was going insane. I'd moved to another state, started fresh, avoided mirrors, avoided birthdays. But on the night of July 23rd, my birthday, a balloon floated out of my closet. I didn't keep balloons. It rose slowly, scraping against the ceiling, then popped, and inside, teeth. Tiny, rotted baby teeth. They rained onto the floor in a soft plink, 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 and the laughter started again, this time closer. Then I saw the card, tucked under my pillow, white with a red balloon drawn in wax crayon. Inside, one sentence, "You're it." I started researching. Clown folklore, demon lore, urban legends. There were whispers online, threads about a Jingles figure that showed up in childhoods and never left. Some said he was an old circus performer who made a deal with something he didn't understand. Others said he wasn't ever human at all, a traveling grin that latched onto fear like a tick. He followed the birthdays. He followed the watchers. One post stuck with me. It simply said, "You don't invite Mr. Jingles. He chooses you, and once he does, you become part of the act." The account that posted it had been deleted. This year, I turned 25. I made a plan. I rented a motel off Highway 19, far from everyone I knew. No party, no cake, no witnesses. I sat in the middle of the room with a knife in one hand and a lighter in the other, waiting. The TV turned on by itself at midnight, black and white static, then a squeak. And through the screen, he stepped out. Mr. Jingles, taller now, thinner, neck twisted like a broken branch, paint cracked, eyes black and dripping. He didn't speak. He just opened his arms, and behind him, through the TV glass, I saw them. The children, dozens of them, mouths painted over, eyes blank, trapped in some eternal show. One of them reached forward. It was me, aged 7, still wearing my birthday hat. Jingles turned to me, and for the first time in 18 years, he spoke clearly. "Laugh, and they'll let you go. Cry, and you join the act." He offered a balloon. I took the knife and slashed at him. It passed through air. Then he wasn't there. The room was empty, except for the balloon still floating in the corner, and the laughter rising beneath the floorboards. I haven't slept since. Every reflection shows him. Every child's giggle turns my blood cold, and sometimes I see my younger self on missing posters in other towns. They all look like kids I never met, all of them smiling too wide, all of them gone. The last card I got said 1 more year. I don't know what happens when it runs out, but I know the circus never ends, not for me, not for him. Because now I carry the joke, and someday soon, I'll be the one holding the balloon. The ones who stayed. Everyone has that one friend group they outgrow, the ones you drift from after high school or a summer job, promising to stay in touch but never really meaning it. I had a group like that. We called ourselves the Core Four, me, Danny, Marcus, and Theo. We met in middle school detention, got close fast. Like the kind of close where you know every secret, every scar, every parent's schedule. We stayed tight through high school, always whispering about how we'd stick together forever. Only we didn't. After graduation, Danny went to art school in Chicago. Marcus moved to Oregon with his mom. Theo just kind of disappeared. His number stopped working. His Instagram went dark. We figured he was just being Theo, dramatic, always ghosting people. I stayed in our hometown, went to community college, worked nights at a liquor store, Life went on, until last month when I got a text from an unknown number. The Core 4, one last night, meet at the old field, midnight. No name, no context, but I knew who it was, and like an idiot, I went. The field was exactly the same, overgrown with that one rusted goalpost from when kids used to play soccer here, and they were all there. Danny, Marcus, even Theo. I didn't know whether to laugh or run. They looked exactly the same, not haven't aged much, the same. Exactly the same, like we'd stepped out of senior year yesterday. Same haircuts, same clothes. Danny even had the patched denim jacket she lost in 11th grade. No one mentioned it. We just hugged, joked, caught up like no time had passed. But it was off. All of it. The way they stood too still when not speaking. The way Marcus didn't blink, not once. The way Danny laughed at jokes I didn't make. I chalked it up to nostalgia and nerves. Told myself I was being paranoid. Then Theo spoke. Do you remember the game? We all fell quiet. Because we did. It wasn't a real game, just something we made up in freshman year back when Theo started bringing weird books to lunch. Old, leather-bound things with yellowed pages and symbols no one understood. We called it the circle game. You draw a ring in chalk, sit inside it, and say a phrase from the book. We bind, we bleed, we stay. Then you cut your hand and let it drip into the dirt. All four of you. We thought it was just edgy kid nonsense. But the night we did it, the air turned cold. Too cold for July, and the moon turned red. Just for a second. We laughed it off, called it a coincidence. But Theo started acting strange after that. Quiet, nervous. He'd flinch when he saw his reflection. He stopped going near the woods, and then he disappeared. Back in the field, he pulled something from his backpack. A can of chalk, 4 knives, and the book. That same old book, the cover still damp-looking. Still smelled like iron and mold. We're finishing it, he said. I didn't know it was unfinished, I replied. He stared at me like I'd asked if the sky was real. We bound, we bled, he said slowly, but we didn't stay. One of us left. I laughed awkwardly. Yeah, we all kinda... No, Danny cut in. You left. Something twisted in my stomach. That's not, I started. But Marcus stepped into the circle, then Danny, then Theo, all staring at me, waiting. You made the vow, Theo said. Now you're here to make it right. I should have run, but I stepped in, just like before. Theo handed me the knife. The handle was warm, the metal pulsed. I cut my palm. The blood dripped into the circle. They did the same. As soon as the last drop hit the dirt, the world shifted. The stars vanished. The sky turned the color of rotting fruit. The trees around us groaned like they were breathing, and something moved in the dark beyond the field. Something tall, watching. Theo began to chant in that ugly, twisting language from the book. I recognized one word: stay. The ground under my feet cracked. My vision blurred, and then I was back, standing in the field, alone, daylight, birds chirping, my phone buzzed, new notification, photo memories the Core 4, 8 years ago today. I opened it. A picture of the 4 of us in the circle, smiling, laughing, but in the photo, I wasn't the one in the circle. I was standing outside it, watching, and in my place, standing in the circle was something with my face, smiling too wide, eyes too dark. I ran home, searched everything I could about the ritual, about the book. Nothing. No mentions, no records, until I found an old forum, archived and half corrupted. One post stood out. They only need one to forget, one to break the vow, one to bring back. I'd broken it. I was the one who left, and they were never just a friend group. They were a binding, a cage, and now the cage is open. They've started showing up not in person, but in mirrors. Reflections of me surrounded by people who aren't there. Messages carved into the fogged glass after showers. We stayed. Why didn't you? My phone camera glitches when I'm alone, shows me laughing with unseen friends. Yesterday I found chalk on my doorstep and the book in my bed, open to the last page. Blank except for one handwritten sentence. We bind, we bleed. Now you stay. I haven't left my apartment in days, because when I look outside, I see the field, and they're waiting. Room 12. It was supposed to be a quick stop. I'd been driving 16 hours straight, trying to outrun a breakup, a dead job, and the kind of silence that fills a car too long alone. My GPS rerouted me off the highway due to some accident up ahead, and before long, I found myself on a narrow 2-lane road with no lights and too many trees. Just past midnight, the neon sign flickered through the mist. Pine Shadows Motel. Vacancy. It looked like the kind of place serial killers dreamed of. One story, 12 rooms, U-shaped around a cracked parking lot. The office had that smell. Cigarettes, mildew, something sour under the counter. The man behind the desk didn't look up from his crossword. Cash only. 60 a night, you're in room 12. I didn't ask for it. He slid the key forward. It was already on the counter. Metal, not plastic. Old. No one ever does. Room 12 was at the far end of the lot. Half the lights were busted. The number on the door had been scratched off and rewritten in marker. Inside, the wallpaper peeled in long strips. The air conditioner wheezed. A single lamp buzzed with yellow light. No TV. No Wi-Fi. Just a rotary phone on the nightstand and a framed painting of a forest that looked too much like the one I'd just driven through. I collapsed on the bed, exhausted. The second I closed my eyes, the phone rang. I stared at it. No one had the number. It rang again. I picked it up, slow. No dial tone, just the sound of breathing. Long, shaky inhales, then, "Don't leave the room." Click. Silence. I stared at the receiver. Tried to laugh, but I couldn't, because the door had just locked itself, from the inside. I jiggled the knob. Nothing. The deadbolt clicked into place without me touching it. I checked the window, painted shut. Then the lamp flickered, and the forest painting changed. Where before there were empty trees, now there was something standing among them. Tall, human-shaped, but wrong. It wore a suit, but its face was blank, smoothed over like wet clay. I blinked. The figure was closer now. The next time I looked, it was inside the forest cabin painted in the background. A small shadow in the window. I yanked the painting off the wall, threw it face down on the carpet. Then the phone rang again. I didn't answer, but it spoke anyway, from the receiver, from the speaker. "You're in room 12. You don't leave room 12. The lights died. The air turned cold, and the closet door creaked open. There was a man inside, or what had once been a man. He was on his knees, skin paper white, eyes wide and dead. Dried blood ringed his mouth like he'd chewed his own lips away. He whispered, voice like wind through teeth. He watches. When you sleep, when you dream, he waits behind the walls. Then he screamed, but not at me, at the corner behind the bathroom door. I turned. There was nothing there. When I looked back, the closet was empty, except for scratch marks in the wood. Dozens. Hundreds. Like someone had tried to claw their way out for a very long time. I tried the phone again. Still dead. Tried the window. It cracked, but wouldn't break. Then the painting on the floor began to burn. Slowly, from the center outward. The flames didn't spread, they didn't smoke, but they revealed something as they ate through the image. A motel hallway. Room 12's door. Me, standing outside it. Only I wasn't alone. That thing, the faceless man, stood behind me in the painting. Reaching out, its fingers touched my shoulder in the image, and I felt it. In real life, ice cold, breathing at my neck. I spun. Nothing. Then the door unlocked. On its own, the bolt slid back with a gentle click and the knob turned. I should have run, but I didn't. I stepped into the hallway. It wasn't the same hallway I'd come through. The walls were wet, breathing, the carpet squished underfoot, red like pulp. Room numbers were out of order, 3, 7, 22, 12, 12, 12. Every door was room 12. Each one whispered my name as I passed. I picked one, opened it. Inside, my childhood bedroom. Same posters, same bunk bed, same crack in the ceiling shaped like a dog. And in the bed, sleeping, peaceful, until my eyes opened. Not mine, not anymore. Black pits, grinning too wide. The mouth opened and whispered, "Go back to sleep." I ran, sprinted down the hallway that never ended, the floor folding in on itself like intestines. The walls pulsed. Laughter echoed from behind every door. Finally, I found the lobby again. Same man behind the desk, still doing his crossword. "Didn't stay the night?" he asked, not looking up. "What the hell is this place?" I gasped. He shrugged. "Depends on what you bring with you." He handed me something. My car keys. They were slick with blood. I drove, didn't look back, didn't stop until sunrise, didn't breathe right for days, but I made it out, I think. Except sometimes I wake up back in room 12, just for a second, long enough to hear the phone ring, long enough to see him in the corner, long enough to remember I never actually checked out. Final round, they called it final round, and nobody knew where to watch it. No network, no streaming service, just rumors, whispers online, a single post on a dark corner of Reddit. If they send you the invitation, don't ignore it. Don't try to leave, just play. I thought it was some kind of marketing stunt. Viral horror content. ARGY maybe. Until the envelope arrived. No stamp, no address, just my name in red ink. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Congratulations, you've been selected for final round. Showtime midnight, channel 66. Do not tell anyone, do not leave your house, tune in. At the bottom, smeared like an afterthought, you've already agreed. I laughed it off, left it on the counter. But when the clock struck midnight, my TV turned off, no power, flickered on. Channel 66, no input, no cable, just static that slowly gave way to color bars, then a stage, red curtains, spotlights, and a host with a mannequin smile and eyes too wide. Ladies and gentlemen, he grinned, welcome to the final round, and tonight's lucky contestant is you. He pointed forward, right at me. I grabbed the remote, tried to shut the TV off. Nothing. I unplugged it. Still on. The screen shimmered. And then I wasn't in my living room anymore. I was on the stage. Same curtains, same lights, same host now standing beside me, smelling of wax and formaldehyde. Don't be shy, he whispered. You've been playing since the day you were born. Around us, the studio audience began to clap. Except they weren't clapping. Not really. Their hands were stiff, moving in sync. Like puppets. Their faces were masks. Lifelike, but wrong. Too perfect. Too smooth. Let's get to our first game, the host beamed. 2 truths and a lie. 3 screens lit up behind me. Each showed an image from my life. My childhood bedroom. My car, totaled in last year's accident. A woman's face, half familiar, half rotted. One of these, the host said, isn't real. Choose wisely or lose a finger. He chuckled like it was a joke. I pointed to the woman. I've never met her. Bzzzt. The stage buzzed with static. Wrong, the host said, almost sadly. That's your mother, the one you forgot after the fire. I screamed. Pain flared in my left hand. Blood dripped onto the studio floor. A finger gone. The audience clapped again. Round 2, the host sang. Let's play hide and seek. The stage split open. A hallway revealed itself, long, dimly lit, with too many doors. You hide, the host whispered, and if you're found, something joins you. I ran. Down the hallway, past us door after door, each one labeled with something cryptic. Regret, jealousy, guilt, 3:17 a.m. I ducked into one marked shame. It was a hospital room. Empty, except for the bed, and on it, me, strapped down, mouth sewn shut, eyes open, filled with tears. On the wall, monitors beeped softly. Each one showed a moment I'd buried deep. The lies, the betrayals, the nights I prayed for someone else's failure just to feel whole. Then came the knock. Soft, rhythmic, the door creaked open. Something crawled in. Not walked. Crawled. Its skin was made of game show tickets, stitched together. Its mouth was a spinning prize wheel, teeth like numbered pegs. It whispered, "Time's up." I screamed and woke back on stage, breathing hard. The host was smiling wider now. "Doing great," he chirped. "One more round." The lights dimmed. Smoke poured from the floor. The host raised one hand. "Final question," he said, "for everything." A final screen appeared. It showed my living room, my real one, right now. The camera panned to my couch. Someone was sitting there. Me, watching, smiling. "You have 2 choices," the host said. "Stay here and play forever, or take their place." I stepped toward the screen, watched as the other me turned to look directly at me, eyes pitch black, smile still growing. I screamed, "I choose." But I never got to finish. The lights cut out, the audience shrieked, and when they came back on, I was sitting on the couch, TV off, envelope gone, and in my hand, still bloody, 9 fingers. But I wasn't alone, because from the TV, faintly, I could hear the host again. "Next contestant. Ready to play?" The book that read back. It was almost 9 p.m. when I found Whispering Pages. I hadn't meant to end up in that part of town. My phone had died and the rain was coming down in sheets. I ducked into the first storefront with light in the window. A faded sign hung above the door, letters barely legible beneath layers of grime. Whispering Pages, rare and used books. The place smelled of wet paper and ancient wood. The kind of smell that clings to your coat and whispers secrets in your ear when you're alone. It was warm inside, despite the lack of visible heat, and the only sound was the slow tick of a grandfather clock in the corner, counting down something I didn't understand. There was no one at the counter, no sign of staff, just endless rows of leaning shelves and crooked ladders towering all the way up to a shadow-drenched ceiling. I should have left. But something about the place made me stay, like it had been waiting for me. I wandered past books with titles too worn to read. Some were chained shut with rusted links, others whispered when I brushed their spines. Yes, whispered. I leaned in once and a brittle cover rasped, "Not that one." I flinched, laughed nervously. Old buildings creak, that's all. Then I found it, a thin volume tucked sideways between two encyclopedias. No title, just a plain black cover and a ribbon bookmark frayed at the end. I pulled it free. The moment my fingers touched it, the lights flickered. The clock stopped ticking, and the bookstore changed. The walls stretched taller. Shelves twisted, shifting positions like bones realigning. The air turned heavy, syrupy, filled with dust motes that danced in shapes just beyond recognition. I opened the book. The first page read, "Welcome, Morgan. We've been expecting you." I froze. That was my name, handwritten in elegant, looping script. I turned the page. It described me, down to my muddy shoes, the coffee stain on my left cuff, even the paper I'd gotten earlier that day. Word for word. I checked the cover again. Still blank. I turned to the next page. It read, "He stands alone in the heart of the store, unaware that he is not alone." The hairs on my neck rose. I looked up. Something moved in the aisle behind me. I spun. Nothing. But the book had changed again. Now the page said, "It waits in the travel section." I didn't want to know what it was, but my feet moved anyway, drawn, as if the book was leading me or pulling. The travel section was dimmer, the titles older, places that didn't exist anymore, some that never had. Books titled Cities Under Skin, Tourism for the Recently Dead, Guide to Nowhere, Revised Edition. And in the center, a chair, rocking slowly. A man sat in it, reading, or something shaped like a man. He wore a long coat made of stitched pages. His hands were quills, long and sharp. Where his face should have been was a blank cover stretched over a skull. As I stepped closer, the book in my hand pulsed, warm, alive. The page turned on its own. "Don't speak to the archivist. Don't look him in the face. Don't. Too late." He looked up, and all the words I'd ever forgotten came rushing back in a single instant. Childhood stories, nightmares, whispered threats, lullabies from dreams I never remembered having. He spoke. His voice sounded like tearing paper and fire swallowing old letters. "You've taken the book." I couldn't speak. "You've turned its pages." I backed away, shaking my head. "Now you must finish it." He stood. Books slid off the shelves and onto the floor. The shelves themselves bent inward, forming a maze. I ran. The maze closed behind me. The book led me, page by page. Turn left at the Atlas of Hollow Roads. Run past the Dictionary of the Lost Tongue. Ignore the aisle of autobiographies. They lie. The shelves whispered my name, mocking, pleading, laughing. I passed a mirror. My reflection was gone. Another page turned. He reaches the biography section, heart pounding, blood loud. The biography aisle was filled with books bound in skin. All of them had my name. Some were blank. Some had titles like The Year He Never Escaped, The Night He Screamed Too Late, and Volume 4, The Devouring. I dropped the book, tried to run, but the floor had become pages, slippery, crinkling, grasping. I fell, and the book opened in front of me. Final page. Blank. Waiting. The archivist stepped into view, towering over me. "You must write the ending," he rasped. "I don't know how," I stammered. "Then stay here until you do." He handed me a quill made of bone and vanished. That was 2 nights ago, I think. Time is strange in here. I've written a few lines, crossed them out. Every wrong sentence changes the shelves, makes the lights flicker, makes something crawl between the bookcases. I don't know what happens when I write the right ending, but I know what happens if I stop. They whisper it over and over from the pages on the floor. Finish the story, or become one. It started with a notification. One new friend request, Alyssa Marrow. I didn't recognize the name. No mutual friends. No profile picture, just a gray silhouette. Her cover photo was an old house surrounded by leafless trees. It looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. I should have ignored it. but something about the request tugged at me. Maybe curiosity, maybe boredom. I clicked accept. The message came seconds later. "Thank you, I've been waiting for you." I stared at the screen. I clicked on her profile. Still no posts, no photos, just that same house in the background. And the About section? It read, "Born October 31st, 1996. Died October 31st, 2014. My stomach tightened. I thought it was some weird prank, an edgy fake account. I blocked her. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed. Message request from Alyssa Marrow. The profile was gone, but the message was there. "You shouldn't have done that." Then she sent a photo. I didn't want to open it, but I did. It was my house, the front porch, taken from the edge of the driveway. From just minutes ago, the lights in my room were still on. I ran outside. Nothing but empty night. No cars, no footsteps, no one standing in the dark. I called the police. They came, took a report, suggested it was a sick prank, told me to stay off social media for a while. I deleted the app. I locked my doors. I tried to sleep. At 3:17 a.m., I heard my phone buzz. One notification. Facebook, Alyssa tagged you in a post. My hands shook as I tapped the screen. There was no app on my phone, but the screen changed anyway. Opened the Facebook app, except it wasn't the real app. The icons were off. The font was wrong. Everything slightly older, like an old version from a decade ago. I tapped the notification. The post read, "He watched her die, and now she watches him." The photo attached was of me, 12 years old, at a Halloween party, standing at the edge of a crowd, grinning at the camera. Beside me, a girl in a white dress, pale, barefoot, long black hair covering most of her face. I had no memory of her. No one did. I checked the comments. They were all from names I didn't know, names of the dead. "He's next. I remember the scream. She'll find you again." I threw the phone across the room. It landed screen down. Still buzzing. The next morning, I went digging. Old photos, school yearbooks. I found it. 6th grade class photo, Halloween edition. There I was, dressed as a vampire. Next to me, almost blending to the background, was a girl in a white dress. Handwritten on the back, Alyssa M. I looked her up. She was real. Alyssa Marrow. She'd gone missing on Halloween night 2014. Last seen at a school party. Never found. No leads. Parents moved away. Her Facebook page memorialized, but her page had messaged me. I visited the house from her profile photo. Abandoned. On the edge of town. Boarded up. A single wilted flower bouquet sat by the door. I stood there, staring. My phone buzzed again. No app. No signal. But still the screen lit up. A new post from Alyssa. "He remembers." That's how it begins. Attached a live video from inside the house. The camera walked down a hallway toward a mirror. My reflection stared back. That night, I dreamed of her. She stood at the foot of my bed, hair soaked, face bloated, skin pale and split in places like wet paper. She didn't speak, she just pointed to my closet. I woke up screaming. The closet door was open, and inside, carved into the back wall, was a message. "Send this to someone else, and maybe she'll stop watching." Below it, a list of names, all crossed out, except mine. I didn't go to work, didn't eat. I stayed home watching my phone. The Facebook icon slowly changed color. Grayer, wetter. She posted again. "He's running out of time." Attached was a poll. Where should he die? The options. His bed, the closet, outside the door. Hundreds of votes, more by the second. All from dead profiles. I tried logging out. It wouldn't let me. The message popped up. "This account is now permanent." I called my mom, asked her about the Halloween party, asked if she remembered Alyssa. There was a long silence on the line. Then she said, "I told you never to talk about her. That girl never left the house." "What are you talking about?" I whispered. "She was dead before you met her." Click. The line went dead. I smashed the phone, left it in the trash, got in my car, started driving, didn't know where, just away. I stopped at a gas station miles out of town. The attendant gave me a strange look. "Your phone's been ringing non-stop," he said. He held it out to me. My phone, not the smashed one, fully intact, buzzing in his hand. I backed away, but the screen lit up. New message from Alyssa. Too late. The lights flickered in the gas station. The walls began to bleed, not real blood, but thick black fluid like ink. The TVs behind the counter turned on. Every screen showed me, sleeping, crying, running, hiding. Then her. Her face now fully visible, empty eyes, mouth unhinged, too many teeth. She climbed out of the frame. I don't know where I am now. Not really. They say I've been in a coma since the night I crashed my car outside that house. They say I talk in my sleep. Say one name over and over, Alyssa. But I'm awake. I'm writing this on a wall. They don't know I'm still inside. Inside the game she made, the one you just joined, by reading this. Check your friend requests. There's one waiting for you. The ice cream van. It showed up again last night. Same as before. No music, no driver, no headlights. Just the slow crunch of tires on gravel as the white van rolled down our street long after midnight. My bedroom faces the road. I saw it from my window. There are no children here anymore. Not since what happened to Benji. And yet, the ice cream van keeps coming. We used to love that van. Mr. Eli, the driver, had been around since our parents were kids. Always wore a pink bow tie and a straw hat, handed out joke cards with every cone. But one summer evening a year ago, Benji ran out barefoot for a rocket pop. The sun was setting. Mr. Eli gave him a little salute, passed him the ice cream. Benji never came back. We searched for days. The police dragged the lake. Dogs combed the woods. They never found anything, except his shoe. It was under the van, perfectly clean. No blood, no scuffs, just sitting there like it had been placed. After that, Mr. Eli disappeared. The van, too. No one saw him leave. The truck just stopped existing, until last week. The first night it returned, I thought I was dreaming. The white van turned the corner slowly, silently, and parked across from the empty playground. The side window opened with a soft hiss. There was no one inside. No jingles played. Just a sign taped to the glass. 1 treat per customer. I stayed frozen behind the curtain, watching. No one approached it. The van sat for exactly 13 minutes. Then it drove off. On the second night, I saw Anna approaching it. She's 10, lives 2 doors down. She stood barefoot in the street in pajamas, eyes wide and unfocused like she was sleepwalking. I opened my window and shouted, but no sound came out. None. My throat worked. Air moved, but it was like the world had muted me. Anna took a popsicle from the window, unwrapped it, took a bite. Then she collapsed. No scream, no twitch, just gone. The van didn't move, just waited. Then a soft, mechanical sound. Click, like a tally being marked. Then it rolled away. Anna was gone by morning. Her house locked. Her room empty. Her parents didn't even remember her. I did. The photos were still in my camera roll, but they faded by noon, faces blurring, memories warping, like she was never real. I told my friends, but they just laughed, said I'd been reading too many creepypastas, said there never was an ice cream van on our street. But I remember the music, the smell of bubble gum, the way the wheels always left a sticky trail in the summer heat. I decided to prove it. Last night I waited with my phone. Midnight came and went. The street stayed dark, but at 1:13 a.m. the van appeared, silent as death. I filmed it, got clear footage. The van rolled in from the west end, stopped by the curb. Same window hiss, same sign, 1 treat per customer. I watched from my window, barely breathing. My phone was still recording. The van turned its headlights on, 2 solid beams of sickly yellow. The lights pointed up, toward my room, toward me. My phone buzzed. Airdrop from ice cream. My hands shook as I accepted it. The image that came through was a still from my own video, except it was zoomed in, on my window. I wasn't in the frame, but something else was. A hand, long, thin, almost skeletal, pressing up against the glass from the inside. I spun around. Nothing. But the room was cold, freezing. I could see my breath. Then came the jingle, a warped, dragging melody, like a record playing too slow. Do you want a treat tonight? Take a bite. Don't try to fight. All your friends are waiting too. In the cold, they wait for you. The lyrics didn't come from outside. They came from under my bed. I dropped the phone, ran out of the room, locked myself in the bathroom. The music followed. I stayed there until sunrise. When I came out, everything was quiet. My window was open. On the floor beneath it, a single ice cream cone, melting, blue and red and green, the colors of a rocket pop. I tried showing the video to my parents, but my phone was empty. No file, just a new photo in my camera roll. The van. Close. Too close. Taken from right outside the front door. I never took it. Now, every night it parks a little closer. First, it was across the street, then in front of our lawn, then at the edge of the driveway. Last night it pulled into our garage. My parents didn't notice. No one ever does. The only message I have left is the one in my notebook. The only proof I'm not insane. If you're reading this and you hear the jingle, don't open your window. Don't accept the treat. Because you don't eat it. It eats you. The cabin on Hollow Lake. I hadn't planned on going back to the lake. Not after what happened to Jonah. But the letter changed that. It arrived without a return address, written in his familiar scrawl. Come to the cabin. Bring no one. There's something you need to see. Jonah had been missing for over a year. No body, no evidence. Just his empty truck parked outside the cabin at Hollow Lake, and a torn piece of his flannel shirt caught on the doorframe. Search parties found nothing. The woods kept their secrets. I shouldn't have gone, but I did. The road to Hollow Lake was narrower than I remembered, the trees pressing in from both sides like they were leaning closer just to listen. My phone lost signal 20 miles out. The radio died soon after. The air grew colder as I got closer. The lake came into view, a gray, glassy stretch of water surrounded by pine and mist. And at the edge, half sunken into the fog, stood the cabin. It hadn't changed, still crooked, still dark, still silent. I parked beside Jonah's rusted truck, still here, still locked. Moss now crawled up its tires. The air smelled like ash. I stepped onto the porch. The door creaked open on its own. Inside, dust and silence. Cobwebs hung like forgotten curtains. The fireplace was cold, the stone hearth blackened. Our old photos were still nailed to the wall, us fishing, drinking, laughing, before everything fell apart. A single candle sat on the table, newly melted, and on the wall above it, scratched deep into the wood, "He's not dead." My heart stuttered. I turned and found muddy footprints on the floor. Bare, human, leading to the basement. We never used the basement. It always felt wrong. Jonah said it gave him bad dreams as a kid, said he heard things moving down there at night. We kept it locked, but now the lock was gone. The door hung open like a mouth. I took the flashlight from my bag and descended the stairs. The air thickened with every step, damp, rotten, like the inside of something that had been alive a long, long time ago. The light flickered, then caught on something. Carvings, all along the stone walls, symbols, spirals, and words I didn't recognize. Some looked burned in, others gouged with fingernails. And at the center of the basement floor, in a shallow pit, a pile of Jonah's clothes, soaked in blood. But no body. Only a journal. His journal. I flipped it open. Pages soaked in water and rust, some torn, but one stuck out, written in shaking hand. It lives in the lake. It doesn't sleep. It called to me. I saw my reflection smile when I didn't. I thought I could fight it. I was wrong. Then, if you're reading this, it means you heard it too. I froze, and that's when I heard it. The whisper. Soft, slithering like a voice underwater, calling my name. Eli. The sound came not from the basement, but from the lake. I stumbled up the stairs and out the door. The sun was setting now, but the light didn't feel warm. The sky was the color of old bruises. Clouds hung low, pressing the forest down into silence. I turned toward the lake. It shimmered, perfectly still. No ripples, no wind, but I saw movement just beneath the surface, something long, coiling, pale. The voice came again, clearer. Eli, he's not gone. He's waiting. And then I saw him, Jonah, standing waist-deep in the lake, eyes wide, skin gray-blue and slick with water. His mouth was open like he was screaming, but no sound came out. I stepped forward. He raised one hand and pointed behind me. I turned. The cabin windows were no longer dark. They were glowing, red, pulsing, like veins beneath skin. The front door slammed shut, and from inside I heard footsteps. Not one person. Many, too many, moving in rhythm, bare feet slapping against the floor. I ran, not to the car, but to the dock, toward Jonah. The lake welcomed me with unnatural warmth, pulling at my legs like it was glad I'd come. He stood still as I approached, but up close his skin wasn't just wet, it was transparent. Veins like roots. Eyes full of black water. Jonah, I whispered, his mouth opened, and from inside came her voice. Not his, a woman's voice. Ancient, hollow. You followed the call, just like he did. Just like they all do. Jonah collapsed. The lake took him, pulled him under without a splash. The water smoothed over, glassy again. The dock behind me creaked. Something stepped onto it. Many somethings. I turned. Figures emerged from the forest, dripping. bloated, smiling. Some I recognized, faces from town, from school, from missing posters years old. Others were strangers, all of them walking into the lake, eyes locked on me. As they entered the water, it began to boil. A shape rose beneath them, massive, impossible. A body of black tendrils and broken faces, rising from the depths like a memory forgotten by time. The lake wasn't a lake, it was a mouth, and it was hungry. I screamed, ran. Back to the cabin, the door opened for me this time. I locked it behind me, but I know it won't hold, not forever. It's quiet now, but the water's rising beneath the floorboards. And in every reflection, mirror, window, glass, I see Jonah, smiling, waiting. Scratching one final message on the walls, you never leave the lake. After the bell. It started as a dare, stay in the school overnight, just one night. No phones, no lights, no leaving. Jacob, Leah, and I all agreed, half out of boredom, half because we didn't believe the stories. You know the ones. That the school was built over some asylum. That room 309 had no door handle because someone hanged themselves inside. That if you heard footsteps after midnight, you were already being followed. Kids always come up with stuff like that. But some stories stick because there's truth in them. And sometimes the truth waits until you're alone. We slipped in through the back window by the gym around 9 p.m., flashlights in our bags, snacks stuffed in our hoodies. The place felt different at night. Too big, too empty. Lockers lined the halls like crooked teeth, and the silence had weight. The custodians were long gone. Cameras weren't a problem. They'd been busted since spring break, and the school hadn't bothered fixing them. We set up camp in the library. Candles, cards, snacks. We laughed too loud and too long, like we had to fill the space with noise to keep the building from noticing us. At 11:42 p.m., we heard the first sound. A locker slamming shut, hard, echoing through the west hallway. We froze. Probably the air pressure, Jacob said. Old buildings shift. Leah didn't look convinced. That sounded like it was slammed by someone. I wanted to agree, but I forced a smile. Let's go check, because that's what you do in stories like this. You check. The west hall was cold, colder than the rest of the school. Our breath fogged in the beam of my flashlight. Locker 112 was slightly ajar. Leah pointed to it. Wasn't that one already broken? Jacob reached out and yanked it open. Inside was a single note, yellowed and curled. He read aloud, "Leave before the bell rings." We laughed it off. Kids messing around, some leftover prank. But the hallway felt tighter, the air thicker, like the school had started breathing. We went back to the library. The candles had all gone out. Melted wax pooled on the floor in strange patterns, swirls, symbols. And our stuff? Gone. No flashlights, no bags, just gone. Jacob spun around. Who the hell took our stuff? No one else is here, Leah whispered. But even as she said it, we all knew that wasn't true anymore. At 12:07 a.m., the intercom crackled to life. The speakers had been silent for years, but now a voice spoke, dry, low, like leaves scraping pavement. Attendance check, then silence, then 3 present, 2 expected. A long, shrill tone followed like the end of a school announcement, but it didn't stop. It grew sharper, piercing. We covered our ears and ran from the library, down the hall, past classrooms, past stairwells that seemed to stretch down far too deep. We stopped at the auditorium doors, panting. Jacob looked at us. 2 expected? What the hell does that mean? I didn't answer. Because behind him, the hallway lights were turning off, one by one, coming closer. I grabbed the handle and pulled. The auditorium was worse. The stage lights were on, and in the center, a desk with 2 chairs, both occupied. Leah gasped. They were us, copies, wax-like, unmoving, staring forward with blank, glassy eyes. A note lay on the desk. Makeup exam in progress. Late arrivals will be punished. Suddenly, the lights cut out. We screamed. When they came back on a second later, the desk was empty, but footsteps echoed above us from the catwalk. Heavy, wet. We bolted out the side door into the stairwell. Jacob tripped. I turned back, grabbed his arm. He was staring down the stairwell. I think there's something in the basement. No, I said. We go up to the roof. Signal someone. He hesitated, then nodded. We climbed. The roof access door was locked, but there was another note taped to it, handwritten in red ink. You can't leave until the final bell. We turned around. At the end of the hallway stood a figure, dressed in the old gym coach's uniform. Mr. Ellis, who died 5 years ago of a heart attack. But this wasn't Ellis. His face was wrong. Too long. His eyes were hollow, his skin looked peeled and reattached. He blew a whistle. The sound made my teeth hurt. Then he ran, straight at us. We screamed and fled back down the stairs, the whistle still shrieking, bouncing off every wall. We made it to the second floor, dove into the science lab, slammed the door. Silence, until the intercom buzzed again. 2 present, 1 taken, 1 expected. I turned. Jacob was gone, just gone. Leah backed into the corner. We need to get out. We need to get out now. But there were no windows, no more exits. The door handle turned, once, twice, stopped. Then a paper slid under the door. I picked it up. Time's almost up. We found ourselves back at the library, only now it was different. All the shelves were knocked over, books strewn across the floor. The windows were black. Not dark. Black, they'd been painted over from the outside, and in the middle of the room was a school desk. Just one, with a single piece of paper on it. A test. My name at the top. Every question was a memory, a moment from my life. Where did you leave Jacob? Why didn't you stop the dare? Who was waiting behind you? I didn't turn around. I wrote, I don't know. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. The bell rang, but it wasn't a real bell. It was more like a scream made of metal and blood. And then, silence. When I opened my eyes, I was standing outside the school. Morning. Birds, cars, people. Police tape across the gym entrance. They said they found Leah's phone inside. Playing a voice memo on loop. 3 present, 2 expected. They never found Jacob. They said we imagined it, said we made it up. But sometimes walking past that hallway, I hear the bell again. And once in a locked classroom, I saw a desk, a test paper with my name still written at the top and a new note underneath. Final period starts soon. The second me. The first time I saw him, I thought it was a mirror. It was late, nearly midnight, and I was walking home from my night shift at the gas station. The street was empty. The sky hung low with clouds, and the street lamps buzzed in and out like they were trying to hold their breath. My apartment was just 3 blocks away, but always cut through the alley behind the pharmacy. It was faster, and I didn't mind the dark. That night, halfway through the alley, I stopped, because someone was standing at the other end, someone wearing my clothes, someone with my face. He tilted his head at the same time I did, raised a hand. I did too. But it wasn't a reflection. There was no glass between us, just space and silence. He smiled, and then turned, walked away, and vanished around the corner. I didn't sleep that night. The next day at work, things felt wrong. My boss, Carver, gave me a weird look when I came in, said, "Didn't expect you back already." "What do you mean?" I asked. "You were just here. 10 minutes ago you looked like hell." I hadn't been. I just woken up. I checked the security footage when Carver went to smoke. Sure enough, there I was, walking into the store, pale and twitchy, grabbing a Red Bull and walking right back out without saying a word. I played the clip 5 times. It was me. Same scar under my eye, same lopsided walk from an old knee injury. But it wasn't me. That night, he came to my apartment. I heard the knock at 2:13 a.m. Soft, rhythmic. I peered through the peephole. He stood on the other side, smiling, calm, wearing my hoodie, my jeans. I didn't open the door. Instead, I backed away and called the police. But when they arrived 20 minutes later, there was no one outside. And now, they think I'm the crazy one. Over the next week, he showed up everywhere, at the cafe where I sometimes grabbed coffee, the bar I used to visit after work, even at the park where I jogged, always just out of reach, always staring. One time he waved, I flipped him off. He smiled wider. Later that night, I found a note slid under my door, scrawled in my own handwriting, "You're getting tired, let me help." I burned it. Things started disappearing. My favorite hoodie, a framed photo of me and my sister, my spare keys, gone. Then came the texts, from numbers I didn't recognize. "Nice to see you again today. You should really smile more. You look better when I do it. She likes me more than you." I stopped leaving the apartment. I stopped sleeping. I even caught my reflection moving wrong once, too slow, too deliberate. It stared at me a second longer than it should have. I covered every mirror in the house. A week later, Carver fired me. Said I'd cursed at customers, slept behind the counter, stolen cash. I tried to protest, but he wasn't hearing it. "You need help, man, whatever you're dealing with. It's getting worse." When I got home, my key didn't work. The landlord claimed I already picked up a spare the day before, said I was there, in person, had a conversation. I broke in through the fire escape and nearly had a heart attack. He was inside, sitting on my couch eating chips, watching TV. He turned slowly and grinned. "Finally," he said in my voice. I backed away. "Get out," I said. "I live here," he replied. He stood, mirrored my movements exactly. "I've been watching, learning. You don't deserve this life." He took a step forward. I ran. No one believed me. Not the police, not my sister. When I went to her house to explain, she hugged me at the door and said, "You just left 5 minutes ago." She thought it was a joke, said I was acting weird, said I should rest. I saw him in the mirror above her fireplace, watching me, smiling. I left without saying goodbye. I started sleeping in motels, cheap ones, dirty ones, moving every night. But he always found me. I'd see myself in reflections, flickering TVs, elevator doors, smiling, waiting. Then came the headaches, the nosebleeds, the dreams where I woke up inside his life, behind the gas station counter, laughing with my sister, lying in my bed. In the dreams, he looked happier, better, more alive, like he belonged, like I didn't. Last night, I found a video on my phone. I didn't record it. It showed me tied to a chair in my apartment, eyes wide, mouth gagged, panic in every breath. Then the camera turned, and he was holding it. He winked, said, "Almost done," and smiled. I'm writing this from a payphone booth outside the city. I've got nothing left, no job, no ID, no one who believes me. But I know this. He's not human. He's not me. He's something else. Something that wears skin like clothing and watches from cracks in reality. And he wants my life. If you see someone who looks like you, run. Don't smile back. Don't speak. Because once you acknowledge him, he starts becoming real. The field that never ends. The town of Marrow's End had one rule. Don't cross the fence behind the old grain silos. Everyone knew it. It wasn't written on signs or posted online. It was passed on in whispers. Grandmothers warning restless children, drunk teenagers daring each other then backing down at the last second. No one really remembered why, but everyone obeyed. Except me. It was supposed to be a short hike, a way to clear my head after my brother Luke's funeral. He died in a car accident, quick, sudden, and cruel. He was only 25. And the night before the crash, he left me a voicemail. "I saw something," he said. His voice hushed. "In the field past the silos. I went too far, Jules. I don't think I came back right." I thought he was being dramatic. Luke had always been obsessed with local legends. He used to talk about the endless field like it was a real place. Now, I wasn't so sure. The silos rose like giant tombstones on the edge of town. Behind them, a rusted wire fence stretched across a patch of wild, overgrown grass. No lock, no signs, just the thin hum of wind whispering through dead stalks. I stepped over and walked in. The field spread wide in every direction, a sea of golden brown and dying green. Patches of corn, long abandoned, swayed in slow motion. There was no path, just wild rows and a narrowing horizon. At first, I felt silly. Then I looked behind me. The fence was gone, so were the silos, so was everything. Only the field remained. I turned around 3 times, picked a direction, and walked fast. The sun hung directly overhead, but it never moved. I checked my phone, no service, no time. The clock was frozen at 12 p.m. I kept walking. The air grew still, too still. No insects, no birds. The stalks rustled, but there was no wind. That's when I saw the scarecrow. It stood crooked in the middle of a clearing. Straw arms, canvas sack for a head, a stitched smile far too wide, one glass eye. I didn't remember passing it before, and I was sure I'd been walking in a straight line. I moved around it carefully, trying not to look into its face. But something brushed my arm. I spun. The scarecrow hadn't moved, but now there were 2. The second one had a different shirt. Red plaid, just like Luke's. I ran. The field didn't change. No hills. No trees, no sign of anything. Just endless stalks pressing closer, rising taller, bending in strange directions. Then came the whispers. Hot at first, breathy, then louder. Voices I knew, voices I'd buried, my mother's lullaby, Luke's laugh, my own voice, screaming. I tried to cover my ears, but it didn't help. The voices were inside me, worming through my skull like roots. I fell to my knees. When I looked up, there was a third scarecrow, closer. Its face looked just like mine. Its smile was sewn shut. I walked for what felt like hours. Sometimes the field would open into clearings, always circular, always empty, except for more scarecrows. Each one closer, each one more familiar. I screamed. tore through stalks, climbed over furrows of earth. I marked the ground with rocks, bits of my shirt, my own blood when I cut my hand, but the marks would disappear when I turned back. The field didn't want me to leave. It wanted me to forget. I forced myself to remember my name, my brother, the feel of rain, the sound of the car crash, the voicemail. I don't think I came back right. Eventually, I found a shack, wooden, half collapsed, hiding behind the thickest wall of corn I'd ever seen. Inside was dark and wet. A single lantern hung from a nail, still burning, and carved into the wall dozens of names, some I recognized. Luke, Dad, me. Under my name, someone had scratched. One way in, one way out. The floor creaked beneath my feet. I looked down. The boards were soft. Something was moving beneath them. I ran out. The scarecrows were waiting, now 10 of them, forming a circle, no longer still. Their heads turned as I passed, tracking me, smiling. One raised a hand and waved. I screamed, I begged, I ran until my legs gave out and my throat burned. Then I fell, not onto dirt, but onto a road. The sun was setting. Behind me, the field swayed gently, peacefully. The scarecrows were gone. Ahead, the silhouette of the silos. I had made it out, or so I thought. I stumbled home. Everything looked normal, but people stared at me. My mother didn't recognize me. My childhood bedroom was empty. My phone had a passcode I didn't remember setting. And on the news that night, they found a body in the field, buried beneath the shack, rotten, unrecognizable, clutching a phone with a cracked screen. One voicemail saved. Mine. I don't think I came back right. And now, I don't sleep, because every time I close my eyes, I'm back in the field. The scarecrows wait patiently, and one of them looks more like me every day. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed that, make sure you're subscribed, and let us know what time and place you're watching from. Stay aware, and don't trust the scarecrow that waves back.